When Michael Jordan's phone rang that quiet Tuesday evening, he had no idea his entire world was about to change forever. His daughter Jasmine's voice sounded different, strained, scared. "Dad, I need to tell you something," she said. "Something I've been hiding for years." Michael's heart dropped. What could his daughter possibly need to tell him that was so serious? He couldn't sleep that night. His mind raced with terrible possibilities. Was she sick? Was she in danger? What secret had she been keeping from him? The next morning, Jasmine arrived at his house. She sat in her car for 5 full minutes before getting out, gathering the courage to walk through that door. When she finally hugged her father, she held on longer than usual. Something was very wrong. They sat down in the living room. Jasmine's hands were shaking. "Dad, see, I need to start from the beginning," she said. "From when I was 16 years old." For the next several hours, Jasmine told her father a story that broke his heart into pieces. She revealed a secret about herself that explained why she had pulled away from him as a teenager. She told him about dark times he never knew about struggles she had hidden, about a night she almost didn't survive. But that wasn't the secret that would change everything. "Dad, you're not listening," Jasmine finally said. "That's not the thing I called you about. That's not what I wasn't ready to tell you." Michael was confused. What could possibly be bigger than what he had just heard? "What I need to tell you," Jasmine continued, her voice shaking, "is about someone I met 3 years ago through my work. A 15-year-old girl who needed help. A girl whose story is connected to our family in a way I never could have imagined." She pulled out a photograph and showed it to her father. "Dad, this is Maya, and I need to tell you who she really is." What Jasmine revealed next left Michael speechless. The truth about Maya would force him to confront his past, change his present, and completely reshape his future. It was a truth so shocking that it would soon make headlines around the world. But more importantly, it was a truth that would save a young girl's life and teach Michael Jordan the most important lesson he had ever learned, one that no basketball court could ever teach him. Watch this entire video to discover what Jasmine told her father that day, and how one family's journey through pain and secrets became a story of hope, healing, and the power of unconditional love. Trust me, you won't believe where this story goes. Michael Jordan sat in his home office, staring at the Chicago skyline as the sun began to set. The room was quiet, except for the soft hum of the air conditioning. Basketball trophies lined the shelves behind him, catching the orange glow of twilight. He had just finished reviewing reports from his Charlotte Hornets team when his phone buzzed on the mahogany desk. The name on the screen made him smile. Jasmine. "Hey, sweetheart," he answered, leaning back in his leather chair. "How's my girl doing?" There was a pause on the other end. Michael's smile faded slightly. Something felt different. "Hi, Dad." Jasmine's voice sounded strange, tight, like she was holding her breath. "You okay?" Michael sat up straighter, his father instincts kicking in immediately. Another pause, this one longer. Dad, I need to tell you something." Jasmine's voice cracked slightly. "Something I've been hiding for years." Michael's heart began to pound. In all his years of playing basketball, facing championship games, impossible shots, millions of people watching, he had rarely felt true fear. But hearing those words from his daughter sent ice through his veins. "What is it? Are you sick? Is someone hurting you?" The questions tumbled out quickly. "No, nothing like that," Jasmine said quickly. "I'm not in danger. But Dad..." She trailed off. "But what, Jasmine? Talk to me." Michael's hand gripped the phone tighter. "I can't do this over the phone." Jasmine's voice was barely above a whisper now. "I need to see you face to face. I need to tell you in person." Michael stood up, pacing to the window. Below, cars moved through the streets like tiny toys. His mind raced with possibilities. What could be so serious that his daughter couldn't tell him over the phone? They had always been close, or at least he thought they had been. "Okay," he said, forcing himself to sound calm. "When can you come? I can send the jet right now if you need—" "Tomorrow," Jasmine interrupted. "I'll drive up tomorrow morning. I need tonight to prepare myself." "Prepare yourself?" Michael felt his chest tighten. "Jasmine, you're scaring me." "I'm scared too, Dad." She was crying now. He could hear it in her voice, the way it shook. "I've wanted to tell you this for so long, but I was afraid. I'm still afraid." "Afraid of what? You can tell me anything. You know that." Michael pressed his forehead against the cool glass of the window. "Can I?" Jasmine asked softly. "Can I really?" The question hurt more than Michael expected. "Of course you can. You're my daughter. I love you no matter what." "I hope that's true," Jasmine said. "I really hope that's true. Because what I have to tell you, it's going to change things, Dad. It's going to change everything." Michael's mind spun. Was she in legal trouble? Had she done something wrong? Was she struggling with something he didn't know about? 1,000 scenarios flashed through his mind, each one worse than the last. "Whatever it is, we'll handle it together," he said firmly. "That's what family does." Jasmine was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "I'll be there around 9 in the morning. Please don't call me tonight, okay? I need to get my thoughts together." "Jasmine?" "Please, Dad. Just give me this one night. Tomorrow, I'll tell you everything. I promise." Michael wanted to argue, wanted to demand answers right now. But he heard the desperation in her voice and stopped himself. "Okay, tomorrow morning. But Jasmine, I want you to know something." "What?" "Whatever you're going to tell me, it's not going to change how much I love you. Nothing ever could." He heard her soft sob on the other end. "I love you too, Dad. I'll see you tomorrow." The line went dead. Michael stood frozen, phone still pressed to his ear, staring out at the darkening city. The office that had felt comfortable moments ago now felt suffocating. He set the phone down carefully on his desk and sank back into his chair. What could Jasmine possibly need to tell him that would change everything? He thought about calling her back, demanding to know right now. But he had promised to give her space. Michael Jordan was many things, but he always kept his promises, especially to his children. The evening dragged on. Michael tried to distract himself with work, but the words on his computer screen blurred together. He went downstairs to the kitchen and made himself dinner, but the food tasted like cardboard. He turned on a basketball game but couldn't focus on the plays. His mind kept returning to Jasmine's voice, the fear in it, the sadness. Something I've been hiding for years. How many years? And how had he not noticed? Michael prided himself on being observant, on reading people. It was part of what made him a great player. He could anticipate moves, sense weaknesses, understand what opponents were thinking. But with his own daughter, and he had missed something important. He walked back to his office and looked at the family photos on his desk. There was Jasmine at age 7, missing her 2 front teeth, holding a basketball almost as big as she was. Another photo showed her at her college graduation, beaming with pride. In every picture, she was smiling. But now that he really looked at the photos, Michael noticed something. In the more recent pictures, the smile didn't quite reach her eyes. There was something guarded there, something hidden. How had he missed that? Michael picked up his phone 3 times to call her, and each time he set it back down. He had to respect her request. But the waiting was torture. He barely slept that night. Every time he closed his eyes, he imagined worst-case scenarios. At 2 in the morning, he got up and made coffee. At 4, he gave up on sleep entirely and went to his home gym, trying to exhaust himself on the treadmill. It didn't work. By the time the sun rose over Chicago, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Michael had been awake for 23 hours. He showered, dressed in jeans and a comfortable shirt, and made a fresh pot of coffee. Then he sat in his living room, watching the driveway through the large front windows. Every car that passed made his heart jump. Every sound made him think she had arrived. At 8:47, a silver sedan pulled into his driveway. Michael stood up so quickly, he almost knocked over his coffee. Through the window, he watched Jasmine's car come to a stop, but she didn't get out. She just sat there behind the wheel, her head bowed. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 5. Michael's hand moved toward the door handle, ready to go out to her. But something stopped him. She needed this moment. Whatever she was gathering courage for, she needed to do it in her own time. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Jasmine opened her car door. She stepped out slowly, looking up at the house. Even from this distance, Michael could see that she looked thin. Thinner than the last time he had seen her 3 months ago. Her face was pale, and there were dark circles under her eyes. She walked toward the house like she was walking toward a courthouse for sentencing. Michael opened the door before she could knock. For a moment, they just looked at each other. Then Jasmine stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. She held on tight, tighter than she had hugged him in years. "Hi, Dad," she whispered against his shoulder. "Hi, baby girl," he replied, his voice thick with emotion. "Come on in." They walked to the living room in silence. Jasmine sat on the edge of the couch, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Michael sat across from her in his favorite chair, trying to appear calm even though his heart was racing. "You want some coffee? Something to eat?" he offered. Jasmine shook her head. "No, thank you. I need to do this before I lose my nerve." Michael nodded. "Okay, I'm listening." But Jasmine didn't speak right away. Her hands were trembling. She stared down at them like they belonged to someone else. "Take your time," Michael said softly, though every second of silence felt like an hour. Jasmine took a deep, shaky breath. When she finally looked up at him, her eyes were filled with tears. "Dad," she said quietly, "I need to start from the beginning. From when I was 16 years old, because that's when everything started. That's when the secret began." Michael leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, giving her his complete attention. Whatever was coming, whatever she needed to tell him, he was ready to listen. Or at least, he thought he was ready. Michael wasn't ready. Not really. But as he looked at his daughter's tear-stained face, his mind drifted backward through time, searching for clues he might have missed. He remembered the first time he held Jasmine. She was so small, wrapped in a pink blanket at the hospital. Her tiny fingers had gripped his thumb with surprising strength. "She's got a fighter's grip," he had told everyone. "This one's going to be special." And she was special. From the very beginning. When Jasmine was 7 years old, she would wait for Michael after every single game. It didn't matter if the Bulls won or lost, if it was a home game or away. If she could be there, she was there. she would stand near the tunnel with her mother, wearing a little Bulls jersey with Daddy printed on the back, instead of Jordan. Michael smiled at the memory, even now. After particularly tough games where the media was harsh or the pressure felt crushing, seeing Jasmine's bright smile made everything better. She would run to him with her arms wide open, not caring that he was sweaty or tired. She would hug him and say, "You played great, Daddy," even when he knew he hadn't. "You're my #1 fan," he used to tell her. "Always," she would reply. Those were simple times, beautiful times. Michael remembered teaching Jasmine to ride a bike when she was 6, and they were at a park in Chicago on a rare day off during the season. He had just won his 4th championship, but that day, being a father felt more important than any trophy. "I'm scared, Daddy," Jasmine had shouted as he pushed her along. "I've got you," he called back. "I won't let you fall." And he didn't. He ran alongside her, his hand steady on the back of her seat, until she found her balance. When she finally rode on her own, wobbling but moving forward, her laughter filled the entire park. "I did it! Daddy, I did it!" she had screamed with pure joy. Michael had never felt prouder. Not after hitting the game-winning shot in the NBA Finals. Not after winning Olympic gold. Watching his daughter succeed at something she feared. That was real victory. The memories kept coming, flooding Michael's mind as Jasmine sat across from him, gathering courage to speak. He remembered her school plays. Jasmine loved theater, even though she was shy. In 3rd grade, she played a tree in the school's production of The Wizard of Oz. Just a tree. No lines. But Michael rearranged his entire schedule to be there. He sat in the back of the auditorium, wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, trying to be inconspicuous. When Jasmine came on stage, standing perfectly still with her arms stretched out like branches, Michael's heart swelled with pride. After the show, she found him backstage. "Did you see me, Daddy?" "I saw you," he said, kneeling down to her level. "You were the best tree I've ever seen." She giggled. "I didn't even have any words." "You didn't need words. You were perfect." Then there were the Sunday morning pancakes. That was their special tradition. But every Sunday that Michael was home, he and Jasmine would wake up early, before anyone else in the house, and make pancakes together. Well, Michael made them. Jasmine mostly talked and occasionally stirred the batter. She would sit on the kitchen counter, her legs swinging, telling him about everything happening in her world. Who was friends with who at school, what books she was reading, what she wanted to be when she grew up. "I want to be a helper," she had told him when she was 8 years old. "A helper?" Michael asked, flipping a pancake. "What kind of helper?" "The kind that makes sad people happy," Jasmine said simply. "Like you do, Daddy. When people watch you play basketball, they get happy. I want to do that, but without basketball." Michael had paused, spatula in midair, struck by the wisdom in his young daughter's words. "Well, that's a beautiful goal, sweetheart." "Do you think I can do it?" she asked. "I think you can do anything you set your mind to," Michael replied, "just like your old man." She had beamed at that. But being Michael Jordan's father came with challenges that regular fathers didn't face. The constant travel was hard. Michael missed school events, birthdays, important moments. He tried his best, but his best sometimes wasn't enough. He remembered one particularly painful incident when Jasmine was 9. He had promised to take her to a father-daughter dance at her school. She had picked out a special dress, lavender with white flowers. She talked about it for weeks. Then the Bulls made the playoffs. There was a crucial game on the same night as the dance. Michael had to choose, and he chose basketball. He tried to explain it to Jasmine, tried to tell her that his team was counting on him, that millions of people would be watching, that this was his job. She nodded and said she understood. But he saw the disappointment in her eyes, the way her smile faltered, the way she went to her room quietly instead of arguing. The Bulls won that game. Michael scored 42 points. The media praised him as a hero. But when he got home that night and saw Jasmine's lavender dress hanging on her bedroom door, unworn, he felt like a failure. "I'm sorry, baby girl," he had whispered, standing in her doorway. She was already asleep. The guilt from that night still haunted him. As Jasmine grew older, Michael tried harder to be present. He attended her basketball games. Yes, she played basketball for a while, though she never loved it the way he did. And he helped her with homework when he could. He gave her advice about boys, school, life. But something started to change when she became a teenager. Michael noticed it around the time she turned 13. Jasmine started spending more time in her room. She stopped asking to come to games. When he called during road trips, their conversations became shorter. "How's school?" he would ask. "Fine," she would answer. "Making good grades?" "Yes." "Everything okay?" "Everything's fine, Dad." "Fine." That word became her shield. Everything was always fine. Michael told himself it was normal teenage behavior. All his friends with teenage daughters said the same thing happened to them. Teenagers pulled away. They wanted independence. It was natural. But deep down, Michael sensed it was more than that. He tried different approaches. He took her shopping, just the two of them. He offered to teach her to drive. He asked about her friends, her interests, her dreams. But the walls around Jasmine kept growing higher. By the time she was 16, the age she just mentioned, Michael realized, the distance between them felt like a canyon. She stopped coming to family dinners as often. When she did come, she was quiet, picking at her food, checking her phone. "Leave her alone," his wife would tell him. "It's just a phase. She'll come back around." Michael wanted to believe that, so he focused on his businesses, his team ownership, his various projects. He told himself that Jasmine needed space, that she would reach out when she was ready. Years passed. Jasmine went to college. She studied psychology, which made Michael proud. She was still that little girl who wanted to help people. They talked on the phone weekly, but the conversations remained surface level. "How are classes?" "Good." "Need anything?" "No, I'm fine, Dad." There was that word again. Fine. After college, Jasmine got a job at a non-profit organization. She moved into her own apartment. She built a life that seemed successful from the outside. Michael attended her graduation, helped her move, sent her money when she insisted she didn't need it. But the closeness they once had never fully returned. And Michael told himself that was okay. That was part of growing up, growing apart. Parents and children couldn't stay close forever. She was building her own life, and he should be proud of that. He was proud. But he also missed her. He missed the little girl who waited after games with her arms open wide, missed the Sunday morning pancake conversations, missed feeling like he knew what was happening in her heart. Now, sitting across from her in his living room, 21 years after that bike riding lesson in the park, Michael realized how much he had missed, how many signs he had ignored because he was too busy, too distracted, too convinced that everything was fine. Jasmine was 28 years old now, a grown woman. But in this moment, with tears streaming down her face and her hands trembling in her lap, she looked like that scared 6-year-old learning to ride a bike again. Only this time, Michael didn't know how to catch her. "Dad?" Jasmine's voice pulled him back to the present. "Are you okay?" Michael blinked, realizing his own eyes were wet. "Yeah, sweetheart. I'm here. I'm listening." Jasmine wiped her face with the back of her hand. "When I was 16, she began, her voice barely above a whisper. "Something happened to me. Something I never told you about. Something I've carried alone for 12 years. Michael's heart clenched. He gripped the arms of his chair, forcing himself to stay still to let her speak. "I need you to listen to the whole story before you say anything," Jasmine continued. "Because if you interrupt, if you try to fix it right away like you always do, I don't think I'll be able to finish." "Okay," Michael managed to say. "I promise. I'll listen." Jasmine took another deep breath. When she looked up at him, her eyes held a mixture of fear and determination, the same look Michael used to have before taking a game-winning shot. "Well, when I was 16 years old," she said, "I started falling apart. And I never told you because I was terrified of disappointing the man who never failed at anything." The words hung in the air between them like a heavy fog. Michael felt each word hit him like a physical blow. The man who never failed at anything. Is that how his daughter saw him? As someone so perfect that she couldn't share her pain? "Jasmine," he started, but she held up her hand. "You promised to listen," she reminded him gently. Michael closed his mouth and nodded, even though everything in him wanted to stop her, to tell her she could never disappoint him, to fix whatever was broken. But he had promised. So he sat back and listened. "It started small," Jasmine continued, her voice steadier now that she had begun. "I was in 10th grade. Do you remember that year?" Michael thought back. 2013. He had just bought the Charlotte Hornets. It was a busy year, exciting year. He was traveling constantly, building his business empire, making deals. He tried to remember specifics about Jasmine's 10th grade year, but everything blurred together. "You were building the team," Jasmine said, as if reading his mind. "You were gone a lot. And Mom was busy with her own projects. I don't blame you for that, Dad. I really don't. But I need you to understand. I felt alone." She twisted her hands in her lap, staring down at them. "It started with this feeling in my chest, like I couldn't breathe properly, like something was sitting on my lungs. I would wake up in the middle of the night, gasping for air, my heart pounding so hard I thought I was having a heart attack." Michael's fists clenched. His daughter had been suffering, and he had been in another city, making business deals. "I didn't know what was happening to me," Jasmine went on. "I thought maybe I was sick. I almost told you once, but then I overheard you on the phone talking about a player who was mentally weak because he couldn't handle the pressure. You said champions push through pain. That mental toughness is what separates winners from losers." Michael remembered that conversation. He had been talking about a player who was underperforming, but hearing his own words reflected back at him now in this context made him feel sick. "So I decided I had to be tough," Jasmine said. "I had to push through whatever this was, because Jordans don't quit, right? And that's what you always said." She looked up at him, and Michael saw years of pain in her eyes. "But I couldn't push through, Dad. It got worse. I started having these attacks at school. In the middle of class, suddenly I couldn't breathe. My vision would get blurry. My hands would shake. I would have to excuse myself and hide in the bathroom until it passed." "Panic attacks," Michael said quietly, finally understanding. "I didn't know that's what they were called," Jasmine replied. "I just knew I was breaking, and I couldn't tell anyone because what would people say? Michael Jordan's daughter can't handle high school? The daughter of the greatest basketball player ever is falling apart over nothing? It wasn't nothing, Michael said firmly. But that's how it felt, Jasmine insisted. Everyone at school knew who my father was. Teachers expected me to be excellent at everything. Students watched me constantly. Photographers followed me sometimes. The pressure to be perfect, to be worthy of being your daughter, it was crushing me. She wiped tears from her cheeks. I started avoiding situations that triggered the attacks. Big crowds made them worse, so I stopped going to your games, remember? You would ask me why I didn't want to come anymore, and I would make up excuses. Too much homework. Plans with friends. I wasn't feeling well. Michael did remember. He remembered feeling hurt that his daughter didn't want to spend time with him anymore. He remembered his wife telling him not to take it personally, that teenagers needed space. He remembered believing her because it was easier than digging deeper. I stopped going to family gatherings too, Jasmine continued. See, Thanksgiving, Christmas parties, anything where there would be lots of people and questions and expectations. Everyone always wanted to know what it was like being Michael Jordan's daughter. Like, it was this amazing thing. And I would smile and say it was great, all while feeling like I was drowning. Her voice cracked. I became really good at pretending, Dad. Really good at wearing a mask. On the outside, I looked fine. I kept my grades up, barely. But I did it. I smiled for photos. I said all the right things, but on the inside, I was screaming. Michael felt tears rolling down his own face now. How had he not seen this? How had he been so blind? Junior year was worse, Jasmine said. The attacks became more frequent. I wasn't sleeping. I stopped eating much because food made me nauseous. I lost 15 pounds. And when people commented, I just said I was trying to be healthier. She laughed bitterly. Healthier? I was dying inside, but I told everyone I was getting healthier. I remember you being thin, Michael said quietly. I asked you about it. And I said I was fine, Jasmine finished. Because that's what I always said. Fine, fine, fine. The magic word that made everyone stop asking questions. She stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the same Chicago skyline her father had stared at the night before. I became invisible in my own life, Dad. I went through the motions. School, home, school, home. I stopped hanging out with friends because I couldn't explain what was happening to me. I couldn't do sleepovers anymore because what if I had an attack in the middle of the night? What if someone saw me breaking down? Jasmine, Michael's voice was hoarse. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you reach out? She turned to face him. Because you were Michael Jordan. You faced down championship pressure with millions of people watching, and you thrived on it. You took the last shot every single time and made it look easy. You once played an entire game with food poisoning and still won. How was I supposed to tell you that I couldn't even handle going to the grocery store without having a panic attack? I would have understood, Michael said desperately. Would you? Jasmine asked. Really? Back then, would you have understood? Or would you have told me to be tougher, to push through, to be strong like you? Michael opened his mouth to answer, then closed it. He wanted to say yes, he would have understood. Yeah, but if he was honest with himself, back in 2013, he might not have. He had been so focused on winning, on success, on never showing weakness. He had built an empire on the idea that mental toughness conquered everything. I don't know, he finally admitted. I want to say I would have. But maybe you're right. Maybe I wouldn't have understood back then. Jasmine nodded, seemingly relieved by his honesty. Senior year was the worst, she continued, sitting back down. College applications, everyone asking where I was going to school, what I was going to do with my life, and I couldn't even imagine a future because I was barely surviving each day. She pulled her knees up to her chest, making herself small on the couch. The attacks were happening daily by then, sometimes multiple times a day, and I carried a paper bag in my backpack to breathe into. I learned where all the empty bathrooms were at school, all the quiet corners where I could hide when I felt one coming on. "How did you graduate?" Michael asked. "How did you get through it?" "Barely," Jasmine said. "I came so close to not graduating. There were days I couldn't get out of bed. I missed a lot of school. The counselor called Mom a few times, concerned about my absences, but I always made up some excuse. Stomach flu, migraines, anything but the truth." She looked at her father directly. "You were traveling so much that year. I don't think you even noticed how bad it got. And when you were home, I hid it from you. I would stay in my room, tell you I was studying. You would knock on my door, ask if I needed anything, and I would say no. And you would accept that and leave because you trusted me to be okay." The guilt Michael felt was overwhelming. His daughter had been drowning, and he had been too busy, too distracted, too convinced that everything was fine. "Did Mom know?" he asked. Jasmine shook her head. "Not the full extent. She knew I was stressed about school. She thought I was just dealing with typical teenage anxiety. I let her think that. I let everyone think that." "But it wasn't typical," Michael said. "No," Jasmine agreed. "It wasn't. And by the time I graduated high school, I was barely functioning. The girl who used to love theater, who loved reading, who loved helping people, that girl was gone. I had become a shell, just going through the motions, pretending to be alive." She stood up again, pacing now. "College was supposed to be a fresh start. I chose a school far from home, thinking distance would help. New place, new people, nobody who knew me as Michael Jordan's daughter. I thought maybe I could reinvent myself. But it didn't work," Michael guessed. "It got worse," Jasmine said softly. "Being away from home, from everything familiar, made the attacks more intense. I was alone in a way I had never been before. And the thoughts..." She trailed off, her voice breaking. "What thoughts?" Michael asked, though part of him was terrified to hear the answer. Jasmine turned to face him, tears streaming down her face. "Dark thoughts, Dad. Really dark thoughts. Thoughts about whether anyone would notice if I just disappeared. Whether the world would be better without the weak, broken daughter of Michael Jordan in it." Michael stood up abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. Every instinct screamed at him to go to her, to hold her, to somehow go back in time and save her from all of this. But Jasmine held up her hand again. "I'm not finished," she said. "You need to hear all of it. You need to understand what happened next, because that's where the real story begins. That's where the secret I've been keeping actually starts." Michael forced himself to sit back down, his whole body shaking. He had thought he was ready to hear whatever his daughter needed to tell him. But this, hearing about her suffering, her pain, the darkness she had faced alone, this was harder than any championship game he had ever played. "Okay," he managed to say. "I'm listening." Jasmine walked back to the couch and sat down, pulling a tissue from her pocket to wipe her face. "What I'm about to tell you next, Dad, is the part I've never told anyone except my therapist. This is the part that changed everything." She looked at him with red, swollen eyes. "This is the part that led to the secret I've been keeping from you for 12 years. The secret, that's the real reason I'm here today." Michael gripped the arms of his chair and waited, his heart pounding, wondering what could possibly be worse than what he had already heard. "It was November of my freshman year in college," Jasmine began, her voice barely above a whisper. 3 months after I had left home. 3 months of pretending I was okay, while falling deeper and deeper into darkness. Michael leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, giving her his complete attention. "I had a roommate named Sophie. Sweet girl, very social, always happy. And she didn't understand why I spent so much time alone in our room. She would invite me to parties, study groups, dining hall meals. I always said no. Eventually, she stopped asking." Jasmine twisted the tissue in her hands. "One night, Sophie went home for the weekend. I was alone in the dorm room. I had just failed a psychology test, my first F ever. I couldn't focus enough to study anymore. The panic attacks were happening so frequently that I couldn't sit through entire classes." She paused, taking a shaky breath. "I sat on my bed that night, staring at my phone. I wanted to call you, Dad. I picked up the phone probably 10 times, but every time I started to dial, I would remember something. A speech you gave about never quitting. An interview where you said champions don't make excuses. And the way you talked about weakness like it was the worst thing a person could be." Michael felt like someone had punched him in the chest. "So I put the phone down," Jasmine continued, "and I started thinking about how everyone would be better off without me. You wouldn't have to worry about your disappointing daughter anymore. Mom wouldn't have to pretend everything was fine. The world wouldn't have to deal with the broken version of Michael Jordan's child." "Jasmine," Michael whispered, but she kept talking. "I went to my desk and pulled out a piece of paper. I wrote letters, one to you, one to Mom, one to my siblings. I told you all that I was sorry. Sorry for not being strong enough. Sorry for being a failure. Sorry for not being the daughter you deserved." Tears were flowing freely down both their faces now. I had a plan," Jasmine said quietly. "I knew where the pills were kept in the dorm's first aid kit. I knew how many it would take. I had researched it online. That's how far gone I was, Dad. I had a plan to end my life, and I was going to do it that night." Michael made a sound, something between a sob and a gasp. His hands were shaking. "I sealed the letters in envelopes. I put them on my desk where Sophie would find them. I took a shower and put on clean clothes because I didn't want to be found looking messy. I even cleaned the dorm room because I didn't want to leave a mess for anyone else to deal with." She looked up at the ceiling, as if seeing that night play out again. "I was ready, completely ready. I had said goodbye in my head to everything and everyone. I felt this strange sense of calm, like I had finally made a decision that would end all the pain." "What stopped you?" Michael asked, his voice breaking. Jasmine smiled slightly, though tears still ran down her cheeks. "A knock on the door. At 11:30 at night, someone knocked on my dorm room door." She wiped her face. "I almost didn't answer. I thought about ignoring it, waiting for whoever it was to leave. But something made me open the door. And standing there was this girl from my English class. Her name was Rebecca. We had barely spoken more than a few words to each other all semester." Michael waited, holding his breath. "Rebecca was crying," Jasmine said. "She was having her own crisis. Boyfriend troubles, failing grades, family problems. She said she didn't know where else to go. She had seen me in class, noticed I was always quiet, always alone. For some reason, she thought I might understand what she was feeling." Jasmine laughed, a sound mixed with tears. "Here I was, about to end my life, and this girl showed up at my door needing help. The universe has a strange sense of timing." "What did you do?" Michael asked. I let her in, Jasmine said simply. I made tea. I sat with her on my bed, and I listened to her talk for 3 hours. I held her while she cried. I told her things would get better, even though I didn't believe it for myself. I told her she was strong, that she could survive this, that tomorrow would come, and she would still be here. She looked at her father, and somewhere in those 3 hours, talking to Rebecca, I realized I was saying things I needed to hear myself. Every piece of advice I gave her, every encouragement, every "you're not alone," I needed those words too. She saved your life without knowing it, Michael said softly. She did, Jasmine agreed. When she finally left around 2 in the morning, thanking me over and over, calling me an angel, saying I had saved her life, I looked at those letters on my desk, and I broke down. I cried harder than I had ever cried in my life. And then I did something I should have done months earlier. What? I called the campus crisis line, Jasmine said. I told them I was having thoughts of hurting myself. They sent someone to my dorm room within 20 minutes. By sunrise, I was sitting in a counselor's office, telling my story to someone for the first time. Michael felt a wave of relief so strong it made him dizzy. His daughter was here. She was alive. She had found help. Well, the counselor was kind, Jasmine continued. She didn't judge me. She didn't tell me to be stronger or to push through it. She told me I was experiencing severe anxiety and depression. She told me it was a medical condition, not a character flaw. She told me I could get better with help. Why didn't you tell me then? Michael asked. Why didn't you call me? Jasmine looked down at her hands. Because the counselor asked me about my support system, about my family. And when I told her who my father was, when I told her about the pressure I felt to be perfect, she asked me something that changed everything. What did she ask? She asked if I thought you could handle knowing I was struggling, Jasmine said. She asked if telling you would help me or hurt me. And Dad, I couldn't answer. I didn't know if you could handle seeing me as broken. I didn't know if our relationship could survive you knowing I wasn't strong like you. The words cut deep. Michael wanted to protest, to insist he could have handled it. But he stayed quiet, letting her continue. So I made a decision, Jasmine said. I decided to get help, but to keep it secret from you. The counselor helped me find a therapist off campus, someone who specialized in anxiety disorders. I started seeing her twice a week. I started medication. I started learning coping strategies. She stood and walked to the window again, her back to her father. I made Mom promise not to tell you. I told her I was seeing a therapist for normal college stress, not the full truth. She thought I was just being overly cautious about my mental health, so she didn't know how close I had come to not being here anymore. Michael felt anger flash through him. Anger at his wife for keeping this secret. Anger at himself for creating an environment where his daughter felt she couldn't come to him. Anger at the world for making his little girl suffer like this. I got better, Dad, Jasmine said, turning around. Slowly, over months and then years, I got better. The therapy worked. The medication helped. I learned to manage the panic attacks. I learned to challenge the dark thoughts. I learned that asking for help wasn't weakness. It was strength. I'm glad, Michael said. I'm so glad you got help. But Jasmine, I still don't understand why you never told me. Even after you got better. Even years later. Jasmine walked back to the couch and sat down. Because by then, the secret had become a wall between us. Every time we talked, every time we saw each other, I was hiding this huge part of my life from you. And the longer I kept the secret, the harder it became to tell the truth. She looked at him with sad eyes. Every conversation felt fake, Dad. When you would ask how I was doing and I would say, fine, I was lying. When you would tell me you were proud of me, I would think, but you don't really know me. When we would have family dinners and everyone would laugh and share stories, I would feel like an imposter. That's why you seem distant, Michael realized. All these years, I thought you just didn't want to be close to me anymore. I thought maybe you were angry at me for something. I wasn't angry, Jasmine said. I was scared. Scared that if I told you the truth, you would love me less. I was scared that you would be disappointed. Scared that I would lose you completely. She pulled her knees to her chest again. But keeping the secret was killing me in a different way. It was creating distance between us that I never wanted. I missed you, Dad. I missed being close to you like we were when I was little. But I didn't know how to get back to that while carrying this weight. Michael stood up and moved to sit beside her on the couch. He didn't touch her yet, but he was close. You never could have lost me, Jasmine. Never. Not for this. Not for anything. I know that now, she said. My therapist helped me understand that. But knowing it intellectually and believing it emotionally are two different things. They sat in silence for a moment. Michael's mind was reeling. His daughter had almost died. She had suffered for years in silence. She had built walls between them to protect a secret that should never have been a secret at all. Is that what you came here to tell me? Michael asked gently. About what happened in college? About your struggles? Jasmine shook her head slowly. That's the background, Dad. That's the history you needed to understand. But no, that's not the secret I've been keeping. Michael felt his stomach drop. There's more? There's so much more, Jasmine said, her voice barely audible. What I've told you so far is just the beginning. Because what happened to me, that night in my dorm room, the therapy, the healing, that experience changed my entire life. It gave me a purpose, and that purpose led to something I've been doing for the past 5 years. She turned to look at him directly. Does something I've been hiding from you this whole time. Something that's going to change everything between us, once you know. Michael felt his heart racing again. After everything he had just heard, what could possibly be left to tell? Dad, Jasmine said, her voice trembling, I need you to prepare yourself, because what I'm about to tell you next is going to make you angry. It's going to make you proud. It's going to break your heart and put it back together again. And it's going to force us to confront some really hard truths about our family. She took his hand, the first physical contact she had initiated since arriving. Her fingers were ice cold. Are you ready? She asked. Michael wasn't sure, but he squeezed her hand gently and said, Yes. Tell me. Jasmine held her father's hand for a long moment, drawing strength from the connection. Then she took a deep breath and began. After I graduated from college, I got a job at that non-profit organization you know about. I worked there for 3 years, helping underprivileged kids get access to educational resources. It was good work, meaningful work, but something was missing. She released his hand and stood, pacing slowly across the room. I kept thinking about that night in my dorm room, about Rebecca showing up at my door, about how close I came to not being here. And I kept thinking about all the other kids out there who might be going through the same thing I went through. Michael watched her move, seeing the passion building in her eyes as she spoke. I started researching, Jasmine continued, statistics about teenage mental health, suicide rates among young people, the barriers that prevent kids from getting help. And Dad, the numbers were horrifying. Did you know that suicide is the second leading cause of death for people aged 15 to 24? Michael shook his head, feeling the weight of that information. I found out that most kids who are struggling never tell anyone. They hide it, just like I did. They're ashamed, scared, worried about being judged. And the ones who suffer the most are often kids from high-pressure families. Kids whose parents are successful, famous, or have high expectations. Kids who feel like they can't be anything less than perfect. She turned to face him. Kids like me. Michael's throat tightened. 5 years ago, I made a decision, Jasmine said. I decided to do something about it. I started small, just me, working from my apartment, creating a simple website. And I called it the Hidden Truth Foundation. I've never heard of it, Michael said. That's because I used a different name, Jasmine explained. Not Jordan. I went by Jasmine Mitchell, my middle name and Mom's maiden name. I didn't want anyone to know Michael Jordan's daughter was running it. I wanted it to be separate from you, from your legacy, from all of that. She walked back to the couch and pulled out her phone, scrolling through it. I created an anonymous helpline, a place where teenagers could text or call and talk to someone who understood what they were going through, someone who had been there. You were the someone, Michael said. Jasmine nodded. At first, yes. I was the only counselor. I would stay up until 2 or 3 in the morning sometimes, talking to kids in crisis. Kids who were having panic attacks. Kids who were cutting themselves. Kids who were planning to end their lives. She showed Michael her phone screen. It displayed a simple website with a calming blue design. The tagline read, "You don't have to hide anymore." I saved that first text I ever received, Jasmine said softly, scrolling to a saved message. It was from a 14-year-old girl in California. Her father was a successful lawyer who expected perfect grades. She was having panic attacks before every test. She wrote, "I feel like I'm drowning, and everyone expects me to keep swimming with a smile on my face." Michael read the words and felt like he was looking at a mirror of his own daughter's experience. I talked to her for 3 hours that first night, Jasmine said. I told her my story, anonymously, of course. I told her about my panic attacks, my struggles, how I got help. And at the end of the conversation, she wrote, "Thank you for understanding. You're the first person who gets it." Jasmine's eyes filled with tears again. That message changed my life, Dad, because I realized this was what I was meant to do. This was how I could turn my pain into something meaningful. This was how I could help people the way I had wanted to since I was 8 years old. "That's beautiful, sweetheart," Michael said, his voice thick with emotion. "But why keep it secret from me?" Jasmine sat back down, setting her phone aside. "Because I knew what would happen if you found out. You would want to help. You would want to expand it, fund it, put your name on it, make it huge. And suddenly, it wouldn't be mine anymore, and it would become Michael Jordan's daughter's charity, instead of just a safe place for struggling kids." She looked at him earnestly. "I didn't want your money or your fame to define this, Dad. I wanted it to succeed or fail on its own merits. I wanted the kids who reached out to connect with the work, not with the Jordan name." Michael understood, though it hurt. "So you built it yourself?" "I did," Jasmine said with a hint of pride. "That first year, I helped 32 kids. Just me, my phone, my laptop, working from my apartment after my day job. I connected them with free or low-cost therapists in their areas. I taught them coping strategies. I checked in with them regularly. And Dad, every single one of those 32 kids is still alive today." Michael felt tears streaming down his face. His daughter, his beautiful, our brave daughter, had been saving lives while he had been completely unaware. The second year, I hired 2 other counselors, Jasmine continued, both people who had struggled with mental health issues themselves. I paid them from my own salary. We helped 68 kids that year. She pulled out a folder from her bag and opened it, showing Michael page after page of testimonials. Anonymous messages from teenagers thanking the foundation for saving their lives. Year 3, we helped 95 kids. Year 4, 123. This year, we're on track to help over 150. Michael read through the messages, each one more heartbreaking and hopeful than the last. I was going to kill myself tonight. Your counselor talked me down. I'm getting help now. Thank you for being there. Nobody in my family understands what I'm going through. Talking to you guys made me feel less alone. My dad is famous, and everyone expects me to be perfect. Your foundation is the only place I can be honest about struggling. That last one hit particularly close to home. Over 200 kids total, Jasmine said quietly. 200 teenagers who were suffering in silence just like I was. 200 kids who now have someone to talk to. 200 lives that might have been lost. Jasmine, this is incredible, Michael said, looking up from the pages. Why would you keep this from me? I'm so proud of you. This is amazing work. Because it's not all amazing, Jasmine said, her voice dropping. Because there's a problem, Dad. A big problem. And that's the real reason I'm here. Michael set down the folder, sensing the shift in her tone. The foundation is running out of money, Jasmine said bluntly. I've been funding it entirely from my own savings and salary. I took out personal loans to keep it going. I maxed out my credit cards. I've been skipping meals some days to afford the counselors' salaries. Michael's eyes widened. Jasmine. I know, she said quickly. I know it was stupid. I know I should have asked for help sooner. But I was stubborn. I was proud. I wanted to prove I could do this on my own, without my father's money or name. She stood and walked to the window again, her shoulders tense. But I can't do it anymore, Dad. I'm drowning financially. The loans are due. The credit card companies are calling. And I had to let one of my counselors go last month because I couldn't pay her. How much do you need? Michael asked immediately. That's not the point, Jasmine said, turning around. It's not about you writing a check and fixing everything. It's about something bigger than that. She walked back and sat beside him, her expression serious. Right now, I have 16 kids actively in our program. 16 teenagers who are in crisis. They depend on us. They trust us. Some of them have no one else to talk to. If I shut down the foundation because I can't afford to keep it running, what happens to them? Michael saw the desperation in her eyes. One of those 16 kids texted me yesterday, Jasmine said, her voice breaking. She's 15 years old. She's planning to take her own life this weekend if things don't get better. And I've been talking to her every single day, sometimes multiple times a day, trying to keep her safe, trying to convince her that life is worth living. She grabbed her father's hand again. I can't abandon her, Dad. I can't abandon any of them. But I also can't keep going like this. I'm exhausted. I'm broke. I'm barely hanging on myself. Then let me help, Michael said firmly. Let me fund the foundation. Let me... That's not what I'm asking, Jasmine interrupted. If this was just about money, I would have asked you years ago. But Dad, what I need from you is so much more complicated than money. Michael was confused. Then what do you need? Jasmine stood up again, her hands shaking. I need you to understand why I've been keeping this secret. I need you to understand the real reason I couldn't tell you about the foundation. Yours, because it's not just about pride or wanting to do things on my own. She took a deep breath. It's about one of the kids in my program. One specific teenager who I've been counseling for the past 3 years. A girl who has become incredibly important to me. A girl whose story is connected to our family in a way I never could have imagined. Michael felt his heartbeat quicken. What do you mean, connected to our family? Dad, Jasmine said, her voice barely above a whisper. I need to tell you about a 15-year-old girl named Maya. I need to tell you her story. And when I do, you're going to understand why I've been so scared to come here. Why I've been hiding this for so long. Why everything is about to change. She pulled out her phone again and scrolled to a photo. So she stared at it for a long moment before turning the screen toward her father. This is Maya, she said. Michael looked at the photo. It showed a young teenage girl with dark hair and striking eyes. There was something familiar about her face, something that made Michael's breath catch. She came to my foundation 3 years ago, Jasmine said. She was 12 years old, cutting herself, failing in school, talking about suicide. Her mother is a recovering addict. Her father... Jasmine paused, her voice trembling. Her father abandoned them when Maya was 5 years old. Michael studied the photo more carefully. The girl's eyes, her facial structure, something about her expression. It all felt eerily familiar. Maya grew up in poverty, Jasmine continued. She grew up angry at her father for leaving, angry at the world for being unfair. And she grew up feeling worthless, unloved, abandoned. That's terrible, Michael said, still looking at the photo. But Jasmine, what does this have to do with everything? Jasmine interrupted. It has everything to do with us, Dad. Because 6 months ago, I discovered something about Maya. Something about who her father is. Something that's going to change our entire family. She took the phone back and held it against her chest. But before I tell you what I learned, you need to promise me something. You need to promise me that you'll hear the whole story before you react. That you'll let me explain everything before you make any decisions. Michael felt fear creeping up his spine. Jasmine, you're scaring me. What is this about? Promise me, Dad, Jasmine insisted. Promise me you'll listen to everything. I promise, Michael said. Even though his heart was pounding so hard, he could hear it in his ears. Jasmine nodded slowly. She closed her eyes for a moment, gathering courage. When she opened them again, they were filled with tears. Dad, she said softly, Maya's full name is Maya Christina Jordan. The room seemed to tilt. And I need to tell you about a woman named Christina Rodriguez, a woman you knew a long time ago, before you were famous, before Mom, before any of us were born. Michael felt like he couldn't breathe. Dad, Jasmine whispered, I need to tell you about your daughter, your other daughter, the one you never knew existed. The words echoed in Michael's head like a basketball bouncing in an empty gymnasium. Your other daughter, the one you never knew existed. He couldn't speak, couldn't move, couldn't process what Jasmine had just said. I know this is a shock, Jasmine said quietly, watching her father's face turn pale. I know this seems impossible, but Dad, I need you to stay with me. I need you to listen. Michael's mouth opened, but no words came out. His mind was racing backward through time, searching through memories from decades ago. Christina Rodriguez. The name stirred something deep in his memory. A face, a moment. A time before everything changed. "I can see you remember her," Jasmine said, sitting down beside him. "Or at least, you're starting to." Michael's voice was hoarse. "I knew a Christina, a long time ago, before I met your mother. But it was 1985, Jasmine said gently. "You were 22 years old. You had just been drafted by the Bulls. You weren't famous yet. Not really. You were still just a kid from North Carolina, trying to make it in the NBA." Michael nodded slowly, the memories coming back now. "The community center. I used to play pickup games there sometimes, when I wanted to get away from the pressure of the team. Just play basketball for fun, like the old days." "Christina worked there," Jasmine continued. "She was 19. She helped run the after-school programs for kids. You met her during one of those games." Michael closed his eyes, remembering. Christina had been beautiful. Bright smile, warm laugh, easy to talk to. She didn't know much about basketball, didn't care about his rookie status with the Bulls. She just saw him as Michael, not Michael Jordan. In those early days when everything was new and overwhelming, that had been refreshing. "We dated for a few weeks," Michael said quietly. "Maybe a month. It wasn't serious. We were both young. I was traveling constantly with the team. It just faded out. I moved on. I assumed she did too." "She did move on," Jasmine said, "but not before she found out she was pregnant." Michael's eyes snapped open. "What? No, she never told me. She never told you because she disappeared," Jasmine explained. "According to what Maya told me, Christina found out she was pregnant a few weeks after you stopped seeing each other. She was terrified. 19 years old, working a minimum wage job, pregnant by a professional basketball player who was starting to become famous." Michael stood up abruptly, his legs shaky. "If she had told me—" "I know, Dad," Jasmine said, "but she didn't. She made a choice. She left Chicago, moved to St. Louis where she had family. She decided to raise the baby on her own." "Why?" Michael's voice was rough, almost angry. "Why wouldn't she tell me? I would have helped. I would have—" "She was scared," Jasmine said simply. "Scared you would think she was trying to trap you. Scared you would think she wanted your money. Scared of what your family would say, what the media would say. You were becoming a star, Dad. And she was just a girl from the South Side who worked at a community center." Michael paced the room, his hands shaking. "So she just left. And I had a daughter growing up somewhere, and I never knew." Maya Christina Jordan was born on March 15, 1986, Jasmine said, pulling out another document from her folder. It was a birth certificate. Christina raised her alone for the first 5 years. It was hard. She worked multiple jobs, struggled to pay rent, and to buy food. She was exhausted all the time. "Where was her family?" Michael asked. "They helped when they could, but they didn't have much either," Jasmine said. "Christina's mother died when Maya was 3. Her father wasn't in the picture. She had a sister, but she was dealing with her own problems." Michael looked at the birth certificate. There, in black and white, was the father's name. Unknown. "She didn't put my name," he observed. "She wanted to protect you," Jasmine said. "Or maybe she wanted to protect Maya from the complications that would come with being Michael Jordan's daughter. Either way, legally, you weren't listed as the father." Michael's hands clenched into fists. Years of his daughter's life. Gone. Missed. Erased. Birthdays, first words, first steps, first day of school. All of it had happened without him. When Maya was 5, Christina started using drugs, Jasmine continued, her voice sad. She was overwhelmed, depressed, barely holding on. She started with pills to help her sleep, to help her cope. Then it got worse. And Maya? Michael asked, afraid of the answer. Maya grew up watching her mother spiral, Jasmine said. Sometimes there was food in the house, sometimes there wasn't. Sometimes Christina was present, sometimes she disappeared for days. Maya learned to take care of herself very young, too young. Michael felt sick. While he had been winning championships, signing endorsement deals, building an empire, his daughter had been going hungry. His daughter had been raising herself. By the time Maya was 10, Christina had been in and out of rehab 3 times, Jasmine said. They moved constantly, evicted from apartments, staying with relatives, sometimes homeless shelters. Maya changed schools 7 times in 5 years. How did she even survive? Michael asked, his voice breaking. She's strong, Jasmine said, stronger than any 10-year-old should have to be. But that strength came at a cost, Dad. She built walls around her heart. She learned not to trust anyone. She learned that people leave, that promises get broken, that love isn't reliable. Michael sat back down heavily. And she never knew about me? Christina never told her? Christina told her stories, Jasmine said. Not the whole truth, but pieces of it. She told Maya that her father was a man who played basketball, who was young and scared, who left before he knew about her. She painted you as someone who abandoned them, even though that wasn't true, even though you never had the chance to choose. So Maya grew up hating me, Michael said. Maya grew up hating the idea of you, Jasmine corrected. She hated the father who wasn't there, the father who never came looking for her, the father who had everything while she had nothing. Jasmine pulled out another photo from her folder. This one showed a younger Maya, maybe 11 or 12 years old. She was thin, wearing clothes that didn't quite fit, her eyes angry and defiant. This was Maya 3 years ago, right before she reached out to my foundation, Jasmine said. She was 12 years old. Christina had just gotten out of rehab for the 4th time. They were living in a shelter. Maya was failing 6th grade, and she was cutting herself with scissors, razor blades, anything she could find. Michael looked at the photo and saw pain etched into every line of the young girl's face. Her school counselor noticed the cuts, Jasmine continued. She sat Maya down, talked to her, tried to help. Maya refused to talk, but the counselor gave her a card, the card for my foundation. She told Maya that if she ever needed someone to talk to, someone who wouldn't judge her, she could text the number on the card. And Maya texted you, Michael said. Jasmine nodded. 3 days later, at 2 in the morning, I got a text that just said, "I want to die." That was it. Just those 4 words. Michael felt tears streaming down his face. I texted back immediately, Jasmine said. I asked her name, how old she was, what was happening. It took an hour, but she finally started talking. She told me about her mother, about the drugs, about moving constantly, about having no friends, about feeling worthless. What did you tell her? Michael asked. I told her the truth, Jasmine said. I told her about my own struggles with anxiety and depression. I told her about that night in my dorm room when I almost ended my life. I told her that I understood what it felt like to be drowning. And I told her that she wasn't alone anymore. Jasmine's voice softened. We texted for 3 hours that first night. By the time the sun came up, Maya had promised me she wouldn't hurt herself. She promised to give me a chance to help her. You saved her life, Michael said. That first night, yes, Jasmine agreed. But Maya needed more than one conversation. She needed ongoing support. So I became her primary counselor. I talked to her almost every day, and sometimes multiple times a day when things were really bad. Michael listened, amazed by his daughter's dedication. I helped Maya find a free therapist in St. Louis, Jasmine continued. I checked in with her about her sessions. I taught her coping strategies for when the dark thoughts came. I celebrated with her when she had good days and supported her through the bad ones. And Christina? Michael asked. Christina got better too, Jasmine said. She's been sober for 2 years now. She got a steady job. They moved into a real apartment. Things stabilized, and Maya started to heal. Jasmine smiled slightly. Maya is doing so much better now, Dad. She's in therapy regularly. She hasn't cut herself in over a year. Her grades improved. She's making friends. She started to believe that maybe life is worth living after all. Because of you, Michael said, looking at his daughter with immense pride. Because she's a fighter, Jasmine corrected. I just gave her the tools. She did the hard work. Michael wiped his face. But you still haven't told me. How did you find out she was my daughter? How did you make that connection? Jasmine took a deep breath. That's the next part of the story, Dad. And it's where things get really complicated. She pulled out yet another document from her folder. About 2 years into counseling Maya, she started talking more about her father, about her anger toward him, about how she had fantasies of finding him someday and telling him exactly what she thought of him for abandoning her and her mother. She didn't know who I was, Michael said. See, no, Jasmine confirmed. Christina had never told her your name. She just said he was a basketball player from Chicago. That was all Maya knew. So how? Maya told me that her mother kept a box of old photos and mementos from her time in Chicago, Jasmine explained. Maya had never looked in it before. She said she didn't want to see anything connected to the father she hated. But one day, about 18 months ago, Christina was at work and Maya was home alone. She decided to finally look in that box. Michael's heart was pounding. There were photos of Christina at the community center, Jasmine said. Photos of Chicago in the 1980s. And Dad, there was a photo of you and Christina together. Young, laughing, standing outside the community center. The date written on the back was June 1985. Michael closed his eyes, and he vaguely remembered someone taking photos at the center. It had been casual, informal. He hadn't thought anything of it at the time. Maya texted me a picture of the photograph, Jasmine said. She asked if I could help her figure out who the man in the photo was. She wanted to know if this might be her father. And you recognized me, Michael said quietly. Of course I recognized you, Jasmine said. It was you, Dad. 22 years old, before all the championships, before the fame, but definitely you. She showed him the photograph on her phone. There he was, young Michael Jordan, arm around a beautiful young woman, both of them smiling at the camera. He looked so young, so carefree, so unaware of everything that would come after. I didn't know what to do, Jasmine admitted. I was looking at a photo of my father with a woman I had never heard of. And this girl I had been counseling for 2 years was telling me this might be her father. The math was adding up in my head. The timeline made sense. The location made sense. What did you tell her? Michael asked. I lied, Jasmine said, her voice thick with guilt. I told her I didn't recognize the man in the photo. I told her I would help her investigate, but it might take time. I needed to figure out what was happening before I said anything to her or to you. So I started investigating on my own, Jasmine continued, her voice heavy with the weight of the secret she had carried. I asked Maya careful questions about her mother without revealing what I knew. I asked about her birthday, where she was born, any details Christina had shared about her father. Michael leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, trying to process everything. Every piece of information Maya gave me confirmed what I was beginning to suspect, Jasmine said. The timeline was perfect. March 1986, 9 months after June 1985. St. Louis, where Christina had family. The fact that her mother had worked at that specific community center in Chicago, where you used to play. But you still weren't certain, Michael said. No, Jasmine agreed. I couldn't be certain without proof. So I did something I'm not proud of. I told Maya I needed to meet her mother to help with the investigation. I said that sometimes parents know more than they tell their children. She looked down at her hands. I flew to St. Louis. I met Christina at a coffee shop. I'm telling her I was Maya's counselor and that I wanted to discuss Maya's progress. Which was true, but it wasn't the whole truth. What was she like? Michael asked, curious about the woman from his past. She was kind, Jasmine said. Tired, weathered by life, but trying her best. She talked about how grateful she was that Maya had found my foundation, how much it had helped her daughter. She cried when she told me about Maya's darkest moments, about how scared she had been that she would lose her. Jasmine pulled out a tissue and wiped her eyes. We talked for 2 hours about Maya, and then, at the end, I asked her about Maya's father. I told her that Maya was asking questions, that she wanted to know more about where she came from. What did Christina say? She got very quiet, Jasmine recalled. She stared at her coffee cup for a long time. Then she asked me if Maya had shown me the photograph. I said yes. She closed her eyes and said, "So you know who he is." Michael felt his breath catch. I admitted that I recognized you in the photo, Jasmine said. Christina started crying. She told me she had spent 15 years trying to protect Maya from the truth, trying to keep your name secret, trying to shield her daughter from the complications of being Michael Jordan's child. Why didn't she reach out to me? Michael asked, his voice pained. All those years, why didn't she tell me? She said she tried once, Jasmine revealed. When Maya was 3 years old, Christina was desperate, struggling, barely able to feed her daughter. She looked you up. By then, you were winning championships. You were everywhere in the media. She called the Bulls office. Michael sat up straighter. I never got any message. The receptionist told her that Michael Jordan received hundreds of calls from women claiming he had fathered their children, Jasmine explained. She said that unless Christina had legal proof and was willing to go through official channels, her call wouldn't be forwarded. Christina was terrified of lawyers, of the media, of the entire process. So she hung up and never tried again. Michael felt anger rising in his chest. Anger at the system that had prevented Christina from reaching him. Anger at the circumstances that had kept his daughter from him. Christina told me she had convinced herself over the years that she had made the right choice, Jasmine continued. That you were too famous, too important, too surrounded by people who would think she was just after your money. She said she didn't want Maya to grow up as a tabloid story, as the secret love child that reporters would hound. So she kept my daughter from me to protect her, Michael said bitterly. She kept Maya from you because she was scared, Jasmine corrected gently. Scared of being rejected, scared of being labeled a gold digger, scared of losing control of her daughter's life to lawyers and courts and media circuses. Were her choices perfect? No. But Dad, She was a 19-year-old girl with no resources and no support. She did what she thought was best. Michael knew Jasmine was right, but it didn't make the pain any less sharp. "I told Christina that I was your daughter," Jasmine said. "That Maya's counselor was actually her half-sister. You should have seen her face, Dad. She was shocked, terrified, relieved all at once." "What did you tell her you were going to do?" "I told her I needed time to figure that out," Jasmine said. "I told her I needed to verify everything before I made any decisions. She understood. She gave me permission to do a DNA test." Michael looked up sharply. "You did a DNA test?" Jasmine nodded. "I told Maya I had found a possible lead on her father, but that we needed to verify it scientifically. I explained that I had a connection to a private lab that could do discrete DNA testing. Maya was desperate for answers, so she agreed." "How did you get my DNA?" Michael asked, though part of him already knew the answer. "I stole it," Jasmine admitted, her cheeks flushing with shame. "When I visited you for Christmas 2 years ago, I took a coffee cup you had used, a toothbrush from your bathroom. I felt terrible about it, but I needed to know the truth before I said anything to anyone." Michael should have been angry about the deception, but he couldn't find it in himself to feel anything but sad about how complicated this had all become. "The results came back 6 weeks later," Jasmine said quietly. 99.9% probability of paternity. "Dad, Maya is your biological daughter. There's no doubt." The words hung in the air. Michael had known it was coming, but hearing it confirmed made it real in a way it hadn't been before. He had another daughter, a 15-year-old girl he had never met, never held, never watched grow up. "I had the results in my hands," Jasmine continued, "and I didn't know what to do with them. Do I tell Maya first? Do I tell you first? Do I tell Christina? Do I tell no one and keep pretending I don't know?" "What did you decide?" Michael asked. "I decided to wait," Jasmine said. "I know that sounds cowardly, but I needed time to think, to figure out what was best for everyone involved, especially for Maya." She stood and walked to the window again, a habit Michael was starting to recognize as something she did when she was anxious. Maya was doing so well, Jasmine said. For the first time in her life, she was stable. She was healing. She had stopped cutting herself. She was making progress in therapy. And I was terrified that dropping this bomb, "By the way, your father is Michael Jordan," would shatter everything we had built. "So you kept counseling her," Michael said, "knowing the whole time that she was your sister." "Yes," Jasmine admitted, "and for 18 months, I kept that secret. Every time I talked to Maya, every time she vented about her anger toward her unknown father, every time she said she wished he was dead or that she hated him, I stayed silent. I let her process her feelings while carrying this massive secret." "That must have been torture," Michael said. "It was," Jasmine agreed. "Every conversation felt like a lie. When Maya would talk about her father with such hatred, I wanted to defend you. I wanted to tell her that you never knew, that you would have been there if you had known. But I couldn't. Not without revealing everything." She turned from the window. "And every time I talked to you, Dad, every phone call, every family dinner, I was carrying this secret too. Knowing I had a sister you didn't know about. So knowing that our family was bigger than anyone realized. Knowing that one day I would have to tell you, and it would change everything." "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Michael asked, trying to keep the hurt out of his voice. "Because I was afraid," Jasmine said simply. "Afraid of how you would react. Afraid of what it would mean for our family. Afraid that you would be angry at me for keeping it secret. Afraid that you would take over and push me out of Maya's life." She came back and sat beside him. "But mostly, Dad, I was afraid of what it would do to Maya. She was finally starting to trust people again, to believe that the world wasn't entirely cruel. And I knew that telling her the truth would bring a media storm, public scrutiny, pressure she wasn't ready to handle." "So you kept protecting her," Michael said, "just like Christina did." "Yes," Jasmine said. "Maybe that was wrong. Maybe I should have told everyone right away. But I wanted to give Maya time to get stronger before her world got turned upside down." Michael understood, even though it hurt. "When did you finally tell her?" "6 months ago," Jasmine said. "Maya turned 15 in March. She was doing really well. Best grades she'd ever had. Made the school volleyball team, had a small group of friends. Christina was still sober, working steadily. Things were stable." She pulled out her phone and scrolled through messages. "Maya texted me on her birthday. She said she had been thinking about her father a lot, wondering who he was, whether he ever thought about her. She said she was ready to know the truth, whatever it was." "So you told her," Michael said. "I set up a video call," Jasmine said. "Just me and Maya. I told her I had discovered who her father was. I told her I had proof, that I was certain. She was so excited, Dad. She was finally going to get answers to questions she had been asking her whole life." Jasmine's voice cracked. "And then I told her. I told her that her father was Michael Jordan, that he was my father too, that she and I were sisters." "How did she react?" Michael asked quietly. Jasmine was silent for a long moment. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. "She screamed at me," Jasmine said, tears streaming down her face. "She screamed that I was lying, that it wasn't possible, that I was playing a cruel joke on her. She hung up the call. She blocked my number. She refused to talk to me for 3 weeks." Michael felt his heart breaking for both his daughters. "When she finally unblocked me and texted back, she was so angry," Jasmine continued. "She said she felt betrayed. She asked how long I had known. When I told her 18 months, she said I was just like her father, keeping secrets, hiding the truth, abandoning her in my own way." "But you didn't abandon her," Michael protested. "In her mind, I did," Jasmine said. "I knew who her father was, and I didn't tell her. I kept her from potentially knowing you. I made that choice for her, instead of letting her decide what she wanted to do with the information." She wiped her face. "It took months of work to rebuild her trust, months of explaining my reasoning, apologizing for the deception, helping her process her feelings. It's only been in the last few weeks that Maya and I have gotten back to a good place." "And now?" Michael asked. "How does she feel about me?" Jasmine took a deep breath. "That's complicated, Dad, and that's what we need to talk about next. Because Maya's feelings about you are all over the place. And what happens next? That depends on you." Michael stood up and walked across the room, his legs unsteady. He gripped the back of a chair, his knuckles turning white. Everything he thought he knew about his life had just been shattered. He had a 15-year-old daughter, a daughter who had suffered, who had struggled, who had grown up without him. "I need to see her," Michael said suddenly, turning to face Jasmine. "I need to meet Maya. Today. Right now." "Dad, wait!" Jasmine started, but Michael cut her off. "No," he said firmly. "I've already missed 15 years of her life. I missed her first steps, her first words, her first day of school. I missed everything, Jasmine. I can't miss another day. I can't." His voice broke and he stopped talking, covering his face with his hands. His shoulders shook as 15 years of loss crashed down on him all at once. Jasmine went to him and put her arms around him. Father and daughter held each other as they both cried, for Maya, for lost time, for the complexity of everything that had happened. "I know you want to meet her," Jasmine said gently when they finally pulled apart. "But Dad, you need to listen to me first. You need to understand where Maya is emotionally before you rush into this." Michael nodded, wiping his face. "Okay, tell me." They sat back down, and Jasmine pulled out her phone again. After Maya found out you were her father, she went through several stages. First was denial. She didn't believe it was true. Then came anger. She was furious at you, at Christina, at me, at the whole situation. "Understandable," Michael said quietly. Then came research, Jasmine continued. Maya started learning everything she could about you. She watched old game footage, read interviews, looked at photos of you with our family. She consumed every piece of information about Michael Jordan she could find. "What was she looking for?" Michael asked. "Answers," Jasmine said. "She was trying to understand who you were, trying to figure out if you would have wanted her if you had known about her, trying to decide if you were the villain her mother had painted you as, or something else entirely." Michael leaned forward. "And what did she decide?" "That's where it gets complicated," Jasmine said. "Maya started seeing clips of you talking about family, about your children, about how important being a father is to you. She saw photos of you at our games, our graduations, our life events, and it confused her." "Confused her how?" "Because the father she saw in those videos and photos, the one who was present, who clearly loved his children, that father didn't match the story she had told herself her whole life," Jasmine explained. "She had spent 15 years believing you were someone who didn't care, who abandoned people. But the evidence didn't support that narrative." Michael felt a small spark of hope. "So she understands I didn't know?" "Intellectually, yes," Jasmine said. "Christina confirmed to her that she never told you. Maya knows, logically, and that you didn't abandon her because you never knew she existed. But Dad, emotions don't follow logic. Knowing you didn't abandon her on purpose doesn't erase 15 years of abandonment issues." She pulled up a text message on her phone and showed it to Michael. It was from Maya, dated 3 months ago. "I know he didn't know about me. My brain understands that. But my heart still feels abandoned. How do I reconcile those two things? How do I let go of anger toward someone who didn't do anything wrong, but whose absence shaped my entire life?" Michael read the words and felt them cut through him like a knife. "She's in therapy working through this," Jasmine said. "Her therapist is helping her process the complicated feelings. Grief for the father-daughter relationship she never had. Anger at the situation, even if not at you specifically. A confusion about what happens next. Fear about meeting you." "Fear?" Michael asked. "She's afraid of meeting me?" "Terrified," Jasmine confirmed. "Think about it from her perspective, Dad. You're Michael Jordan, one of the most famous people in the world, a legend, an icon. How does a 15-year-old girl who has spent her life in poverty, who has struggled with mental health, who has barely survived, how does she walk up to someone like you and say, 'Hi, I'm your daughter'?" Michael hadn't thought about it that way. He had been so focused on his own feelings of loss and guilt that he hadn't fully considered how overwhelming this must be for Maya. "She's afraid you'll reject her," Jasmine said softly. "She's afraid you'll look at her and see a mistake, a complication, a problem to be managed." She's afraid you'll be disappointed in who she is. This broken girl instead of the perfect daughter you might have imagined. I would never, Michael started, but Jasmine held up her hand. I know you wouldn't, Dad. But Maya doesn't know that. She only knows what she's seen from the outside. She knows you have successful children, children who went to good schools, who had opportunities, who fit into your world. She's afraid she won't measure up. Michael felt his chest tighten. How could he make Maya understand that she didn't need to measure up to anything? That she was his daughter? And that was enough? There's something else, Jasmine said hesitantly. Something Maya told me a few weeks ago that you need to know. What? She said she's not sure she wants to be part of the Jordan family, Jasmine said, watching her father's face carefully. She said she's spent 15 years building her identity without you, and she's not sure she wants to change that now. She's not sure she wants the media attention, the public scrutiny, the pressure of being Michael Jordan's daughter. The words hit Michael like a punch to the gut. He might have a daughter who didn't want him, a daughter who had every right to feel that way. But here's the thing, Jasmine continued quickly, seeing the devastation on her father's face. Maya is also curious. She's also hopeful. She's also a 15-year-old girl who has wondered her whole life what it would be like to have a father. Those feelings exist alongside the fear and the anger. So, what does she want? Michael asked. Or what have you told her? I told her that you didn't know about this conversation yet, Jasmine said. I told her I was coming here to tell you everything, and then we would figure out next steps together. I promised her I wouldn't pressure her, and I wouldn't let anyone else pressure her either. She looked at her father seriously. Dad, what happens next has to be Maya's choice. We can't force a relationship on her. We can't push her to meet you before she's ready. This has to happen at her pace, on her terms. But I'm her father, Michael said, frustrated. Don't I have any say in this? You're her biological father, Jasmine corrected gently. But Dad, you haven't been her father. Someone else raised her, Christina, imperfect as she was. Maya doesn't owe you anything just because of genetics. The truth of those words stung, but Michael knew Jasmine was right. However, Jasmine continued, Maya did tell me something yesterday that gives me hope. She said she wants to know more about you. Not Michael Jordan, the celebrity, but Michael the person. She wants to understand who you really are before she decides whether she wants to meet you. How do I show her that? Michael asked. How do I prove to her who I am when I can't even meet her? Jasmine smiled slightly. That's what I've been thinking about for the past few months, and I have an idea. But Dad, you're not going to like it at first. Tell me, Michael said. I think you should write to her, Jasmine said. Letters. Real, handwritten letters where you tell her about yourself, about your life, your childhood, your struggles, about the person you were before fame, the mistakes you've made, the things you're proud of, and the things you regret. Michael frowned. Why letters? Why not just call her? Video chat? Because letters give Maya control, Jasmine explained. She can read them when she's ready, at her own pace. She doesn't have to respond right away. She doesn't have to perform or say the right thing in the moment. Letters give her space to process her feelings. She continued, and for you, Dad, letters force you to be vulnerable in a way you might not be in person. You can't rely on your charm or your presence. You have to put yourself on paper, honestly and completely. You have to show her who you really are, not just tell her. Michael considered this. Writing had never been his strength. He was a man of action, not words. But if this was what Maya needed, what would I write about? He asked. Everything, Jasmine said. Tell her about growing up in North Carolina. Tell her about your relationship with your father, the one who was murdered, who Maya never got to meet. Tell her about the pressure you felt, the failures you experienced, the times you weren't the strong, invincible champion everyone thinks you are. She leaned forward intently. Dad, Maya needs to know you're human. She needs to know you've struggled too. She needs to see that being Michael Jordan doesn't mean being perfect. Because right now, she feels like she could never live up to being your daughter. Michael nodded slowly, beginning to understand. And if I write these letters, what then? Then I give them to Maya, Jasmine said. She reads them, she processes them, and when she's ready, if she's ready, she can write back. Now you can build a relationship through letters first, before you ever meet face to face. That could take months, Michael said, though he knew he would do whatever it took. It might, Jasmine agreed, or it might take a year. I don't know, Dad, but Maya is worth the wait. She's worth doing this right, even if it's slow and hard, and not the instant connection you're hoping for. Michael stood up again and walked to the window where Jasmine had stood so many times during this conversation. He looked out at the city where he had built his empire, where he had become a legend. But none of that mattered right now. Right now, he was just a father who had missed 15 years of his daughter's life and was desperate to somehow make it right. Okay, he said finally, turning back to Jasmine. I'll write the letters. I'll do whatever Maya needs. But Jasmine, you said she's struggling right now. You said she's one of the 16 kids in your program who needs help. Is she safe? Jasmine's expression grew somber. Most days, yes. She's doing so much better than she was 3 years ago. But Dad, the last few weeks have been really hard for her. Learning about you, processing all these emotions, dealing with the fear and uncertainty of what happens next. It's been overwhelming. Is she thinking about hurting herself? Michael asked, his voice tight with fear. She's had some dark thoughts recently, Jasmine admitted. Nothing she's acted on, but enough to worry me. That's part of why I knew I had to tell you now. Because Maya needs more support than I can give her alone. She needs... Jasmine's voice broke. She needs her father, Dad, even if she's not ready to admit it yet. Michael felt tears running down his face again. Then, I'll be there for her, however she needs me to be. Letters, phone calls, whatever pace she sets, I'll follow it. I won't push, I won't rush. But Jasmine, I need you to promise me something. What? Promise me you'll watch over her, Michael said intensely. Promise me that if she's in danger, if she's thinking about hurting herself, you'll tell me immediately. I can't lose her, Jasmine. I can't lose a daughter I just found out exists. I can't... He couldn't finish the sentence. The thought was too painful. Jasmine went to him and took his hands. I promise, Dad. I've been watching over her for 3 years. I'm not going to stop now. We're going to get through this together. You, me, Maya, all of us. Michael pulled his daughter into a hug. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you for being there for her when I couldn't be. Thank you for saving her life. Thank you for bringing her back to me, even in this complicated way. You're welcome, Jasmine said, hugging him back tightly. But Dad, there's still more we need to talk about. The letters are just the beginning. There are legal issues to consider, decisions about whether to tell the rest of the family, questions about Christina and her role in all of this. Michael pulled back and nodded. I know. But right now, I just need a moment to process all of this. I need to wrap my head around the fact that I have another daughter out there who needs me. Take all the time you need, Jasmine said. But then she hesitated. Actually, Dad, there is one more thing I need to tell you today. One more piece of this story that you need to know before we go any further. Michael looked at her, exhausted and emotionally drained. What else could there possibly be? Jasmine bit her lip. It's about Maya's name, her middle name specifically. There's a reason Christina chose it, and when you understand why, it's going to change how you see everything that happened. Michael sat back down slowly, feeling like he had been on an emotional roller coaster for hours. Every time he thought he had heard everything, Jasmine revealed another layer to this complicated story. Her middle name is Christina, Michael said, like her mother. That's not unusual. No, Dad, Jasmine said quietly. Her full name is Maya Christina Jordan, but everyone calls her by her middle name when they use it. And Christina gave her that middle name for a specific reason. She pulled out her phone and showed Michael a photograph he hadn't seen before. It was a close-up of a birth certificate, Maya's birth certificate. Under Mother, it listed Cristina Maria Rodriguez. Under Father, it said Unknown. But there, in the middle name section, was something Michael hadn't noticed before. Christina, Michael read aloud. Then he looked closer. Beneath the printed name, in Christina's handwriting, there was a small note in the margin. It said, "Named for her father's strength, never gives up." Michael looked up at Jasmine, confused. "I don't understand." "Dad, think about it," Jasmine said. "What's your middle name?" "Jeffrey," Michael answered, still not understanding. "And what was your father's name? Your dad who was murdered?" "James," Michael said, and then his eyes widened. "James, Michael, Jeffrey." Christina didn't name her Christina after herself, Jasmine said softly. She chose a name that had the same initials, MCJ. She was trying to give Maya a connection to you without actually using your name. It was her way of keeping you present in Maya's life, even though you didn't know she existed. Michael stared at the birth certificate, his vision blurring with tears. Christina had thought of him. She had given their daughter a name that connected her to him, even in secret. "There's more," Jasmine continued. "I asked Christina about it when we met. She told me that when she found out she was pregnant, she was terrified, but also hopeful. She said she had fallen in love with you during those few weeks you dated. She knew it wasn't serious for you, but it was for her." Michael closed his eyes, remembering Christina's smile, her laugh. He had cared about her, but Jasmine was right. It hadn't been serious. He had been young, focused on basketball, not thinking about the future beyond the next game. "Christina told me she spent weeks trying to decide whether to tell you about the baby," Jasmine said. She would pick up the phone and dial the Bulls' office, then hang up before anyone answered. She was caught between wanting you to know and being terrified of your reaction. "Why didn't she just tell me in person?" Michael asked. "Before she left Chicago?" "Because by the time she knew for sure she was pregnant, you were already pulling away," Jasmine explained. "The season was starting. You were busier, traveling more. Your calls became less frequent. She could feel you moving on. And she was too proud to chase after you with this news." Jasmine showed him another document, a journal entry that Christina had shared with her. It was dated August 1985, written in Christina's careful handwriting. "I saw him on TV today. He looked so happy, so free. How can I tell him about this baby and take that away? He has dreams, a future full of possibilities. I can't trap him with my mistakes. Maybe it's better if I just disappear. Maybe he'll never need to know. Michael read the words and felt his heart break for young Christina, scared and alone, making an impossible choice. She really thought she was protecting you, Michael said quietly. She did, Jasmine confirmed. And, in a way, maybe she was. Dad, think about what would have happened if she had told you in 1985. You were 22 years old, just starting your career, and the media would have destroyed both of you. Your family would have been involved. There would have been pressure to get married, to make it right. Would that have been better? Michael wanted to say yes, but honestly, he didn't know. He had been so young, so focused on basketball, so unprepared for fatherhood. Would he have stepped up? He liked to think so, but the truth was, he couldn't be sure. Christina made a choice, Jasmine said. Not a perfect choice, but a choice she thought was best for everyone. And she gave Maya a name that would always connect her to you, even if no one else knew it. Michael looked at the photograph of Maya again, this young girl with his eyes and Christina's smile, carrying a name that tied her to him in a secret way. MCJ, like his own initials, MJ, but with an extra piece, an extra person woven into the pattern. So, what now? Michael asked, looking up at Jasmine. You said I should write letters to Maya. When do I start? Today, Jasmine said, as soon as you're ready. But Dad, before you start writing, there's something else we need to address. Something practical and important. The foundation, Michael guessed. Jasmine nodded. Yes. I told you the foundation is running out of money. I told you I can't keep it going on my own anymore. But Dad, what I haven't told you yet is that Maya is one of the 16 kids currently in the program who depends on us. Michael felt his stomach drop. You mean, if the foundation shuts down, Maya loses her counselor? Me, Jasmine said. She loses the support system that has kept her alive for the past 3 years. And Dad, I don't think she could survive that right now, not with everything else she's dealing with. The weight of this revelation settled over Michael. His daughter's life was literally at stake, tied to a foundation that was about to collapse, because his other daughter had been too proud to ask for help. How much do you need? Michael asked. To keep the foundation running? It's not just about money, Jasmine insisted. Though yes, we need funding. But Dad, what we really need is to expand. We're turning away kids every day because we don't have enough counselors. There are hundreds of teenagers out there suffering in silence, just like Maya and I did. We could help so many more if we had the resources. She pulled out a business plan from her folder. Pages of research, statistics, projected costs, and potential impact. And Michael could see that Jasmine had put serious thought into this. I've been working on this plan for 6 months, Jasmine said. I want to grow the foundation from helping 16 kids at a time to helping hundreds. I want to hire more counselors, all people who have lived experience with mental health struggles. I want to create a mobile app so kids can access help more easily. I want to partner with schools across the country to identify at-risk students. Michael read through the plan, impressed by the thoroughness and vision. This is incredible, Jasmine. This could change thousands of lives. But I can't do it alone, Jasmine said, her voice breaking. I've tried, Dad. I've tried so hard to make this work without asking for help, but I'm drowning. I'm financially ruined. And I'm so tired of carrying this weight by myself. She looked at her father with tears streaming down her face. I need help. Maya needs help. All these kids need help. And I'm finally ready to admit that I can't save everyone on my own. I need you, Dad. Not just your money, though we need that too. I need your support, your wisdom, your partnership." Michael stood and pulled Jasmine into a hug. "You've got it," he said firmly. "All of it. Whatever you need. We're going to save this foundation, and we're going to grow it into something even bigger than you imagined." Jasmine sobbed against his shoulder. "Thank you. Thank you, Dad." "But," Michael said, pulling back to look at her, "we're doing this together, as partners. This is your foundation, your vision, your mission. I'm not taking over. I'm supporting you." "There's a difference," Jasmine nodded, wiping her face. "Partners," she agreed. "Now," Michael said, "tell me exactly what you need. Let's make a plan." They spent the next 2 hours going over the details. Jasmine explained the foundation's current finances, the loans she had taken, the credit card debt, the unpaid bills. Michael wrote down numbers, made phone calls to his financial advisors, and by the end of the conversation, he had committed to not only paying off all of Jasmine's debts, but also funding the foundation's expansion for the next 5 years. "This is too much," Jasmine protested. "I can't let you." "You're not letting me do anything," Michael interrupted. "I'm choosing to invest in something that matters, something that saves lives. And Jasmine, I want you to understand something." He took her hands. "You saved Maya's life before I even knew she existed. You've been the father to her that I couldn't be. You've been her protector, her advocate, her support system. This foundation, it's not just about Maya. It's about all the kids who are suffering in silence. And if I can help make that mission bigger and stronger, then that's the best investment I could ever make." Jasmine smiled through her tears. "I love you, Dad." "I love you too, sweetheart," Michael said. "Now, tell me about the other 15 kids in the program. Who are they? What are their stories?" Jasmine spent the next hour sharing stories, always keeping names and identifying details private, but giving Michael a sense of the teenagers they were helping. There was a 17-year-old boy whose father was a senator, who was secretly gay and terrified to come out. There was a 14-year-old girl whose mother was a famous actress, who was developing an eating disorder under the pressure to be thin. There was a 16-year-old whose father was a professional athlete, who was having panic attacks before every game he played. With each story, Michael understood more deeply why this work mattered. These weren't just statistics. These were real kids with real pain who needed real help. "When we expand," Michael said thoughtfully, "I want to make sure we're not just helping children of famous people. This needs to be for any teenager who's struggling." "Absolutely," Jasmine agreed. "The foundation has always been for anyone who needs it. Fame or no fame, rich or poor. If a kid is suffering, we help them." "Good," Michael said, "because mental health doesn't discriminate, and it affects everyone." They talked about hiring strategies, about how to find counselors with lived experience, about creating training programs and safety protocols. They discussed the mobile app, what features it would need, how to make it user-friendly, how to ensure privacy and safety for the teenagers using it. By the time they finished planning, the sun was setting outside. Michael realized they had been talking for nearly 8 hours. He was exhausted, emotionally drained, but also energized by the possibility of doing something meaningful. "I should go," Jasmine said, gathering her papers and folders. "You need time to process everything, and I need to check in with Maya. I promised her I would text after I talked to you." "What are you going to tell her?" Michael asked nervously. "The truth," Jasmine said. That I told you everything. That you want to meet her. That you're willing to go at her pace. That you're already supporting the foundation that saved her life." She smiled slightly. "And I'm going to tell her that her father cried when he found out about her. that he feels 15 years of regret and love all at once, that he's not perfect, but he's real. I think she needs to know that. Michael nodded, grateful for Jasmine's wisdom. Start writing the first letter tonight, Jasmine suggested. Don't overthink it. Just tell her who you are, where you came from, what shaped you. Be honest. Be vulnerable. Show her the Michael Jordan that the world doesn't get to see. I will, Michael promised. Jasmine hugged him one more time. Thank you for listening, Dad. Thank you for not being angry at me for keeping this secret. Thank you for understanding why I did what I did. Thank you for protecting Maya, Michael said. Thank you for being brave enough to tell me. Thank you for giving me the chance to be her father, even if it's in an unconventional way. As Jasmine walked to the door, she turned back one more time. Dad? Maya is going to love you. It might take time, but she will. Because underneath all the anger and fear, she's been waiting her whole life for you to show up. You just need to prove to her that you're worth the wait. I will, Michael said with determination. I promise. After Jasmine left, Michael sat in his office, staring at a blank piece of paper. He had faced down the greatest basketball players in the world. He had won championships, built businesses, become a legend. But writing a letter to the daughter he never knew existed, that might be the hardest challenge he had ever faced. He picked up his pen and began to write. Dear Maya, my name is Michael Jordan, and I'm your father. Michael stared at the words he had just written. They looked strange on the page, formal and distant. He crossed them out and started again. Dear Maya, I don't know how to start this letter. I've faced down championship teams, high-pressure situations, moments where millions of people were watching me. But nothing has ever scared me as much as writing these words to you. Better. More honest. He continued writing for 2 hours, filling page after page with his story. He told Maya about growing up in North Carolina, about his parents, about his brothers and sisters. He told her about learning to play basketball in the backyard, about getting cut from his high school varsity team, and how that rejection fueled his drive to succeed. He wrote about meeting Christina, about those few weeks in the summer of 1985 when he was just a young player trying to find his way. He wrote about his regret, not about Maya's existence, never that, but about missing her entire childhood, about not being there when she needed him. When he finally finished the first letter, it was after midnight. His hand was cramping, and he had gone through 10 sheets of paper with false starts and crossed out sentences. But he had something real, something honest, something that showed Maya who he truly was. He sealed the letter in an envelope, addressed it to Jasmine to give to Maya, and set it on his desk. Tomorrow, he would start the second letter, and the next day, another. He would write to his daughter every single day until she was ready to meet him. But as Michael got ready for bed that night, his phone buzzed. It was a text from Jasmine. Dad, we need to talk. Tonight. It's urgent. Can I come back over? Michael's heart seized with fear. Something had happened. Something with Maya. Come now, he texted back. What's wrong? I'll explain when I get there. 20 minutes. Those 20 minutes felt like hours. Michael paced his house, his mind racing through terrible possibilities. Had Maya hurt herself? Had something happened with Christina? Had the news leaked to the media somehow? When Jasmine's car finally pulled into the driveway, Michael was at the door before she even got out. One look at her face told him this was serious. What happened? He asked as she rushed inside. Jasmine was breathing hard, like she had been running. Her face was flushed, and there were fresh tears on her cheeks. Dad, I need to tell you something. Something I should have told you this morning, but I was scared. I thought I could handle it on my own, but I can't. Not anymore. Is it Maya? Is she hurt? Michael's voice was tight with panic. No, she's physically safe, Jasmine said quickly. But Dad, she texted me after I left here. She wanted to know what you said, how you reacted. And I told her everything, that you cried, that you want to meet her, that you're writing her letters. And? Michael prompted, sensing there was more. And she broke down, Jasmine said, her voice cracking. Completely broke down. She sent me dozens of messages, Dad. Some of them scared me. Really scared me. She pulled out her phone and showed Michael the messages. He read them with growing horror. He's going to be disappointed when he meets me. I'm not good enough to be Michael Jordan's daughter. Everyone is going to compare me to you and your other kids, and I'm going to fail. Maybe it would be better if I just disappeared before anyone finds out about me. I don't want to be the daughter who ruins his perfect life. The messages went on, each one darker than the last. Michael felt sick reading them. When did she send these? He asked. Starting about an hour after I left here, Jasmine said. I've been on the phone with her for the past 3 hours, trying to talk her down, trying to keep her safe. Her therapist is on vacation this week, so I can't even get her emergency support from that angle. Where is she now? Michael demanded. At home with Christina. Her mother is watching her. But Dad, Maya is in crisis mode. The reality of everything, knowing you want to meet her, knowing this is actually happening, knowing that soon people will find out she exists, it's overwhelming her. Michael grabbed his car keys. I'm going to St. Louis, tonight, right now. No, Jasmine grabbed his arm. Dad, you can't. That's not what Maya needs right now. Showing up unannounced will only make things worse. She's not ready to meet you face to face. Then what do I do? Michael asked desperately. My daughter is hurting, and I can't just sit here. Jasmine took a deep breath. There's something else I need to tell you. Something about Maya that I haven't mentioned yet. Something that makes this whole situation even more complicated. Michael felt his stomach drop. What? Sit down, Dad, Jasmine said gently. They sat in the living room, and Jasmine pulled out her folder again. She removed a medical report and handed it to Michael. This is from Maya's therapist, with her permission to share it with me, Jasmine explained. Dad, Maya doesn't just have anxiety and depression. She has something called attachment disorder. It developed from her unstable childhood, the moving, Christina's addiction, the lack of consistent parental figures. Michael read the report, struggling to understand all the clinical terms. What does that mean exactly? He asked. It means Maya has severe difficulty forming healthy attachments to people, Jasmine explained. She wants connection desperately, but she's also terrified of it. She pushes people away before they can abandon her. She tests relationships constantly to see if people will stay or leave. She looked at her father seriously. Dad, when Maya meets you, if she meets you, she's going to test you. She's going to push you away, say hurtful things, try to make you prove that you won't abandon her like she believes everyone else has. And if you react badly to those tests, if you get angry or give up, it will confirm all her worst fears about herself. Michael absorbed this information. So the letters aren't enough. Even when we do meet, it's going to be difficult. Extremely difficult, Jasmine confirmed. Maya's therapist warned me that this process could take years. Years of building trust, proving consistency, showing up even when Maya pushes away. Are you ready for that? Dad, really ready? Yes, Michael said without hesitation. Whatever it takes, however long it takes. She's my daughter." "I believe you," Jasmine said. "But Dad, there's more. And this is the part I've been most afraid to tell you." Michael braced himself. "Tell me." Jasmine's hands were shaking as she pulled out one more document. "When I met with Christina, she told me something about Maya's medical history. Something that Maya doesn't even know yet because Christina has been too afraid to tell her." "What is it?" Michael asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Maya has a genetic heart condition," Jasmine said, tears streaming down her face. "A condition that Christina believes came from your side of the family. It's manageable with medication, but it's serious, Dad. It's why Maya gets tired easily. Why she sometimes has chest pains. Why she's been to the emergency room twice in the past year." Michael felt like the room was spinning. "My father," he said quietly. "My father had heart problems. It's what made him vulnerable when he was murdered." "I know," Jasmine said. "Christina researched your family medical history after Maya was diagnosed. She's been managing Maya's condition quietly, but Maya needs to know the truth. She needs proper treatment from specialists. She needs her father's medical insurance," Michael finished, understanding. "She needs access to the best doctors, the best care." "Yes," Jasmine said. "But Dad, to get that, we have to establish paternity legally, which means tests, lawyers, potentially media attention. Christina has been putting it off because she's terrified of what it will mean for Maya emotionally. But we can't wait much longer. Maya's health depends on it." Michael stood and walked to the window, his mind reeling. In one day, he had learned he had a daughter. He had learned she was struggling emotionally. And now he learned her life was literally at risk because of a genetic condition she inherited from him. "How serious is it?" he asked, his back still turned. "With proper treatment, she can live a normal life," Jasmine said. "But without it, Christina's doctor said Maya could have serious complications, potentially even a heart attack, especially if she's under extreme stress." "Stress? Like finding out Michael Jordan is her father and having her entire world turned upside down," Michael said bitterly. "Yes," Jasmine admitted. Dad, that's why I'm so scared right now. Maya is under tremendous stress. Her emotions are all over the place. And if something happens to her heart while she's in this state..." She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Michael turned around, his face set with determination. "We need a plan. Right now. Tonight. We need to figure out how to get Maya the medical care she needs, how to support her emotionally, how to establish paternity without causing a media circus. All of it." "I know," Jasmine said. "That's why I came back. I can't carry this alone anymore, Dad. This is too big, too complicated, too important." "You're not alone anymore," Michael said firmly. "We're in this together now. You, me, Christina, Maya's doctors. We're going to build a team around her. And we're going to protect her and support her and make sure she gets through this." He sat back down next to Jasmine. "Here's what we're going to do. First thing tomorrow morning, you're going to call Christina. Tell her I want to talk to her, that I'm not angry, that I want to help. We need to coordinate on Maya's medical care immediately." Jasmine nodded, taking notes on her phone. "Second," Michael continued, "I'm going to call my lawyers. We need to figure out how to establish paternity quietly, without it becoming public knowledge. At least not yet. Not until Maya is ready for that." "That's going to be difficult," Jasmine warned. "People talk. Courts have records." "Then we find a way to seal those records," Michael said. "I'll pay whatever it costs, call in whatever favors I need to. Maya's privacy and safety come first." "Okay," Jasmine agreed. Third, Michael said, I want to talk to Maya's therapist. With Maya's permission, obviously. I need to understand exactly what we're dealing with, how to best support her, what mistakes to avoid. Her therapist gets back from vacation in 4 days, Jasmine said. I can set up a call. Good, Michael said. And fourth, I want you to give Maya my first letter tomorrow. Let her read it. Let her know I'm here, that I'm not going anywhere. Even if she pushes me away, I'm staying. Jasmine wiped her eyes. Dad, I have to be honest with you. There's a real possibility that Maya might never be ready to meet you, that the fear and the attachment issues might be too strong. Are you prepared for that? Michael was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, I have to believe she'll come around eventually. I have to believe that love and patience and consistency will win in the end. But Jasmine, even if Maya never wants to meet me, even if all I ever am to her is letters and financial support, I'm still her father. I still have a responsibility to protect her, to provide for her, to make sure she has every opportunity to heal and thrive. That's all I needed to hear, Jasmine said softly. They spent the next hour making detailed plans. They discussed timing, logistics, contingencies. They talked about how to involve the rest of the family, when to tell Michael's other children that they had a sister, how to handle questions from relatives. What about Mom? Jasmine asked carefully. Are you going to tell her? Michael sighed. I have to. She deserves to know. But Jasmine, this is going to be hard for her to hear. It's going to bring up a lot of complicated feelings. I know, Jasmine said. But Dad, Mom is strong, and she loves you. She'll understand that this happened before you even met her, that you didn't know. I hope you're right, Michael said. As Jasmine was preparing to leave for the second time that night, her phone buzzed. She looked at the screen, and her face went pale. It's Maya, she said, her voice shaking. She read the message, and tears immediately filled her eyes. What does it say? Michael asked, moving closer. Jasmine turned the phone so he could see. I'm sorry for being such a burden. Tell my father, I'm sorry I'm not the daughter he deserved. Tell him he would have been better off never knowing I existed. Tell everyone I'm sorry. Oh, God, Michael breathed. Jasmine, that sounds like a goodbye message, Jasmine finished, already dialing Maya's number. Dad, call 911 in St. Louis, now. Give them Christina's address. Michael's hands shook as he grabbed his phone and dialed 911. He gave them Christina's address, information Jasmine had written down earlier, and explained that a 15-year-old girl might be in danger of hurting herself. Meanwhile, Jasmine had Maya on the phone. Michael could hear her side of the conversation, her voice urgent but calm, using the skills she had developed over 3 years of crisis counseling. Maya, I need you to stay on the phone with me, Jasmine was saying. Where are you right now? Are you in your room? Is your mom home? Michael paced frantically, listening to Jasmine's questions while waiting for the 911 dispatcher to confirm that emergency services were on their way. Emergency services are dispatched to that address, the dispatcher told Michael. Expected arrival time is 6 minutes. Please stay on the line. Maya, listen to me, Jasmine continued, her voice steady despite the tears streaming down her face. I need you to tell me what you took. Did you take pills? Maya, please, answer me. Michael's heart stopped. He moved closer to Jasmine, desperate to hear Maya's response. She says she has the pills in her hand but hasn't taken them yet, Jasmine told Michael, her hand covering the phone. Then back to Maya. That's good, sweetie. That's really good. I need you to put those pills down right now. Can you do that for me? There was a long pause. Michael could hear a faint voice on the other end of the line. Young, scared, crying. "I know you're scared," Jasmine said gently. "I know everything feels overwhelming right now. But Maya, taking those pills isn't going to make the fear go away. It's just going to end everything, including all the good things that could still happen." Michael grabbed a piece of paper and wrote, "Tell her I love her. Tell her I want to know her." He held it up to Jasmine. Jasmine nodded. "Maya, your father is here with me right now. He wants you to know something. He wants you to know that he loves you, that he's been crying since he found out about you, that he wants to know you, wants to be part of your life." "She doesn't believe me," Jasmine mouthed to Michael, listening to Maya's response. Michael made a decision. He grabbed the phone from Jasmine's hand. "Maya, this is Michael. This is your dad." There was silence on the other end. Then a small, broken voice. "You're real." "I'm real," Michael said, his voice cracking with emotion. "I'm right here. And Maya, I need you to listen to me very carefully. I know we've never met. I know I wasn't there for you growing up. But I'm here now, and I'm begging you. Please don't hurt yourself. Please give yourself a chance to know me, to let me know you." "I'm not good enough to be your daughter," Maya whispered. "Everyone is going to know, and they're going to see how broken I am, and they're going to wonder why someone like you has a daughter like me." Michael felt his heart shatter. "Maya, you listen to me right now. You are exactly the daughter I would want. And you don't have to be anything other than who you are. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to impress anyone. You just have to be you. And that's enough. That's more than enough." "You don't know me," Maya said. "You don't know all the terrible things about me." "Then let me learn them," Michael said. "Let me get to know all of you, the good parts and the hard parts. Maya, I'm not going anywhere. I promise you that. Whether you want to meet me tomorrow or next year or never, I'm still your father. I'm still here." He could hear sirens in the background through the phone. "The police are coming," Maya said, panic in her voice. "I don't want them to come. I don't want everyone to know." "They're coming because we love you," Michael interrupted. "Because your life matters, Maya. It matters to your mom, to Jasmine. And it matters to me. We can't lose you. I can't lose you, not when I just found out you exist." There was the sound of knocking on the other end, then Christina's voice calling Maya's name. "My mom is here," Maya said. "She's going to be so disappointed in me." "She's going to be relieved that you're safe," Michael corrected. "Maya, I want you to open the door. Let your mom and the paramedics help you. Can you do that?" "I'm scared," Maya whispered. "I know," Michael said softly. "But being scared doesn't mean you're weak. It means you're human. And Maya, I've been scared too. More times than I can count. Being brave doesn't mean not being scared. It means doing the right thing even when you're terrified." There was a long pause. Then Michael heard footsteps, a door opening, Christina's voice mixed with relief and fear, and the sound of paramedics entering. "Maya, are you still there?" Michael asked. "I'm here," Maya said quietly. "They're checking me out. I didn't take the pills. I wanted to, but I didn't." Michael closed his eyes, relief washing over him. "Thank God. Thank you for staying alive, Maya. Thank you for giving us a chance." A paramedic took the phone. "Sir, this is EMT Rodriguez. Is this the father?" "Yes," Michael said without hesitation. It was the first time he had claimed that title out loud to anyone besides Jasmine. "I'm her father. Is she okay?" "She's physically unharmed," the paramedic said. We're going to transport her to the hospital for evaluation. Standard procedure in these situations. Her mother will accompany her. Would you like the hospital contact information? Yes, Michael said immediately. And please, tell Maya I'll call her at the hospital. Tell her I'm not going anywhere. I'll let her know, the paramedic said. The call ended. Michael stood in his living room, still holding the phone, his entire body shaking. Jasmine was crying on the couch. They had come so close to losing Maya before Michael even had a chance to meet her. I should have told you everything sooner, Jasmine said between sobs. I should have told you weeks ago, months ago. Then maybe Maya wouldn't be in crisis right now. Stop, Michael said firmly. He sat beside her and pulled her close. You did the best you could with an impossible situation. You saved Maya's life 3 years ago, and you saved it again tonight. None of this is your fault. But if I had just... No, Michael interrupted. No more what-ifs. We're here now. And we're dealing with this now. And we're going to get through it together. They sat in silence for a few minutes, both processing what had just happened. Finally, Michael stood up. I need to tell you something, he said. Something I've never told anyone except your mother. Something I should have told you years ago when you were struggling. But I was too proud, too afraid to admit it. Jasmine looked up at him, curious despite her emotional exhaustion. Michael walked to the window and looked out at the Chicago skyline. When I was playing basketball, everyone saw this fearless competitor who thrived under pressure. And that was true, in some ways. But Jasmine, what nobody knew, what I never let anyone see, was that I was terrified most of the time. He turned to face her. Before big games, I would throw up from nervousness. In the locker room, while everyone thought I was mentally preparing, I was actually fighting off panic attacks. I just learned how to hide it better than most people. Jasmine's eyes widened. Dad, I never knew. Nobody knew, Michael said. That was the point. I thought that admitting fear, admitting anxiety, would make me weak, would give my opponents an advantage. So I buried it deep and pretended to be invincible. He sat back down beside her. After my father was murdered in 1993, I fell apart. Completely fell apart. That's part of why I retired from basketball the first time. Everyone thought I was just grieving normally, but Jasmine, I couldn't function. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. I would sit in my house and stare at walls for hours. You never talked about that, Jasmine said softly. I was ashamed, Michael admitted. Michael Jordan wasn't supposed to break down. Michael Jordan was supposed to be strong, to push through, to keep winning. So I threw myself into baseball, into anything that would distract me from the pain. And I told myself I was fine, even though I wasn't. He took Jasmine's hand. When you were growing up, I was so focused on being successful, on being the champion everyone expected me to be, that I forgot to be human. I forgot to show you that it's okay to struggle, to ask for help, to admit when you're drowning. Tears rolled down his cheeks. If I had been honest with you about my own struggles, maybe you would have felt safe telling me about yours. Maybe you wouldn't have felt like you had to be perfect. Maybe Maya wouldn't feel like she has to live up to some impossible standard. Dad, Jasmine started, but Michael kept talking. I failed you, Jasmine. Not because I wasn't present enough or didn't love you enough. I failed you because I taught you, by example, that showing weakness was unacceptable, that asking for help was failure, that being anything less than perfect was disappointing. He looked at her intently. But I'm done with that. I'm done pretending to be invincible. Because the truth is, I'm scared to death right now. I'm scared of losing Maya before I get to know her. I'm scared of failing her the way I failed you. I'm scared that I don't know how to be the father she needs." "You're already being the father she needs," Jasmine said, squeezing his hand. "You answered the phone tonight when she needed you. You told her she was enough just as she is. You promised not to leave. That's exactly what she needs." Michael shook his head. "So, but what if it's not enough? What if—" "Dad," Jasmine interrupted gently, "you're doing to yourself what Maya does to herself. You're catastrophizing, imagining the worst possible outcome, convincing yourself you're going to fail before you even try. Do you hear how similar that sounds to the messages Maya was sending?" Michael stopped, considering this. "We're more alike than I realized." "You are," Jasmine agreed. "You both expect perfection from yourselves. You both think admitting struggle means you're weak. You both push people away because you're afraid of disappointing them." She smiled through her tears. "Maybe that's why you two need to meet. Maybe you need to see your own struggles reflected in her so you can finally give yourself the same compassion you're willing to give her. And maybe she needs to see that even Michael Jordan, even the greatest champion of all time, is still just a human being who gets scared and makes mistakes and needs help sometimes." Michael absorbed his daughter's wisdom. When had Jasmine become so insightful? When had she learned to see through people's defenses so clearly? "You're going to be an incredible therapist one day," he said. "Actually, you already are." "I learned from the best," Jasmine said. "My therapist saved my life. Now, I want to do the same for others." Michael's phone rang. It was a St. Louis area code. He answered immediately. "Mr. Jordan, this is Dr. Patricia Chen from St. Louis Children's Hospital. I'm calling about Maya Rodriguez." "Is she okay?" Michael asked, his heart racing. "She's stable," Dr. Chen assured him. "Physically, she's fine. And we're keeping her overnight for psychiatric observation, which is standard protocol. She's agreed to talk to our mental health team." "Can I talk to her?" Michael asked. "She's asked to speak with you, actually," Dr. Chen said. "Let me transfer you to her room." There was a click, some rustling sounds, and then a small, frightened voice. "Hello." "Maya," Michael said, relief flooding through him. "How are you feeling?" "Embarrassed," Maya admitted. "Scared. Tired. I'm sorry I freaked out. I'm sorry I almost—" "Don't apologize," Michael said firmly. "You reached out for help when you needed it. That's brave, not embarrassing. I'm proud of you for that." There was a pause. Then Maya said quietly, "You're proud of me? But you don't even know me." "I know you've survived things that would have broken most people," Michael said. "Oh, I know you've been fighting to stay alive even when everything felt impossible. I know you reached out to Jasmine's foundation instead of suffering in silence. Those things tell me you're strong, resilient, and brave. So yes, I'm proud of you." He could hear Maya crying softly. "I don't feel strong. I feel broken." "Broken things can be fixed," Michael said. "And Maya, I want to help fix whatever's broken, not by myself. You've got your mom, Jasmine, your therapist, a whole team of people who love you. But I want to be part of that team, if you'll let me." "Even though I'm messed up?" Maya asked. "Even though I have mental health problems and a heart condition, and I'm not like your other kids?" "Especially because of those things," Michael said. "Maya, my other children had advantages you didn't have. They had a father who was present, financial security, opportunities. But you survived without any of that. You made it to 15 years old despite every obstacle in your path. That makes you incredibly special." Jasmine said you want to write me letters, Maya said hesitantly. I do, Michael confirmed. I wrote the first one tonight, before all this happened. Would you like me to send it to you? There was a long pause. Michael held his breath, waiting for her answer. Okay, Maya finally said. You can send me a letter, but I don't know if I'll write back. I don't know if I'm ready for that yet. That's okay, Michael said quickly. You don't have to write back. You can just read them. And if you never want to write back, that's okay too. There's no pressure, no expectations. I just want you to know who I am. Why? Maya asked, her voice small. Why do you care about me? You have other kids, successful kids who make you proud. Why would you want the broken one? Michael felt his voice break as he answered. Because you're mine, Maya. You're my daughter. And I love you. I loved you from the moment Jasmine told me you existed. I will love you every day for the rest of my life, whether we ever meet in person or not. That's what fathers do. They love their children, no matter what. Maya was crying harder now. I want to believe you. I want to believe that so badly. Then believe it, Michael said gently. Give me a chance to prove it to you. One letter at a time, one day at a time. I'm not going anywhere, Maya. I promise you that. Maya was quiet for a moment, and Michael could hear her trying to steady her breathing. Finally, she said, Okay, you can send the letters. Yeah, but I need you to promise me something. Anything, Michael said immediately. Promise me you won't tell anyone about me yet, Maya said, her voice trembling. I know eventually people will find out, but I'm not ready for the whole world to know that Michael Jordan has another daughter, especially not a daughter like me. Michael's heart ached at her words. Maya, there's nothing wrong with you. But yes, I promise. We'll keep this private for as long as you need. Nobody will know until you're ready. Thank you, Maya whispered. Then, after a pause, Can I talk to Jasmine again? Of course, Michael said. He handed the phone back to Jasmine, who had been listening to the entire conversation with tears streaming down her face. Hey, Maya, Jasmine said softly. You did so good tonight. I'm so proud of you. Michael watched as Jasmine talked to Maya, offering comfort and reassurance. After a few minutes, she hung up and turned to him. Christina wants to talk to you, Jasmine said. I gave her your number. She's going to call tomorrow after Maya is released from the hospital. Good, Michael said. We need to discuss Maya's medical care, the legal situation, all of it. Jasmine nodded, then checked her watch. It was nearly 3 in the morning. Dad, I should go home. You need rest. We both do. Stay here tonight, Michael offered. Take one of the guest rooms. It's too late to drive home, and honestly, I don't want to be alone right now. Jasmine agreed, and they went upstairs. But before she went to her room, she turned back to Michael. Dad, thank you for tonight, for everything, for listening, for helping, for being there for Maya when she needed you. I should be thanking you, Michael said. You've been carrying this enormous weight by yourself. But you're not alone anymore. We're a team now. Jasmine hugged him goodnight, and Michael went to his own room. But sleep was impossible. His mind kept replaying the night's events, hearing Maya's voice for the first time, the terror when he thought he might lose her, the relief when she agreed to accept his letters. He got out of bed and returned to his office. The letter he had written earlier was still on his desk. He opened it and read it again, wondering if it was good enough, if it would help Maya understand who he really was. Then he pulled out another sheet of paper and started a second letter. Dear Maya, tonight I almost lost you before I ever got to meet you. It was the most terrifying moment of my life. And I've lived through a lot of scary moments. But nothing, absolutely nothing, compares to the fear of losing a child. He wrote for 2 more hours, pouring his heart onto the page. He told Maya about his own battles with anxiety, about the panic attacks before games, about the depression after his father's death. He told her things he had never admitted to anyone, not even his wife. "I spent my whole life trying to be perfect," he wrote. "Trying to be the champion everyone expected. But Maya, perfection is a prison. It kept me from being honest about my struggles. It kept me from asking for help when I needed it. And I don't want you to make the same mistakes I did. You don't have to be perfect to be loved. You don't have to hide your pain to be worthy. You don't have to pretend to be strong every second of every day. You just have to be you, the real you, with all your struggles and all your strength." When he finally finished, the sun was starting to rise. Michael sealed both letters in envelopes and set them aside to send to Jasmine later that day. He heard movement downstairs and found Jasmine making coffee in the kitchen. "Couldn't sleep either?" she asked. "Wrote another letter instead," Michael admitted. "I needed to tell Maya more about my own struggles, about understanding what she's going through." Jasmine smiled. "That's perfect, Dad. That's exactly what she needs to hear." They sat at the kitchen table, drinking coffee and watching the sunrise through the windows. For a while, neither of them spoke. They were both exhausted, emotionally drained from the night's crisis. Finally, Jasmine broke the silence. "Dad, I need to tell you something else, something I've been holding back." Michael looked at her, sensing that whatever was coming was important. "What is it?" Jasmine took a deep breath. "This isn't just about Maya. It's about the foundation, about the work we're doing. There's a bigger picture here that you need to understand." She pulled out her phone and showed him statistics. 1 in 5 teenagers experiences a mental health disorder. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for people aged 15 to 24. And the kids who are at highest risk? They're the ones who feel like they can't talk to anyone. The ones who think they have to be perfect. The ones who are struggling in silence. Michael nodded, listening intently. "Kids like Maya," Jasmine continued. "Kids like I was. And Dad. There are millions of them out there. Millions of teenagers who need help, but don't know where to find it, or are too afraid to ask for it." She showed him more data, research studies, surveys, reports from mental health organizations. "The foundation I started, it's helping 16 kids right now. With your support, we could help hundreds. But Dad, I think we need to think even bigger than that." "What do you mean?" Michael asked. "I mean, we have an opportunity here to change the entire conversation about mental health," Jasmine said, her eyes bright with passion despite her exhaustion. "Your story, our story, Maya's story. If we handle this right, if we share it when the time is right, we could help break down the stigma around mental health struggles." Michael was intrigued but cautious. "See, how would we do that without violating Maya's privacy?" "We wouldn't share anything without her permission," Jasmine said quickly. "But Dad, think about it. When people find out that even Michael Jordan's children have struggled with mental health issues, when they learn that even the greatest champion of all time has battled anxiety and depression, it changes the narrative. It shows people that mental health struggles don't discriminate, that asking for help isn't weakness." She leaned forward intently. "I'm not saying we do this now. Maya needs time to heal, to get stable, to decide what she wants. But eventually, if she's willing, our family's story could save lives. It could encourage parents to really listen to their kids. It could inspire teenagers to reach out for help instead of suffering in silence. Michael considered this, though the idea of sharing such personal struggles publicly made him uncomfortable. His entire career had been built on projecting strength, invincibility. But Jasmine was right. That very image had contributed to his own children feeling like they couldn't show weakness. "If Maya agrees," Michael said carefully, "and only if Maya agrees, then yes. We could use our story to help others. But Jasmine, that's a decision for much later. Right now, we focus on getting Maya healthy and stable." "Agreed," Jasmine said. "I just wanted you to know what I've been thinking about. The foundation could be so much more than what it is now. It could be a movement." Michael smiled at his daughter's vision and determination. "You're going to change the world, Jasmine. I have no doubt about that." His phone rang, interrupting the moment. When he looked at the screen, it was a St. Louis number. "This might be Christina," he said, answering. "Hello? Mr. Jordan? This is Christina Rodriguez." Her voice was older than Michael remembered, rougher, marked by years of struggle. But he could still hear traces of the 19-year-old girl he had known. "Christina," Michael said, his voice gentle. "Thank you for calling. How's Maya?" "She's sleeping now," Christina said. "They're going to release her this afternoon with a referral to an intensive outpatient program. But, Mr. Jordan, Michael, we need to talk. About Maya, about her medical needs, about everything." "I agree," Michael said. "I want to help in any way I can. Maya's health is the priority." Christina was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "I need to apologize to you for not telling you about Maya, so for keeping her from you all these years. I thought I was doing the right thing, but now I see—" "Christina," Michael interrupted gently, "I'm not angry. I'm not calling to blame you or make you feel worse. What's done is done. The only thing that matters now is Maya's future, not the past." He could hear Christina crying softly. "Thank you for saying that. I've been so afraid to talk to you. Afraid you would hate me, or try to take Maya away from me, or—" "I would never try to take Maya away from you," Michael said firmly. "You're her mother. You raised her. You've been there for her through everything. I just want to be part of her life too, in whatever way makes sense." "Jasmine said you want to help with Maya's medical care," Christina said. "Her heart condition. It's expensive. The medications, the specialist visits, the tests. I've been managing it as best I can, but she needs better care," Michael finished. "I understand. Christina, I want to make sure Maya has access to the best cardiologists, the best treatment, whatever she needs. And I want to handle all the costs. You shouldn't have to worry about money on top of everything else." "I don't want your charity," Christina said, pride in her voice. "It's not charity," Michael corrected. "It's a father taking care of his daughter. And Christina, legally, I should have been contributing to Maya's care all along. If I had known she existed, I would have been. So please, let me do this now." Christina was silent for a long moment. Then she said quietly, "Okay, but I want to be involved in all the medical decisions. I'm still her mother." "Absolutely," Michael agreed. "We're partners in this, Christina. So all of us, you, me, Jasmine, Maya's doctors, we're all working together for Maya's benefit." They talked for another 30 minutes, discussing practicalities. Michael explained his plan to establish paternity quietly, to get Maya added to his health insurance, to set up a trust fund for her future. Christina shared Maya's complete medical history and the names of her current doctors. "There's one more thing," Christina said as they were wrapping up the conversation. Maya is angry at me right now. She feels like I lied to her by not telling her about you sooner. She's not wrong. I did lie. But I need you to understand something." "What's that?" Michael asked. "I loved you," Christina said simply. "Back in 1985, I really loved you. I know it was just a few weeks. I know you didn't feel the same way. But for me, it was real. And when I found out I was pregnant, part of me wanted to tell you because I hoped maybe you would love me back. But I was terrified that you would think I was trying to trap you." She took a shaky breath. "So I ran. I ran because I was scared and young and stupid. And every year after that, it got harder to come forward. How do you tell Michael Jordan he has a daughter after 1 year? After 5 years? After 10? It felt impossible." "I understand," Michael said softly. "I named her Maya Christina because I wanted her to have a piece of you," Christina continued. "MCJ, like your initials. It was my way of keeping you in her life, even though you didn't know she existed. And I told her stories about you, not your name, but about a basketball player who was kind and funny and ambitious. I wanted her to know that her father was a good person, even if he wasn't there." Michael felt his throat tighten. "Thank you for that, for not teaching her to hate me." "How could I teach her to hate you when I never stopped loving you?" Christina said, then laughed bitterly. "That sounds pathetic, doesn't it? Pining after a man I dated for a few weeks 36 years ago." "It doesn't sound pathetic," Michael said. "It sounds like you've carried a heavy burden for a very long time." "I have," Christina admitted. "And Michael, I want you to know, I'm sober now. I've been clean for 2 years. I'm in therapy. I'm trying to be the mother Maya deserves. I know I failed her for a long time, but I'm fighting to do better." "Maya told Jasmine about your recovery," Michael said. "And Christina, everyone deserves credit for getting better, not for doing the hard work of healing. I'm proud of you for that." Christina's voice broke. "Thank you. That means more than you know." They ended the call with plans to talk again in a few days, after Maya had settled into her outpatient program. Michael sat in the kitchen, processing the conversation. Christina still loved him after all these years. Maya was angry at her mother. The whole situation was complicated and messy and heartbreaking. Jasmine had been listening to his side of the conversation. "That sounded intense," she said. "It was," Michael agreed, "but necessary. Christina and I need to be able to work together if we're going to help Maya." His phone buzzed with a text. It was from Maya. "Thank you for last night, for talking me down, for not being mad at me. I read your first letter that Jasmine gave to the hospital. It made me cry, in a good way." Michael's heart soared. She had read his letter. She was responding. "I'm glad," he texted back. "I meant every word. I'm sending you another letter today. No pressure to read it right away or to respond. Just know I'm thinking about you." "Okay," Maya texted back. "I'm thinking about you too. It's weird. I have a dad now. I don't know what to do with that information." Michael smiled through his tears. "You don't have to do anything with it yet. Just take it one day at a time. We'll figure this out together." "One day at a time," Maya agreed. "That's what my therapist always says." "Smart therapist," Michael responded. "I have to go. The doctors want to talk to me. But thank you. For existing. For caring. For not giving up on me even though I'm a mess." "You're not a mess," Michael typed. "So you're a fighter. And I'm honored to be your dad." There was a long pause. Then Maya sent one more message. "I'm honored to be your daughter, even though I'm scared of what that means." Michael showed the messages to Jasmine, who burst into tears. "She's going to be okay," Jasmine said, hope shining in her eyes for the first time all night. "Dad, I think she's actually going to be okay." "We're all going to be okay," Michael said, believing it for the first time since this whole journey began. "It's going to be hard, and it's going to take time, but we're going to get through this as a family." Jasmine hugged him tight. "I love you, Dad. Thank you for being exactly who Maya needed you to be." "I love you too, sweetheart," Michael said. "And thank you for being brave enough to tell me the truth, for trusting me with this secret, for believing I could handle it." They stood in the kitchen, holding each other as the morning sun filled the room with light. Outside, the city was waking up, people starting their days with no idea that Michael Jordan's world had just been completely transformed. But inside this house, a new family was beginning to form. A father who had just discovered his daughter, a daughter who had just found her father, and a sister who had bridged the gap between them, saving lives in the process. It wasn't a perfect family. It was complicated and messy and would require years of work to fully heal. But it was real. It was honest. And it was worth fighting for. 3 days later, Michael sat in his office on a video call with Maya's therapist, Dr. Sarah Martinez. Jasmine had arranged the call, and Maya had given permission for her father to speak with her therapist about her treatment. "Mr. Jordan, I want to start by saying that Maya has made remarkable progress over the past 3 years," Dr. Martinez said. She was a woman in her 50s with kind eyes and a calm demeanor. "When she first came to us, she was in crisis, actively self-harming, experiencing suicidal ideation daily, unable to function in school. The work she's done to get to where she is now has been extraordinary." "But she's not fully stable yet," Michael said, thinking about the crisis 3 nights ago. "No," Dr. Martinez agreed. "Maya has complex trauma from her childhood. Neglect, instability, exposure to her mother's addiction. That kind of trauma doesn't heal quickly. It requires years of consistent work. And now, with the added stress of learning about you and processing these new family dynamics, the situation has become more complicated." "What can I do to help?" Michael asked. "How can I be there for her without making things worse?" Dr. Martinez smiled. "The fact that you're asking that question tells me you're already on the right track. Mr. Jordan, Maya needs several things from you. First, she needs consistency. You have to show up, through letters, through phone calls, whatever communication she's comfortable with, every single day, no matter what." "I can do that," Michael said. "Second, she needs patience," Dr. Martinez continued. "Maya will test you. She'll push you away to see if you'll leave like she believes everyone else has. She might say hurtful things, reject your attempts at connection, tell you she doesn't need you. Those are defense mechanisms. They're not personal, even though they'll feel personal." Michael nodded, taking notes. "Third, she needs honesty," Dr. Martinez said. "Maya has excellent radar for inauthenticity. If you make promises you can't keep, if you try to be perfect instead of real, she'll sense it and shut down. You need to be genuinely yourself, flaws and all." Jasmine said the same thing, Michael said. "That I need to show Maya I'm human, not just the perfect champion everyone thinks I am." "Exactly," Dr. Martinez agreed. "Maya needs to see that struggling doesn't make you weak, that asking for help is strength, that you can have mental health challenges and still be successful, still be loved, still be worthy." They talked for another 45 minutes about strategies for supporting Maya, warning signs to watch for, and the importance of coordinating care between all the adults in Maya's life. By the end of the call, Michael felt more equipped to navigate this new relationship. That afternoon, Jasmine stopped by with updates on the foundation. Michael had already transferred enough money to cover all the debts and fund operations for the next year, but they were working on a long-term strategic plan for expansion. "I met with 3 potential new counselors this week," Jasmine said, spreading out resumes on Michael's desk. "All of them have lived experience with mental health struggles. All of them are passionate about helping teenagers. I think they'd be perfect additions to the team." Michael reviewed the resumes, impressed by the candidates. "Hire all 3, he said. "Gee, we need to grow the team if we're going to help more kids." "Are you sure?" Jasmine asked. "That's a significant financial commitment." "I'm sure," Michael said firmly. "This foundation is going to be my legacy, Jasmine. Not basketball, not business deals. This, helping kids like Maya, like you, like all the teenagers who are suffering in silence. That's what matters." Jasmine beamed at him. "Dad, I've been thinking about something. Once we get the foundation more established, once Maya is more stable, I'd like to eventually tell our story publicly." "Not right away," she added quickly, seeing Michael's concerned expression. "But someday, because our family's story could help so many people." "I've been thinking about that too," Michael admitted. "And you're right. Eventually, if Maya is willing, sharing our story could make a real difference. But for now, we focus on the work, on helping kids one by one." "Agreed," Jasmine said. Then she pulled out her phone. "Actually, Dad, there's something I need to show you. Something Maya sent me this morning." She turned her phone screen toward Michael. It was a text message from Maya, and attached was a photograph. Michael leaned closer to see it clearly. The photo showed a young girl, Maya, sitting at a desk, holding up Michael's letter. She wasn't smiling, but her eyes were clear, focused. She looked tired but alive. The text below the photo read, "Tell my dad I'm reading his letters, all of them, and I'm starting to believe that maybe I'm not alone anymore." Michael felt tears spring to his eyes. "She called me her dad," he whispered. "She did," Jasmine said softly. "That's huge, Dad. That's a breakthrough." Michael stared at the photo, memorizing every detail of Maya's face. His daughter. His brave, struggling, beautiful daughter who was learning to trust him one letter at a time. "I need to write her another letter," Michael said, reaching for paper. "I need to tell her how proud I am of her." "Actually, Dad," Jasmine said, "Maya asked me something this morning. Something I wanted to talk to you about before I answered." "What did she ask?" Jasmine took a deep breath. "She asked if she could call you. Not text, not letters, an actual phone conversation. She said she wants to hear your voice again, wants to have a real conversation when she's not in crisis mode." Michael's heart leaped. "When? Today? Now?" "Slow down," Jasmine said, laughing. "She's in her outpatient therapy program most of the day, but she suggested tomorrow evening, around 7 o'clock. She said that gives her time to prepare, to figure out what she wants to say." "Tell her yes," Michael said immediately. "Tell her I'll be here, waiting for her call." "I will," Jasmine said. "But Dad, I need to prepare you for something. This conversation might not go the way you hope. Maya might spend the whole time testing you, asking hard questions, pushing boundaries. You need to be ready for that." "I'm ready," Michael said. "Whatever she needs to ask, whatever she needs to say, I can handle it." The next day crawled by. Michael tried to work, to focus on his businesses, but his mind kept drifting to the evening's phone call. He rehearsed things he wanted to say, then discarded them as too formal, too rehearsed. He needed to just be real, to be present, and to let the conversation unfold naturally. At 6:45, he sat in his office, phone on the desk in front of him, hands shaking slightly from nerves. At 6:58, Jasmine texted him, "She's about to call. You've got this, Dad. Just be yourself." At exactly 7 o'clock, his phone rang. The screen showed a St. Louis number, Maya's number. Michael took a deep breath and answered. "Hello, Maya." "Hi," came the quiet response. Maya's voice was soft, uncertain. "Is this weird? This feels weird." Michael laughed, relieved by her honesty. "It's definitely weird. I'm talking to my daughter for the first time when she's not in crisis, and I have no idea what to say." "You just said something," Maya pointed out, and Michael could hear a hint of amusement in her voice. "I guess I did," Michael said, smiling. "How are you feeling today?" "Tired," Maya said honestly. "The outpatient program is intense. 3 hours of therapy every day. Group sessions, individual sessions, medication management. It's a lot." "But it's helping?" Michael asked hopefully. "Yeah," Maya admitted. "I think it is. My therapist says I'm making progress. I haven't had any thoughts about hurting myself since that night. That's good, right?" "That's really good," Michael said, relief flooding through him. "I'm proud of you for doing the work, for showing up even when it's hard." There was a pause. Then Maya said, "Can I ask you something?" "Anything," Michael said. "In your letters, you talk about your panic attacks before games, about being scared a lot of the time, but you never showed it. You always looked confident and strong. How did you do that?" Michael considered his answer carefully. "Honestly, I don't know if hiding it was the right choice. I thought I was being strong, but maybe I was just being scared of being vulnerable. Maybe if I had been honest about my struggles, other people would have felt more comfortable being honest about theirs." "Like me," Maya said quietly. "Like you," Michael agreed. "Maya, I spent my whole career building this image of perfection, of invincibility. And you know what? That image hurt my relationship with my kids. It made them feel like they had to be perfect too, like showing weakness was unacceptable. I don't want to make that mistake with you." "So you're saying it's okay that I'm messed up?" Maya asked. And Michael could hear the vulnerability in her voice. "You're not messed up," Michael said firmly. You're dealing with real challenges, mental health struggles, a heart condition, complex family dynamics. Those things don't make you messed up. They make you human. And Maya, being human is enough. You don't have to be perfect or extraordinary. You just have to be you." He heard Maya sniffling. "No one's ever said that to me before. Everyone always expects me to be better, to try harder, to fix myself." "Well, I'm saying it now," Michael said, "and I'll keep saying it until you believe it. You are enough, exactly as you are." They talked for another hour. Maya asked questions about Michael's childhood, his relationship with his father, what it was like being famous. Michael asked about her interests, her favorite subjects in school, what music she liked. It felt natural, comfortable, like they were beginning to know each other. "I should probably go," Maya finally said. "My mom wants to have dinner together. She's been trying really hard lately, cooking meals, being present. It's nice, but also weird." "Weird how?" Michael asked. "Weird because I spent so many years wishing she would be like this," Maya explained. "And now that she is, I don't know how to trust it. What if she relapses? What if everything falls apart again?" "Those are valid fears," Michael said. "But Maya, you can't live your life waiting for disaster. Sometimes you have to take a chance on hope, even when it's scary." "Is that what you're doing with me?" Maya asked. "Taking a chance on hope?" "Yes," Michael said honestly. I'm hoping that we can build a relationship. I'm hoping that someday you'll feel comfortable meeting me in person, and I'm hoping that eventually you'll let me be part of your life. But even if none of that happens, I'm still your father. I'm still here. I want to meet you, Maya said suddenly. Not today, not tomorrow, but someday. I want to look you in the eye and see if you're real, if this is all real. Michael's heart soared. Whenever you're ready, I'll be there. Just say the word. Okay, Maya said. I'll think about it. Maybe in a few months, when I'm more stable, when I'm not such a mess. You're not a mess, Michael repeated. But yes, we'll wait until you're ready. There's no rush. After they said goodbye, Michael sat in his office, overwhelmed with emotion. His daughter wanted to meet him. She was healing. They were building a relationship, slowly but surely. Jasmine called a few minutes later. How did it go? It was perfect, Michael said. She's amazing, Jasmine. She's funny and thoughtful and brave. I can't believe I get to be her father. I told you, Jasmine said, happiness evident in her voice. She's special. And Dad? She texted me right after your call. She said, I think I might actually like having a dad. Michael laughed through his tears. That's the best thing anyone's ever said about me. Over the next few weeks, Michael and Maya talked regularly, sometimes for an hour, sometimes just for 15 minutes. They texted occasionally, nothing deep, just small moments of connection. Michael sent letters twice a week, and Maya started responding with short notes of her own. Thank you for the letter about your father. One note read, I'm sorry he was killed. I wish I could have met him. He sounds like he was a good dad. I hope you can be that kind of dad to me. Michael framed that note and kept it on his desk where he could see it every day. The foundation continued to grow. With Michael's financial backing, Jasmine hired 5 new counselors and began developing the mobile app. They helped 23 new teenagers in the first month of expansion, then 37 the next month. We're making a real difference, Jasmine told Michael during one of their weekly planning meetings. The word is spreading. More schools are referring students to us. More kids are reaching out. Good, Michael said. Every kid we help is a life saved. But as the foundation grew and Maya continued healing, Jasmine brought up something they had been avoiding. Dad, we need to talk about the rest of the family, she said. Your other children, my brothers and sister. They deserve to know about Maya. We can't keep this secret forever. Michael had been dreading this conversation. I know, but how do I tell them? Hey kids, surprise! You have a sister I never knew about. They're going to have questions, feelings, probably some anger. They will, Jasmine agreed. But Dad, they're adults. They can handle it. And the longer we wait, the worse it will be when they find out we kept it from them. Michael knew she was right. Okay, let's plan a family meeting. Next weekend. I'll tell them everything. And Mom? Jasmine asked carefully. Have you told her yet? Michael shook his head. Not yet. I've been trying to find the right time, the right words. But there's no right way to tell your wife you have a daughter from before you met her. She'll understand, Jasmine said. She loves you. She'll work through it. I hope you're right, Michael said. But before he could arrange the family meeting, before he could tell his wife, something happened that forced everything into the open much faster than anyone was prepared for. Michael's phone rang early one morning. It was Christina, and her voice was panicked. Michael, someone knows, she said without preamble, about Maya, about you being her father. A reporter called my phone last night asking questions. I didn't say anything. I hung up immediately. But Michael, they know. Someone leaked it. Michael felt his blood run cold. Did they say where they got the information? No, Christina said. But they had details. Maya's age, my name, on the community center where we met. This wasn't just speculation. Someone gave them real information. Michael's mind raced. Who could have known? Only a handful of people were aware of Maya's existence. Jasmine, Christina, Maya's therapist, his lawyers, a few medical professionals. We need to get ahead of this, Michael said. Before they print a story. Christina, is Maya with you? She's at her outpatient program, Christina said. Should I pull her out? Bring her home? No, let her finish her day, Michael said. But we need to tell her what's happening before she hears it from someone else. He called Jasmine next, explaining the situation. We're out of time, he said. I need to tell the family today. And we need to decide whether to release a statement before the media runs with whatever story they've concocted. Dad, I'm coming over, Jasmine said. We'll figure this out together. Within hours, Michael's office was full of people. Jasmine, his lawyers, his publicist, all strategizing about how to handle the situation. The consensus was clear. They needed to control the narrative before someone else did. We release a simple statement, his publicist suggested, acknowledging Maya's existence, explaining the circumstances, emphasizing your commitment to supporting her. But what about Maya? Michael asked. She's not ready for this. The media attention, the scrutiny, it could destroy her progress. Which is why we emphasize her privacy in the statement, his lawyer said. We make it clear that she's a minor, that she's dealing with health issues, and that any media harassment will be met with legal action. Michael hated this. Hated that his daughter's existence was about to become a news story, hated that her privacy was being violated, but they were out of options. Okay, he said finally, draft the statement. But before we release it, I need to talk to Maya, and I need to tell my wife. Michael asked everyone to leave his office, except Jasmine. When they were alone, he sat heavily in his chair and put his head in his hands. I have ruined her life, he said quietly. Maya was finally starting to heal, finally starting to believe things could be okay. And now her worst fear is coming true. The whole world is going to know she's my daughter. You didn't ruin her life, Dad, Jasmine said firmly. Someone leaked information they shouldn't have. That's not your fault. And Maya is stronger than you think, so she survived worse than media attention. Has she? Michael asked, looking up. Jasmine, she was suicidal 3 weeks ago. She's barely holding on. And now, we're about to throw her into a media storm? Which is why we're going to protect her, Jasmine said. We're going to surround her with support. We're going to make sure she has her therapist, her mother, you, me, everyone she needs. And Dad, maybe this will actually help in a way. How could this possibly help? Because Maya has been terrified of people finding out, Jasmine explained. She's been living with this anxiety about when the secret would come out, how people would react. Once it's out there, once it's public knowledge, that particular fear is gone. She can stop waiting for the other shoe to drop. Michael wanted to believe that, but he was terrified. Oh, I need to call her, right now. He dialed Maya's number. She answered on the third ring, breathless. Michael? Is something wrong? I'm in the middle of group therapy. I need you to step out, Michael said, trying to keep his voice calm. It's important. Can you go somewhere private? Okay, hold on. He heard movement, a door opening and closing. I'm in the hallway. What's going on? You're scaring me. Maya, someone leaked information about you to the media, Michael said, deciding to be direct. A reporter contacted your mother last night. We don't know who told them or how much they know, but we need to get ahead of the story. There was silence on the other end. Then, in a small voice, "They know about me? Everyone's going to know?" "Yes," Michael said gently. "I'm so sorry, Maya. We tried to keep this private for as long as possible, but—" "No," Maya interrupted, and Michael could hear panic rising in her voice. "No, no, no. This can't happen. I'm not ready. Everyone at school is going to find out. The kids in my therapy group. Everyone." "Maya, listen to me," Michael said urgently. "We're going to protect you. We're releasing a statement that makes it clear you're a minor with medical issues and that your privacy needs to be respected. My lawyers are prepared to go after anyone who harasses you. You're not alone in this." "But everyone's going to judge me," Maya said, her breathing becoming rapid. "They're going to say I'm trying to get your money. They're going to call my mom a gold digger. They're going to say terrible things." "Let them say what they want," Michael said firmly. "Maya, you know the truth. I know the truth. The people who matter know the truth. Everyone else's opinion doesn't matter." "Easy for you to say," Maya shot back. "You're used to media attention. I'm not. I'm just some messed up kid from St. Louis who can barely get through the day without having a panic attack." "You're not just some messed up kid," Michael said. "You're my daughter, and I'm going to stand by you through this. Whatever happens, we face it together." Maya was crying now. "I don't want to be Michael Jordan's daughter. I just want to be normal. Why can't I just be normal?" The pain in her voice broke Michael's heart. "I know this isn't fair. I know you didn't ask for any of this. But Maya, you are normal. You're a teenager dealing with normal teenage things. School, friends, mental health, figuring out who you are. And the only abnormal part is having a famous father. And that's not your fault." "What if this makes everything worse?" Maya whispered. "What if the stress triggers my heart condition? What if I have another crisis, and everyone watches me fall apart in public?" "Then we'll handle it," Michael said. "Maya, I'm not going to let you go through this alone. I'm coming to St. Louis. Today. Right now." "What?" Maya sounded shocked. "But I said I wasn't ready to meet you." "I know," Michael said. "And if you still don't want to meet me face to face, I'll respect that. I'll stay in a hotel. I'll be nearby, available if you need me. But I won't push. But Maya, I need to be in the same city as you right now. I need to be close enough to help if things get hard." There was a long pause. Then Maya said quietly, "Okay, you can come. But Michael, I'm really scared." "I know, sweetheart," Michael said, the endearment slipping out naturally. "I'm scared too. But we're going to get through this together." After he hung up, Michael turned to Jasmine. "I need to tell your mother. Now. Before she hears about this from someone else." Jasmine nodded. "I'll give you privacy. But Dad? Mom loves you. She's going to be shocked, maybe hurt that you didn't tell her sooner, but she'll understand." Michael hoped she was right. He called his wife and asked her to come to his office immediately. When she arrived 20 minutes later, she could tell something was seriously wrong. "Michael, what's going on?" she asked, concern etched on her face. "Jasmine called me and said I needed to come right away." Michael took her hand and led her to the couch. "I need to tell you something. Something I should have told you weeks ago. But I was trying to protect everyone involved, and I handled it badly." "You're scaring me," she said. "Is someone sick? Is it one of the kids?" "In a way, yes," Michael said. He took a deep breath. "I have another daughter, a 15-year-old girl named Maya. I didn't know she existed until a month ago." His wife stared at him, her face going pale. "What?" Michael told her everything about Christina, about the summer of 1985, about Maya's struggles, about Jasmine's foundation, and how she had discovered the truth. He told her about the past month of secret phone calls and letters, about Maya's suicide attempt, about the heart condition she had inherited from his side of the family. "You've known for a month," his wife said when he finished, her voice tight. "You've been talking to this girl, and sending her letters, planning to support her. And you didn't think to mention it to me?" "I wanted to," Michael said. "But it was so complicated. Maya wasn't ready for anyone else to know. And I didn't know how to tell you about a daughter from before we met." "A daughter from before we met would have been fine," his wife interrupted, standing up and pacing. "What's not fine is keeping secrets. What's not fine is having Jasmine know when I didn't. What's not fine is making major decisions about our family without involving me." "You're right," Michael admitted. "I'm sorry. I should have told you immediately. I was wrong to wait." His wife stopped pacing and looked at him. "Is she really your daughter? Have you done a DNA test?" "Yes," Michael said. "Jasmine had a private lab do it. A 99.9% certainty. And now the media is going to find out," she said, putting the pieces together. "That's why you're telling me now. Not because you wanted to, but because you have to." Michael flinched. "That's not fair. I was planning to tell you. I just ran out of time." "Well, you definitely ran out of time," his wife said bitterly. "Michael, this is going to be a circus. You know that, right? The media is going to dig into everything. They're going to find Christina, interview her neighbors, track down anyone who knew her in 1985. They're going to make this into a scandal." "I know," Michael said. "That's why I need your support. I need us to be united on this, to show the world that our family is strong enough to handle this." His wife laughed, but there was no humor in it. "United? Michael, you kept a massive secret from me for a month. You've been building a relationship with this girl behind my back. How am I supposed to just instantly be supportive? Because she's a 15-year-old kid who didn't ask for any of this," Michael said, his voice rising. "Because she's struggled with mental health issues and a heart condition, and she needs support, not more adults fighting around her. Because whether you like it or not, she's my daughter, and I'm going to be there for her." His wife's eyes filled with tears. "I'm not saying you shouldn't be there for her. I'm saying you should have included me. I'm your wife, Michael. We're supposed to be partners. But you made this decision alone, and now you're asking me to just accept it and smile for the cameras." "I'm not asking you to smile for the cameras," Michael said, softening his tone. "I'm asking you to understand that I made some mistakes, but my heart was in the right place. I was trying to protect Maya, to give her time to adjust before bringing more people into the situation." "By people, you mean your wife," she said. "The woman you married, the mother of your children." "I'm people now?" Michael stood and tried to take her hands, but she pulled away. "That's not what I meant. Please, can we just—" "I need time," his wife said, heading toward the door. "I need to process this. I need to be angry for a little while. You can't just expect me to immediately be okay with finding out my husband has another child." "I understand," Michael said. "Take all the time you need. But please, before you go, the statement goes out in 3 hours. I need to know if you're going to support this publicly. Or even if you're angry at me privately." His wife stopped at the door and turned back. "Of course I'll support it publicly. I'm not going to let a 15-year-old girl get thrown to the wolves because I'm mad at her father. But Michael, we're going to have a lot more conversations about this. About trust, about partnership, about how we make decisions as a couple." I know, Michael said, and I'll have those conversations. I'll do whatever it takes to fix this. She left without another word, leaving Michael alone in his office feeling like he had just survived a hurricane. He had known his wife would be hurt and angry, but seeing the betrayal in her eyes had been harder than he expected. Jasmine came back in. How bad? Bad, Michael admitted, but she's not wrong to be angry. I should have told her right away. Hindsight is 20/20, Jasmine said. Dad, we need to focus on what happens next. The statement goes out in a few hours. You need to be on a plane to St. Louis, and we need to prepare Maya for the media storm. Michael nodded, shifting back into crisis management mode. Get me on the next flight. Call Christina and tell her I'm coming. And Jasmine, I need you to come with me. Maya trusts you. She's going to need you there. Of course, Jasmine said. I already packed a bag. 3 hours later, Michael stood in a private airport terminal, watching his publicist's phone as the statement went live on his official social media accounts. I recently learned that I have a 15-year-old daughter, Maya Jordan, from a relationship before my marriage. Her mother chose not to tell me about her pregnancy at the time, and I only discovered Maya's existence a month ago. I am committed to supporting my daughter as she navigates complex medical and mental health challenges. Out of respect for Maya's privacy and well-being as a minor, I ask that the media please allow her space to heal and grow. Any harassment or intrusion into her private life will be met with legal action. Thank you for understanding during this private family matter. Michael Jordan. Within seconds, the statement exploded across the internet. Comments poured in, some supportive, some cruel, many speculating about the story behind the story. News outlets picked it up immediately, already working on follow-up pieces. Michael's phone started ringing non-stop. Reporters, friends, business associates, everyone wanting details. He turned it off and boarded the private jet with Jasmine. No turning back now, Jasmine said as they took off. No, Michael agreed. Now we deal with the consequences and do everything we can to protect Maya. As they flew toward St. Louis, Michael's mind raced with possibilities. What would Maya's school be like tomorrow? Would reporters show up at Christina's apartment? Would Maya be able to handle the attention? His phone buzzed with a text that had come through before he shut it off. It was from Maya, sent 10 minutes after the statement went live. I saw what you wrote. Thank you for not making me sound like a scandal. Thank you for saying I'm your daughter, like you're proud of it. I'm still scared, but I'm glad you're coming. Maybe it's time we actually met face to face. If you're ready. Michael showed the text to Jasmine, to tears in his eyes. She wants to meet you, Jasmine said, smiling through her own tears. Dad, after everything, she still wants to meet you. I'm ready, Michael said, his voice steady with determination. I've been ready since the moment I found out she existed. The plane touched down in St. Louis 2 hours later. Christina had agreed to bring Maya to a private meeting room at a hotel near the airport, neutral territory where they could meet without media intrusion. As Michael walked through the hotel, his heart pounded harder than it had before any championship game. This was more important than basketball, more important than fame or success. This was about meeting his daughter for the first time, about starting a relationship that could change both their lives forever. Jasmine squeezed his hand as they approached the meeting room. You've got this, Dad. Just be yourself. That's all she needs. Michael took a deep breath and opened the door. The room was simply furnished. A couch, 2 chairs, a coffee table. Afternoon light filtered through sheer curtains, casting everything in a soft glow. And there, Standing near the window with her arms wrapped around herself was Maya. Michael stopped in the doorway, taking in the sight of his daughter for the first time in person. She was smaller than he had imagined, thin and fragile-looking, wearing jeans and an oversized sweatshirt. Her dark hair was pulled back in a ponytail, and her eyes, his eyes, he realized with a jolt, were red from crying. Christina stood beside her, one hand on Maya's shoulder. She looked older than the girl Michael remembered from 1985, but he could still see traces of that young woman in her face. Hi, Maya said, her voice barely above a whisper. She didn't move toward him, didn't extend her hand. She just stood there, looking at him with an expression that mixed fear, curiosity, and something else Michael couldn't quite identify. "Hi, Maya," Michael said, his own voice rough with emotion. "Thank you for agreeing to meet me." They stood in awkward silence for a moment. Jasmine and Christina exchanged glances, both recognizing that this moment belonged to Michael and Maya alone. "Should we give you two some privacy?" Christina asked. "No," Maya said quickly, grabbing her mother's hand. "Stay, please." "We'll be right here," Christina assured her, though she and Jasmine moved to sit on the couch, giving Michael and Maya space but remaining present. Michael took a tentative step into the room. "Can I sit?" he asked, gesturing to one of the chairs. Maya nodded, and she slowly sank into the other chair, perched on the edge like she might bolt at any moment. Now that they were seated, facing each other, Michael didn't know where to start. He had rehearsed a dozen speeches on the plane, but all of them flew out of his head the moment he saw her. "You look like your mother," he finally said. "She was beautiful too." Maya glanced at Christina, then back at Michael. "Everyone says I have your eyes." "You do," Michael agreed, "and apparently my stubborn streak, according to Jasmine." Maya's lips twitched in what might have been the beginning of a smile. "I read all your letters, like 100 times each. I memorized parts of them." "Which parts?" Michael asked gently. "The part where you said being perfect is a prison," Maya said. "And the part where you talked about throwing up before games because you were so nervous. And the part where you said—" She paused, her voice breaking. "The part where you said you loved me from the moment you found out I existed." "I meant every word," Michael said. "I know," Maya whispered. "That's the scary part. I believe you. And I don't know what to do with that, because I've spent 15 years believing nobody could love me, especially not my father, who I thought abandoned me." Michael felt his chest tighten. "I didn't abandon you, Maya. I never got the chance to be there for you. But I'm here now, and I'm not going anywhere." "That's what you said on the phone," Maya said. "But how do I know you mean it? How do I know you won't wake up one day and realize I'm too much work, too damaged, too—" "Stop," Michael interrupted gently. "So Maya, look at me." She raised her eyes to meet his. "You are not too much," Michael said, his voice firm but kind. "You are not too damaged. You are exactly who you're supposed to be. A 15-year-old girl who has survived incredibly difficult circumstances and is working hard to heal. That's not damage, that's strength." "But what if I have another crisis?" Maya asked, tears spilling down her cheeks. "What if I relapse? What if my heart condition gets worse? What if I can't handle the media attention and I fall apart? Are you still going to want to be my dad then?" "Especially then," Michael said without hesitation. "Maya, being a parent isn't just showing up when things are easy. It's showing up when things are hard. It's being there through the crises and the setbacks and the difficult days. And yes, Todd, I'm going to be there through all of it." Maya was crying openly now. "I wanted to hate you. For years, I wanted to hate you so badly. It was easier to be angry at some faceless father who abandoned me than to accept that maybe nobody abandoned me. Maybe life just happened, and it wasn't anyone's fault. You can be angry at me if you need to, Michael said. I can handle your anger. I can handle whatever you need to feel. But I'm not angry anymore, Maya said, her voice cracking. I'm just sad. Sad for all the years we missed. Sad that you weren't there for my birthdays, or my first day of school, or when I was scared at night. Sad that I had to grow up wondering what it would be like to have a dad. Michael felt tears streaming down his own face. I'm sad about that too. Sad that I missed so much of your life. Sad that I couldn't protect you when you needed protection. But Maya, we can't change the past. We can only decide what happens from now on. And what do you want to happen? Maya asked, looking at him intently. Michael took a deep breath. I want to get to know you. I want to learn about your interests, your dreams, what makes you laugh, what scares you. I want to be there for your therapy appointments if you want me there. I want to help with your medical care. I want to support your education, your future, whatever you want to do with your life. He leaned forward. But more than anything, Maya, I want you to know you have a father who loves you, who is proud of you, who thinks you're brave and strong and remarkable. I want you to never again feel like you're alone in this world. Maya stood up abruptly and walked to the window, on her back to everyone in the room. Michael started to stand, but Jasmine shook her head slightly, signaling him to give Maya space. The statement you released, Maya said, still facing the window. It's everywhere. My phone has been blowing up all day. Kids from school, people I haven't talked to in years, random strangers. Everyone wants to know what it's like being your daughter. I'm sorry, Michael said. I know this is exactly what you were afraid of. The thing is, Maya continued, turning around to face him, most of the messages were actually nice. People saying they hoped I was okay. People sharing their own stories about mental health struggles. People saying they thought it was brave that you acknowledged my health issues publicly instead of hiding them. She walked back toward her chair but didn't sit. There were some mean ones too. People saying my mom was a gold digger. People saying I was probably lying about being your daughter for attention. But you know what? What? Michael asked. Jasmine was right, Maya said. The worst part was always the waiting. Waiting for people to find out. Waiting for the judgment. Now it's out there and yeah, it's scary and uncomfortable, but I'm not waiting anymore. The secret's out. She finally sat back down, this time leaning back in the chair instead of perching on the edge. I talked to my therapist this morning, before I came here. Emergency session because of everything happening. And she said something that stuck with me. What did she say? Michael asked. She said that sometimes the things we're most afraid of are also the things that set us free, Maya said. I was so afraid of people knowing about you, about my mental health, about my heart condition. But hiding all of that was making me sicker. Carrying secrets is exhausting. Michael understood that more than Maya probably realized. Your therapist sounds wise. She is, Maya agreed. Then she looked directly at Michael. I want to ask you something, and I need you to be completely honest with me. Okay, Michael said, bracing himself. Do you have other kids you don't know about? Maya asked bluntly. Because if you do, I need to know now. I can't go through this twice. No, Michael said firmly. Maya, you are the only child I didn't know about. I swear to you on everything I hold sacred. You are it. There are no other surprises. Maya studied his face, searching for any sign of deception. Finally, she nodded. Okay, I believe you. Can I ask you something now? Michael said. Sure, Maya said. What made you change your mind about meeting me today? Last week you said you needed more time. Maya was quiet for a moment, considering her answer. Honestly, the statement you released. The way you called me your daughter without any qualifiers. The way you asked people to respect my privacy because I'm dealing with medical and mental health challenges. You didn't hide me or make me sound like a problem. You claimed me. Her voice broke again. Nobody's ever really claimed me before. My mom tried, but she was struggling so much that half the time I was taking care of her instead of the other way around. At school, I was always the weird kid, the one who didn't quite fit. Even in my therapy group, I felt like the most broken one. But you claimed me in front of the entire world. Because you're mine, Michael said simply. You're my daughter, and I'm proud of that. Christina spoke up for the first time since Michael had entered the room. Maya, can I say something? Maya nodded. Christina stood and walked over to her daughter, kneeling beside her chair. Baby, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for all the years I wasn't there the way I should have been. I'm sorry I kept you from knowing your father. I'm sorry for all the ways I failed you. Mom, Maya started, but Christina continued. Let me finish, Christina said gently. I made a lot of mistakes, but the one thing I never got wrong was loving you. You were never a burden or a mistake. You were always wanted. And I need you to know that Michael would have wanted you too if he had known. I kept that from both of you, and that was wrong. She looked up at Michael. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I was young and scared, and I made a bad decision that affected all of us. But Michael, I never wanted Maya to suffer because of my choices. I know, Michael said. And Christina, I don't blame you. We were both young. We both made mistakes. The important thing is that we're all here now, trying to do better. Maya looked between her parents, both of them here, both of them present, both of them trying. It was overwhelming and beautiful and terrifying all at once. This is weird, she said finally. Having two parents who actually care. I don't know how to do this. None of us do, Michael said. We're all figuring this out as we go. But Maya, you don't have to figure it out alone anymore. You have me, your mom, Jasmine, you have a whole team of people who want to support you. A team, Maya repeated, as if testing out the concept. I've never had a team before. Well, you do now, Jasmine said from the couch. And we're pretty good, if I do say so myself. Maya actually smiled at that. A real smile that transformed her whole face. Michael saw glimpses of the girl she could be when she wasn't weighed down by trauma and fear. Can I tell you what I'm most scared of? Maya asked Michael. Please, he said. I'm scared that I'm going to disappoint you, Maya admitted. That I'm not going to be the daughter you wanted. That you're going to realize I'm not like your other kids, not successful or confident or put together. That I'm going to be the daughter who's always struggling, always needing help, always falling short. Michael stood up and moved closer to Maya, kneeling beside her chair the way Christina had done. Maya, look at me. She did, her eyes swimming with tears. You could never disappoint me, Michael said, his voice thick with emotion. Not by struggling, not by needing help, not by being exactly who you are. Do you know why? Maya shook her head. Because you're already everything I could have wanted in a daughter, Michael said. You're brave. Look at everything you've survived. You're honest. You're telling me your fears instead of hiding them. You're strong. You're still here, still fighting. even when things get unbearably hard. Those are the things that matter to me, Maya. Not grades or accomplishments or being perfect. You. Maya broke down completely, sobbing so hard her whole body shook. Michael looked at Christina, asking silent permission. Christina nodded, tears in her own eyes. Michael reached out and gently pulled Maya into a hug, their first ever physical contact. She stiffened for a moment, then melted into his embrace, crying against his shoulder while he held her and whispered that everything was going to be okay. "I've got you," Michael said softly. "I've got you, Maya, and I'm never letting go." They stayed like that for a long time, father and daughter, finally together after 15 years apart, both crying for what was lost and what was found. When Maya finally pulled back, her face was red and blotchy, but there was something lighter in her expression, like a weight had been lifted. "Okay," she said, wiping her face with her sleeve. "So what happens now? Do we just be father and daughter? How does this work?" Michael laughed through his tears. "I have no idea. But I think we start small. Maybe we have dinner together tonight? All of us. You, me, your mom, Jasmine. Just a meal. No pressure, no big declarations. Just family having dinner." "I'd like that," Maya said. Then, hesitantly, "Can I call you Dad? Or is that weird since we just met?" Michael felt his heart swell. "You can call me whatever you're comfortable with. But Maya, I would love it if you called me Dad." "Okay, Dad," Maya said, testing out the word. She smiled shyly. "That feels strange, but good strange." "Good strange is perfect," Michael said. As they prepared to leave for dinner, Maya suddenly remembered something. "Wait, I have something for you." She rummaged in her backpack and pulled out a folded piece of paper. "I wrote you a letter, my first one, and I was going to mail it. But since you're here..." She handed it to Michael. He unfolded it carefully and read, "Dear Dad, that feels weird to write, but also right. I don't really know how to start a letter to the father I just found out exists. Jasmine says I should just be honest. So here goes. I'm scared. I'm scared of disappointing you. I'm scared of not being enough. I'm scared that you're going to realize being my dad is too hard and you're going to leave. But I'm also hopeful. For the first time in my life, I'm hopeful that maybe things can be different. Maybe I don't have to be alone anymore. Maybe I can have a dad who actually stays. Your letters made me cry, in a good way, because you talked about being scared and struggling and not being perfect. And I realized that if someone like you, someone the whole world thinks is the greatest, if you can struggle and still be okay, then maybe I can too. I want to meet you. I want to know you. I want to try having a dad, even though it's terrifying. Thank you for not giving up on me before we even met. Love, is it okay to say that? Maya." Michael read the letter 3 times, memorizing every word. Then he carefully folded it and put it in his pocket, right over his heart. "It's more than okay to say love," he told Maya. "It's perfect, because I love you too." Maya smiled, a genuine, hopeful smile. "So, dinner?" "Dinner," Michael agreed. "And then tomorrow we start figuring out the rest." As they left the hotel room together, Michael, Maya, Christina, and Jasmine, Michael felt something he hadn't felt in years: completeness. How his family had just gotten bigger, messier, more complicated. But it had also gotten more whole. Maya reached out hesitantly and took his hand. Michael squeezed gently, and Maya squeezed back. Father and daughter, finally together, taking their first steps forward into an uncertain but hopeful future. Dinner was at a small, private restaurant that Michael's team had arranged on short notice. The owner had cleared out a back room, ensuring the family complete privacy, away from potential photographers or curious onlookers. The media frenzy outside was already building, but in here, they could just be a family sharing a meal. Maya sat between Christina and Michael, still looking slightly overwhelmed by everything. She kept glancing at Michael like she was making sure he was really there, really real. "So," Jasmine said, trying to ease the tension as they looked at menus. "Maya, what kind of food do you like?" Pasta?" Maya said uncertainly. "I'm not really picky. I'm not very hungry right now." "You need to eat something," Christina said gently. "You barely had breakfast this morning." "I know, Mom," Maya said, a hint of teenage irritation in her voice. Then she caught herself and looked at Michael nervously, as if worried he would judge her for being short with her mother. But Michael just smiled. "It's okay to be nervous. I'm nervous too, if that helps." "You are?" Maya asked, surprised. "But you're Michael Jordan. You don't get nervous." "I absolutely get nervous," Michael said. "Right now, I'm terrified I'm going to say the wrong thing or do something that makes you uncomfortable. I want so badly to get this right, and that makes me nervous." Maya relaxed slightly. "That actually does help, knowing I'm not the only one freaking out." They ordered food, and as they waited, the conversation started to flow more naturally. Jasmine shared funny stories about growing up with Michael as a father, the time he tried to coach her basketball team and got too competitive with 10-year-olds, the time he attempted to cook Thanksgiving dinner and nearly set the kitchen on fire. Maya laughed, really laughed, for the first time since Michael had arrived. The sound was beautiful, and it made Michael's heart ache thinking about how rare laughter must have been in her life. "What about you?" Michael asked Maya. "Tell me something funny that happened to you. A good memory." Maya thought for a moment. "There was this one time when I was 12. Mom had been clean for about 6 months, and things were actually good for once. We went to the park, and there were these ducks in the pond. Mom bought bread to feed them, but one of the ducks was super aggressive." She smiled at the memory. "It chased us all around the park, quacking and flapping its wings." Christina was smiling too, remembering. "That was a good day. One of the few that year." "You have good days now, though, right?" Michael asked Christina carefully. "Most days are good now," Christina said. "Being sober changes everything. It's still hard sometimes, but I'm fighting to be the mother Maya deserves." "You're doing amazing." Mom," Maya said, squeezing her mother's hand. "Really?" Michael watched the interaction between Maya and Christina and felt a mix of emotions. Gratitude that Christina had gotten sober and was being there for Maya now. Sadness that Maya had to go through so many hard years. And determination to make sure Maya never felt that alone again. The food arrived, and they ate while talking about lighter topics. Michael told stories about his basketball career, the funny moments, not just the championships. Maya told them about her favorite teacher at school, an English teacher who had encouraged her writing. "You like to write?" Michael asked, interested. "Kind of," Maya said. "I mean, I'm not good at it or anything, but my therapist suggested keeping a journal, and I found out I actually like it. Not getting my thoughts on paper helps." "You should keep writing," Michael encouraged. "Even if it's just for yourself, it's a good way to process feelings." "That's what your letters showed me," Maya said. "You told me things in writing that might have been harder to say out loud. It made me feel like I could do the same." "Speaking of writing," Jasmine said, "Dad, have you thought about how we're going to handle the media going forward?" They're not going to stop asking questions just because we released one statement. Michael sighed. I know. My publicist wants to do one interview, controlled environment, sympathetic interviewer, get our story out on our terms, but only if Maya is comfortable with it. Me? Maya looked panicked. You want me to be in an interview? No, Michael said quickly. Not you, just me. But I wouldn't do it without your permission. It would be about you, even if you're not there. Maya considered this. What would you say? The truth, Michael said simply. That I didn't know you existed. That your mother made a difficult choice when she was young. That you've faced challenges with grace and courage. That I'm honored to be your father and committed to supporting you. Would you talk about my mental health stuff? Maya asked quietly. My suicide attempt? Michael shook his head. Not unless you wanted me to. Maya, I would only share what you're comfortable with the world knowing. Your story is yours to tell, not mine. Maya was quiet, pushing pasta around her plate. Maybe someday I'll want to tell my story. My therapist says that sharing our struggles can help other people feel less alone. But I'm not ready yet. Then we wait until you are, Michael said. Or if you're never ready, that's okay too. You don't owe anyone your story. But people are going to ask questions, Maya said, about where I've been, why you didn't know about me, what our relationship is like now. How do we handle that? We keep it simple, Michael said. We say that we're building a relationship, that it takes time, and that we ask for privacy while we figure things out. Anyone who doesn't respect that doesn't matter. Christina spoke up. Maya, you also don't have to answer anyone's questions. Not reporters, not kids at school, not random people on social media. You can just say no comment or nothing at all. But what if they're mean? Maya asked, voicing the fear that had been hovering over the whole evening. What if they say terrible things about you, Mom? About how you kept me from him? What if they come after me? Then we deal with it, Michael said firmly. Maya, my lawyers are already monitoring the situation. If anyone harasses you or your mother, if anyone makes threats or spreads lies, we will take legal action. You are not unprotected. But I'm still scared, Maya admitted. Tomorrow I have to go back to school. Everyone's going to know. Everyone's going to be staring at me, talking about me, asking questions. Do you want to take some time off? Christina asked. We could do homeschooling for a while, until things calm down. Maya shook her head. No, I can't let fear control my life. That's what my therapist is always saying. If I hide from school, I'm letting the fear win. That's very brave, Jasmine said. But Maya, there's a difference between facing your fears and putting yourself in a situation that's harmful to your mental health. I know, Maya said, but I think I need to try. If it's too much, I can always leave. But I want to at least try to be normal. Michael was impressed by Maya's determination. Despite everything she had been through, despite her fears, she was choosing courage. She really was his daughter. Okay, he said, but I want you to promise me something. If it gets too hard, if you start having dark thoughts, or if your anxiety gets overwhelming, you call me immediately. Day or night. I don't care what time it is. You call me. I promise, Maya said. And you call Jasmine, Michael continued. And your therapist, and your mom. You have a whole team now, remember? You don't have to handle anything alone. My team, Maya said, a small smile playing on her lips. I'm still getting used to that idea. They finished dinner and lingered over dessert, not quite ready for the evening to end. Michael found himself memorizing details about Maya, The way she tucked her hair behind her ear when she was nervous. The way her eyes lit up when she talked about books she loved. The way she unconsciously leaned toward Christina when she needed comfort. As they were getting ready to leave, Maya turned to Michael. "Will you be here tomorrow? In St. Louis?" "For as long as you need me," Michael said. "I've cleared my schedule for the next week. I'm not going anywhere." "What about your wife?" Maya asked, then immediately looked worried. "Sorry, is that a rude question? I don't know what I'm supposed to ask or not ask." "It's not rude," Michael assured her. "He and my wife understands that I need to be here right now. We have things to work through. I should have told her about you sooner. But she supports my being here for you." "Does she hate me?" Maya asked quietly. "For existing? For complicating her life?" Michael's heart ached at the question. "No, sweetheart. She doesn't hate you. She's processing a lot of information. And yes, she wishes I had handled things differently. But Maya, you are not a complication. You are my daughter, and anyone who truly loves me will accept that." "But what about your other kids?" Maya pressed. "Do they know about me yet? Are they going to hate me for being the secret daughter?" "I'm telling them tomorrow," Michael said. "I'm calling a family meeting to explain everything. And Maya, they're not going to hate you. They're going to want to meet you, to get to know you. You're their sister." Maya looked overwhelmed by that. "I have siblings, real siblings. I've always been an only child, and now suddenly I have all these brothers and a sister. And they're going to love you," Jasmine said confidently. "Trust me, I know them. Once they get over the shock, they're going to be excited to have another sister." "What if I don't know how to be a sister?" Maya asked. "What if I'm bad at it?" "There's no right way to be a sister," Jasmine said. "You just show up and be yourself. That's all any of us can do." As they walked out of the restaurant toward waiting cars, Maya suddenly stopped. "Wait, can I take a picture with you? I know that sounds stupid, but I've never had a picture with my dad before." "Of course," Michael said, pulling out his phone. "Christina, would you take it?" Christina took the phone, and Michael put his arm around Maya's shoulders. She leaned into him tentatively, and he pulled her a little closer. They smiled, genuine, hopeful smiles, and Christina snapped several photos. "Can you send those to me?" Maya asked. "I want to have them." "I'll send them right now," Michael said, immediately texting the photos to Maya's number. "And Maya, I want copies too. For my office, my house, everywhere. I want to see my daughter every day." Maya's eyes filled with tears again, but this time they were happy tears. "Thank you. For today. For everything. For being my dad." "Thank you for giving me a chance," Michael said. "Thank you for being brave enough to meet me." They said goodbye in the parking lot. Maya would go home with Christina. He and Michael would stay at a hotel with Jasmine nearby. But before Maya got in her car, she turned back one more time. "Dad," she called. "Yeah?" Michael answered. "I'm glad you exist, too." The words were simple, but they meant everything. Michael watched Maya and Christina drive away, his heart fuller than it had been in years. "That went well," Jasmine said, coming to stand beside him. "Better than I hoped," Michael agreed. "She's amazing, brave and honest, and so much stronger than she knows." "She gets that from you," Jasmine said. "The strength, the determination. She's a Jordan through and through." They got in their own car, and as they drove through St. Louis streets, Michael's phone buzzed. It was a text from Maya. "I showed Mom the pictures. She's crying happy tears. Thank you for today, for being patient with me, and for not giving up. I think maybe this is going to be okay. Maybe we're going to be okay. Michael showed the text to Jasmine, who smiled through her own tears. We're definitely going to be okay, Michael texted back. Sweet dreams, Maya. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night, Dad, Maya replied. Michael stared at those two words, good night, Dad, for a long time. He had been a father for years to his other children, but somehow seeing those words from Maya felt different, special, like he had been given a gift he didn't deserve, but would treasure forever. Back at the hotel, Michael and Jasmine sat in his suite talking about the day, about Maya, about everything that still needed to happen. Tomorrow's going to be hard, Jasmine warned, telling the family, dealing with their reactions, processing their feelings. I know, Michael said, but it has to be done. They deserve to know the truth. And Maya's going to school tomorrow, Jasmine added. Her first day as Michael Jordan's publicly acknowledged daughter. That's going to be intense. I want to be nearby, Michael said. Not at the school, that would make it worse, but close enough to get there quickly if she needs me. Good idea, Jasmine agreed. She stood to leave, exhausted from the emotional day. Get some rest, Dad. Tomorrow's another big day. After Jasmine left, Michael sat alone with his thoughts. He pulled out the letter Maya had given him and read it again, still amazed that this brave, broken, beautiful girl was his daughter. He thought about the journey that had brought them here. Jasmine's courage in keeping Maya alive for 3 years. Christina's difficult choice to finally reach out. And Maya's willingness to trust again despite every reason not to. So many small moments had led to this one big moment of connection. Michael pulled out paper and began another letter to Maya. Even though they had met in person now, he wanted to keep writing to her. The letters had built a foundation for their relationship, and he didn't want to lose that. Dear Maya, today I met you for the first time, and my life changed forever. You are everything I hoped you would be, and so much more. Brave, honest, funny, thoughtful. You are an incredible person, and I'm honored to be your father. He wrote for an hour, pouring his heart onto the page, making promises he intended to keep, expressing feelings he might not be able to say out loud yet. When he finally finished and sealed the letter, Michael looked at the clock. It was after midnight. No, somewhere across the city, Maya was probably sleeping, or trying to, given all the emotions of the day. He hoped she felt safe, loved, less alone than she had felt before. His phone buzzed one more time. Another text from Maya. I can't sleep. Too much in my head. Is it weird that even though we just met, I already miss you? Is that normal? Michael smiled and immediately texted back. Not weird at all. I miss you too. And Maya? It's completely normal. You're my daughter. Of course we're going to miss each other when we're apart. Okay, good. Because I was worried I was being clingy or something. You're not clingy. You're adjusting to having a father who's present. That's different than clingy. Can you tell me a story? My mom used to tell me stories when I couldn't sleep when I was little, before things got bad. Michael's heart swelled. Maya was asking him to be a father in a very specific way, the bedtime story way that all little kids want from their dads. Never mind that she was 15. Right now, she needed that comfort. Once upon a time, Michael typed, there was a young boy from North Carolina who loved basketball more than anything. He told her the story of his childhood, of learning to play basketball with his brothers, of dreaming impossible dreams that somehow came true. He told it like a fairy tale because in many ways, it was. And the moral of the story, he concluded, never give up on your dreams, even when they seem impossible. Because sometimes, If you work hard enough and believe strongly enough, impossible things happen. Like finding out you have a dad who actually loves you, Maya texted back. Exactly like that, Michael confirmed. Thank you for the story. I think I can sleep now. I love you, Dad. I love you too, Maya. Sleep well. I'll be here when you wake up. Michael finally got ready for bed himself, but sleep was elusive. His mind kept replaying the evening, Maya's smile, her laughter, the way she had called him Dad like it was the most natural thing in the world. He thought about tomorrow and all the tomorrows that would follow, the challenges they would face, the healing that still needed to happen, the complicated family dynamics they would have to navigate. But for the first time since Jasmine had told him about Maya, Michael felt truly hopeful. They had met. They had connected. They had taken the first real steps toward being father and daughter. Everything else they would figure out together. Michael woke early the next morning after a restless night. He checked his phone immediately, a habit he had developed since learning about Maya. There was a text from her, sent at 6:30 in the morning. I'm getting ready for school. I'm terrified. What if everyone treats me differently? What if they hate me? What if the reporters show up? Michael called her immediately. She answered on the first ring. Hey, she said, her voice shaky. Hey, sweetheart, Michael said gently. Take a deep breath. You don't have to go to school today if you're not ready. No, I have to, Maya insisted. If I don't go today, it'll be harder to go tomorrow. But Dad, I'm really scared. The fact that she called him Dad so naturally now made Michael's heart swell. I know you are, but remember, you've survived scarier things than high school gossip. But you're stronger than you think. Can you stay on the phone with me while I finish getting ready? Maya asked. Just so I'm not alone with my thoughts? Of course, Michael said. I'm not going anywhere. For the next 20 minutes, Michael stayed on the phone while Maya got ready for school. They talked about nothing important. What she was wearing, what she had for breakfast, whether it might rain later. Small talk that was actually huge, because it was a father and daughter sharing a normal morning moment. Okay, Mom's ready to drive me, Maya said finally. I have to go. You've got this, Michael encouraged. Remember, you have your phone. If you need to call me at any point during the day, any point, you do it. I don't care if I'm in a meeting or on a call. You're my priority. Okay, Maya said, her voice small. Thank you. I love you. I love you too. Be brave, but also be kind to yourself. You don't have to be perfect today. You just have to get through it. After they hung up, Michael felt anxious for Maya. He knew that school would be difficult, teenagers could be cruel, and the situation was sensational enough that everyone would have an opinion. He forced himself to focus on his own challenging task for the day, calling a family meeting with his other children. He had already spoken to each of them briefly the night before, asking them to clear their schedules for an important video conference this morning. None of them knew what it was about yet. At 9 o'clock, Michael logged onto the video call. One by one, his children appeared on screen: Marcus, Jeffrey, and Jasmine's sister, Victoria. Jasmine was there too, sitting beside Michael for support. Thanks for making time on short notice, Michael began, his stomach churning with nerves. I have something important to tell you all, something that's going to come as a shock. Dad, you're scaring us, Marcus said. Is someone sick? Are you okay? I'm fine, Michael assured them, but this is complicated. I need you all to hear me out before you react, okay? They all nodded, looking concerned. Michael took a deep breath. Yesterday, I released a public statement that you may have seen. I have another daughter. Her name is Maya, She's 15 years old, and I only found out she existed a month ago." The silence that followed was deafening. Marcus's mouth fell open. Jeffrey looked confused. Victoria's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Jeffrey finally said. "Dad, what are you talking about?" Michael explained everything. The relationship with Christina in 1985, how she never told him about the pregnancy, how Jasmine had discovered Maya through her foundation, the past month of building a relationship through letters and phone calls. "And you all met her yesterday?" Marcus asked, looking at Jasmine. "You've known about this?" "For 3 years," Jasmine admitted. "I was Maya's counselor before I knew she was our sister. I found out 18 months ago and kept it secret to protect her." "3 years?" Victoria said, hurt evident in her voice. "Jasmine, you kept this from us for 3 years?" "I had to," Jasmine said. "Maya was in crisis. She was suicidal. She had severe anxiety about anyone finding out who her father was. I couldn't tell anyone without risking her life." "Is she okay now?" Marcus asked, his tone softening. "This Maya, our sister, is she safe?" "She's getting help," Michael said. "She's in therapy. She's on medication. She's in an intensive outpatient program. But yes, the crisis that brought everything to a head has passed. She's working hard on her healing." Jeffrey leaned back in his chair, processing. "So we have a sister, a teenage sister who's been through hell. And Dad, you've been building a relationship with her without telling us." "I wanted to tell you sooner," Michael said, "but Maya wasn't ready for more people to know. She was barely ready for me to know. I had to go at her pace." "I get that," Jeffrey said slowly. "But Dad, this affects all of us. We should have been part of the conversation." "You're right," Michael acknowledged. "I should have told you as soon as it was safe to do so. I'm sorry for keeping you in the dark." Victoria spoke up, tears in her eyes. "What's she like? Maya? Does she want to know us?" Michael softened. "She's incredible. Brave, funny, thoughtful. She's been through so much, but she's fighting to heal. And yes, she knows about all of you. She's nervous about meeting you, but I think she wants to. Eventually." "I want to meet her," Victoria said immediately. "She's our sister. Of course I want to meet her." Marcus nodded. "Me too. This is a lot to process, but at the end of the day, she's family." Jeffrey was quieter, still thinking. "Does Mom know?" "I told her yesterday," Michael said, "right before the statement went public. She's processing. She's hurt that I didn't tell her sooner, and she has every right to be. But she's not angry at Maya. She understands Maya didn't ask for any of this." "This is going to be complicated," Jeffrey observed. "Media attention, family dynamics, everyone adjusting. Dad, are you sure you're ready for this?" "I have to be," Michael said simply. "Maya needs me. Whether I'm ready or not, I'm her father, and I'm going to be there for her." "What do you need from us?" Marcus asked. "Patience," Michael said. "Maya is fragile right now. When you do meet her, she might be distant or defensive. She has attachment issues from her childhood. She might test you to see if you'll reject her. I need you all to understand that and be patient with her." "We can do that," Victoria said. "Dad, send us pictures of her, and I want to see what our sister looks like." Michael texted them the photos from last night. Him and Maya smiling together, Maya's face showing cautious hope. He watched as his children looked at the images, seeing their reactions. "She looks like you, Dad," Marcus said. "Same eyes." "She does," Michael agreed. "And apparently, she has my stubborn streak too." "When can we meet her?" Victoria pressed. "I don't want to push, but I really want to meet my sister." "Soon," Michael promised. "Let me talk to Maya, see how she's feeling. Maybe in a week or two, once things settle down a bit. But I need you all to understand. This has to go at Maya's pace. We can't overwhelm her." They talked for another hour, working through questions and feelings. Marcus admitted he felt hurt that Michael hadn't trusted them with the information sooner. Jeffrey expressed concern about how this would affect their mother. Victoria was already planning ways to welcome Maya into the family. "I'm going to send her a care package," Victoria decided, "with a note telling her I'm excited to be her sister. Is that okay, Dad?" "That's perfect," Michael said, touched by Victoria's immediate acceptance. "Maya needs to know she's wanted, that she's not a burden." After the call ended, Jasmine turned to Michael. "That went better than I expected. They're really handling this well." "They're good kids," Michael said. "I raised them to be compassionate and accepting. I shouldn't have doubted them." His phone rang. It was Maya's school counselor. "Mr. Jordan? This is Mrs. Patterson from Roosevelt High School. I'm calling about Maya." Michael's heart sank. "Is she okay? What happened?" "She's physically fine," Mrs. Patterson assured him quickly. "But she's having a difficult morning. Some students have been less than kind. There's been whispering, pointing, some mean comments on social media. Maya is currently in my office, very upset. She's asking for you." "I'll be there in 15 minutes, Michael said, already grabbing his car keys. "Tell her I'm on my way." He and Jasmine rushed to the school, where they were escorted through a back entrance to avoid any media lingering outside. In the counselor's office, Maya sat curled up in a chair, her face blotchy from crying. "Dad," she said when she saw him, and immediately stood to hug him. Michael held her tight. "What happened, sweetheart?" "Everyone was staring," Maya said against his shoulder, whispering. "I heard someone say my mom was a gold digger who trapped you. Someone else said I was probably lying about being your daughter for attention. And then someone posted on Instagram that I was in the mental hospital 3 weeks ago, and people started commenting, asking if I was crazy." Michael felt rage building in his chest. "Who posted that?" "It doesn't matter," Maya said miserably. "It's true. I was in the hospital. Now everyone knows I'm not just Michael Jordan's secret daughter. I'm also the crazy one." "You're not crazy," Michael said firmly, pulling back to look at her face. "Maya, you have a medical condition. Mental illness is just like any other illness. It doesn't make you crazy." "But everyone's going to think I am," Maya said. "And they're going to think terrible things about Mom. And they're going to think you're stupid for claiming me as your daughter when I'm such a mess." Mrs. Patterson spoke up gently. "Maya, I've already addressed the social media posts with the students involved. They're being disciplined, and I've called an assembly for this afternoon to remind everyone about bullying and respecting others' privacy." "That's going to make it worse," Maya said hopelessly. "Everyone will know the assembly is because of me." Michael knelt beside Maya's chair so he was at her eye level. "Maya, look at me." She reluctantly met his eyes. "You have nothing to be ashamed of," Michael said intensely. "Nothing. Not your mental health struggles, not your mother's past, not being my daughter. Anyone who makes you feel ashamed is wrong. Do you understand me?" "But Dad—" "No buts," Michael said. "Maya, I know this is hard. I know it hurts when people say cruel things, but you cannot let other people's opinions define you. You know who you are. I know who you are. That's what matters." "I want to go home," Maya said quietly. "I can't stay here today. I tried, but I can't." Michael looked at Mrs. Patterson, who nodded. "Given the circumstances, I think that's reasonable. Maya can make up any work she misses." "Thank you," Michael said. He turned back to Maya. Okay, we're going home. But Maya, we need to talk about a long-term plan. You can't avoid school forever. I know, Maya said miserably. They collected Maya's things and left through the back entrance. Christina met them at her apartment, having left work early when the school called. Baby, I'm so sorry, Christina said, hugging Maya. I'm sorry those kids were mean. I'm sorry about everything. It's not your fault, Mom, Maya said tiredly. It's all too much. The attention, the judgment, everyone having opinions about our life. They sat in Christina's modest living room, Michael, Jasmine, Christina, and Maya, trying to figure out what to do next. Maybe homeschooling is the answer, Christina suggested, at least for the rest of this year. But then the bullies win, Maya protested weakly. They get to drive me out of school. It's not about winning or losing, Michael said. It's about what's best for your mental health. Maya, if staying at that school is going to trigger your anxiety and depression, then we need to consider alternatives. What about a different school? Jasmine offered. Maybe a private school with better security. Where the students are more mature? Maya shook her head. They'll just find out who I am there too. I can't escape being Michael Jordan's daughter now. It's everywhere. Michael's phone had been buzzing constantly with messages, some from friends offering support, others from media outlets requesting interviews. He had been ignoring them all, but now he looked at one message that caught his attention. It was from an old friend who ran a private school for students with special circumstances, children of celebrities, kids with medical issues, students who needed extra support. Michael, I saw your statement. If Maya needs a safe place to finish her education, we have space at our school. Small classes, high security, counselors on staff. She'd fit right in here. Let me know if you want to talk. Michael showed the message to Maya. What do you think? Want to at least tour the school and see if it feels like a better fit? Maya read the message, then looked up at him with tired eyes. Would you come with me? To tour it? Of course, Michael said. Whatever you need, I'm here. Okay, Maya said quietly. I'll look at it. But Dad, I'm sorry I couldn't handle regular school. I'm sorry I'm so weak. Stop, Michael said firmly. You're not weak. You tried something hard. It didn't work out. And now we're finding a solution. That's not weakness. That's adaptability. Christina stood up. I'll make lunch. Everyone needs to eat. As Christina went to the kitchen, Maya leaned against Michael's shoulder. I hate this. I hate that everyone knows about me now. I hate that people are being mean to Mom because of me. I hate that I'm causing problems for you and your family. You're not causing problems, Michael said, wrapping his arm around her. Maya, this situation is complicated, but you didn't create it. Life created it. And we're all just doing our best to navigate it. Your other kids must hate me, Maya said, for messing up their lives. They don't hate you, Jasmine interjected. They want to meet you. Victoria's already planning to send you a care package. Maya looked surprised. Really? Really, Jasmine confirmed. Maya, you're not a burden to this family. You're a gift. A complicated, unexpected gift, but a gift nonetheless. Maya was quiet for a moment, processing. Then she said, Can I meet them? Your other kids? I mean, not today. I'm too exhausted today. But soon? Michael smiled. Whenever you're ready. And they're looking forward to meeting you. What if they don't like me? Maya asked. Impossible, Michael said. You're smart, funny, brave, and kind. What's not to like? I'm also anxious, depressed, and I have a heart condition, Maya listed. I'm high maintenance. So, Michael said, everyone has something they're dealing with. That doesn't make you less lovable. They spent the afternoon at Christina's apartment, just being together, no pressure, no expectations. Christina made simple sandwiches, and they watched a movie, something light and funny that made Maya laugh a few times. Around 3 o'clock, Maya's therapist called to check in. Maya talked to her for 30 minutes, and when she came back, she seemed calmer. Dr. Martinez says I'm doing remarkably well, considering, Maya reported. She says most people would have completely fallen apart by now, but I'm still functioning. She called me resilient. You are resilient, Michael agreed. Maya, you've survived things that would break most people. A bad day at school doesn't change that. As evening approached, Michael and Jasmine prepared to leave. Maya walked them to the door, looking reluctant to see them go. You'll call me tonight? Maya asked Michael. Before bed? Absolutely, Michael promised. And Maya, tomorrow's a new day. We'll figure out the school situation. We'll deal with the media. We'll take everything one step at a time. Together, Maya said. We'll figure it out together. Together, Michael confirmed. He hugged her goodbye, holding on a little longer than necessary, trying to transfer strength from him to her through sheer force of will. As they drove away, Jasmine said, She's going to be okay, Dad. It's going to be a long road, but she's going to be okay. I hope you're right, Michael said. His phone buzzed with another text, this time from Maya. Thank you for coming to school. Thank you for not being embarrassed of me. Thank you for still loving me, even though I couldn't handle one day of people knowing I'm your daughter. I promise I'll get stronger. I promise I'll make you proud someday. Michael's vision blurred with tears as he texted back, Maya, you already make me proud, every single day. You don't have to earn my love or my pride. You have both just by being you. Never forget that. 2 weeks passed. 2 weeks of careful steps forward, occasional steps back, and the slow building of trust between father and daughter. Maya toured the private school Michael's friend had recommended and enrolled immediately. The smaller classes and understanding staff made all the difference. She was thriving there in ways she never had at her old school. Michael stayed in St. Louis for those 2 weeks, only returning to Chicago for 1 day to handle urgent business. He and Maya fell into a routine, breakfast together twice a week, phone calls every evening, text messages throughout the day. Small moments that built into something solid and real. Maya's health improved, too. With Michael's health insurance, she saw a top cardiologist who adjusted her medications and created a comprehensive treatment plan. The specialist assured them that with proper care, Maya could live a completely normal life despite her heart condition. The key is managing stress, the doctor had explained. Maya needs to avoid high-stress situations and maintain her mental health treatment. The heart and mind are connected. So they focused on both. Maya continued her intensive outpatient therapy. She met with her therapist 3 times a week, worked on coping strategies, and slowly began to believe that maybe, just maybe, she deserved to be happy. On a Saturday morning, Michael picked Maya up for breakfast at their favorite diner, a small, quiet place where the staff knew them now and protected their privacy. As they ate pancakes, Maya seemed nervous about something. "Dad, can I ask you something?" she finally said. "Anything," Michael replied. "Your other kids, my siblings, they keep texting me," Maya said. "Victoria sends me funny memes every day. Marcus sends articles about basketball and books he thinks I'd like. Jeffrey sends encouragement about school and dealing with anxiety." "That's good, right?" Michael asked, sensing there was more. "It's really good," Maya said. "They're so nice to me. But Dad, I think it's time. I want to meet them in person." Michael's heart leaped, but he kept his expression calm. "Are you sure? There's no pressure. We can wait as long as you need." "I'm sure," Maya said, though her hands were shaking slightly as she reached for her orange juice. "I'm scared, but I want to do this. They're my siblings. I should know them." "Okay," Michael said. "When and where? We can do this however you're most comfortable." Maya thought for a moment. "Maybe here, in St. Louis. That way I'm on home territory. And maybe just one at a time at first? And meeting all three at once might be overwhelming." "That's smart," Michael said. "Who do you want to meet first?" "Victoria," Maya said immediately. "She seems the most, I don't know, welcoming? Warm? She reminds me of Jasmine." "Victoria would be perfect for first," Michael agreed. "She's gentle and funny, and she's been dying to meet you. I'll call her today and set something up. How about next weekend?" "Next weekend," Maya repeated, anxiety already creeping into her voice. "That's soon. That's really soon." "Too soon?" Michael asked gently. "We can wait longer if you need to." "No," Maya said, squaring her shoulders. "If I wait too long, I'll just get more anxious. Let's do it. Next weekend." That evening, Michael called Victoria to tell her the news. She screamed so loudly that Michael had to hold the phone away from his ear. She wants to meet me? Really? Dad? When? Where? What should I bring? Should I bring something? Oh my God, I need to plan what to wear." "Victoria, breathe," Michael said, laughing. "Next Saturday, St. Louis. And you don't need to bring anything, just yourself. Maya's nervous enough without added pressure." Right, Victoria said, trying to calm down. "Casual, low-key. I can do that. Dad, what's she like? I mean, I know what you've told me, but what's she really like?" "She's thoughtful and funny when she relaxes," Michael said. "She's been through a lot, so she's guarded at first. She might test you to see if you'll stick around. Just be patient and be yourself." "I can do that," Victoria said confidently. Then, more quietly, "Dad, do you think she'll like me?" "She's going to love you," Michael assured her. "Just like I do." Over the next week, Maya became increasingly anxious about the meeting. She called Michael multiple times a day with worries. What if Victoria thinks I'm boring? What if I say something stupid? What if she realizes I'm not good enough to be her sister? Each time, Michael patiently reassured her. Each time, he reminded her that she was enough exactly as she was. The day before the meeting, Maya had a panic attack so severe that Christina called Michael at midnight. He rushed over to find Maya hyperventilating in her bedroom, convinced the meeting was a terrible idea. "I can't do this," Maya gasped between breaths. "I can't meet her. What was I thinking? I'm not ready. I'm never going to be ready." Michael sat on the floor beside her bed, talking her through breathing exercises. In through your nose for 4 counts. See, hold for 7. Out through your mouth for 8. That's it, Maya. You're doing great. After 20 minutes, Maya's breathing normalized. She sat up, embarrassed and exhausted. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm sorry for freaking out. You probably think I'm being ridiculous." "I think you're being human," Michael said. "Maya, it's okay to be scared. Meeting new people is hard, especially when those people are your siblings, and you want them to like you." "But what if I mess it up?" Maya whispered. "What if this is my one chance to have siblings and I ruin it?" "You can't ruin it," Michael said firmly. "Maya, Victoria loves you already. She doesn't know you yet, but she loves you because you're her sister. Nothing you say or do tomorrow will change that." "How do you know?" Maya asked. Because that's how family works, Michael said. See, real family, the kind that matters, loves you even when you're anxious, even when you have panic attacks, even when you're not at your best. That's what Victoria's going to do. That's what all your siblings are going to do. Maya leaned against Michael's shoulder. Will you stay? Not for the whole meeting. I know that would be weird. But will you be there at the beginning? Just until I feel okay? Of course, Michael said. I'll be there for as long as you need me. Saturday arrived sunny and mild. They had arranged to meet at a park near Christina's apartment. Neutral territory, public enough to feel safe, but quiet enough to talk privately. Michael, Maya, and Christina arrived early. Maya wore jeans and a sweater, her hair down, minimal makeup. She looked young and vulnerable and terrified. I think I'm going to throw up, she said, pacing near a park bench. You're not going to throw up, Christina said soothingly. You're just nervous. That's normal. What if she's late? What if she doesn't show up? Maya worried. She'll show up, Michael assured her. Victoria wouldn't miss this for anything. At exactly 2 o'clock, Victoria appeared on the walking path. She was dressed casually in jeans and a t-shirt, clearly having taken Michael's advice not to overdress. When she spotted them, she waved but didn't run over, giving Maya space to adjust to her presence. Maya gripped Michael's hand tightly. That's her. That's Victoria. Oh God, she's here. Breathe, Michael reminded her. You've got this. Victoria approached slowly, reading the nervousness in Maya's body language. She stopped a few feet away and smiled gently. Hi, Victoria said simply. I'm Victoria. I'm your sister. Hi, Maya squeaked out. I'm Maya. I know, Victoria said warmly. I've been looking forward to meeting you for 2 weeks. Dad showed me your pictures, but you're even prettier in person. Maya blushed. Thank you. You're really pretty, too. They stood awkwardly for a moment, both unsure how to proceed. Then Victoria said, Do you want to sit? We could talk. Or if you're not ready to talk yet, we could just sit or walk. Whatever you're comfortable with. Sitting is good, Maya said. She glanced at Michael. Dad, you don't have to stay if you don't want to. It was a test, Michael realized. Maya was checking if he would leave when she gave him an out, or if he would stay because he knew she needed him. I'll stay for a few minutes, Michael said, understanding what she needed. Just until you two are comfortable. Then I'll give you privacy. Relief flooded Maya's face. Okay, thank you. They sat on a park bench. Victoria, Maya, then Michael on the end. Christina had wisely decided to wait by the car, giving the siblings space, but staying close enough if needed. So, Victoria said, Dad told me you like to write. What kind of stuff do you write? Just journal stuff, mostly, Maya said. Nothing important. I bet it's important, Victoria said. Writing is how we process things, right? I used to keep a diary when I was younger. I wrote in it every day. Really? Maya asked, interested despite her nervousness. What did you write about? Everything, Victoria said. School drama, crushes, fights with my brothers, boring teenage stuff. But it helped me sort through my feelings. That's what my therapist says too, Maya said, then immediately looked worried, like she shouldn't have mentioned therapy. But Victoria just nodded. Therapy is great. I actually saw a therapist for a while when I was in college. Anxiety issues. It really helped. Maya looked surprised. You had anxiety? Still do sometimes, Victoria admitted. It's not as bad as it used to be, but yeah. Mental health issues run in families, you know. We Jordans apparently come with anxiety as a bonus feature. Maya laughed. A real, genuine laugh. Michael felt tension He didn't know he was carrying release from his shoulders. "I like that," Maya said. "Bonus feature. Like we're upgraded humans or something." "Exactly," Victoria said, grinning. "Since we're the premium model with extra sensitivity and overthinking capabilities." They talked more easily after that, finding common ground. They discovered they both loved the same book series, both hated math, both preferred cats to dogs. Small connections that built into something bigger. After 15 minutes, Michael stood. "I'm going to walk around the park for a bit. Give you two some sister time. Text me if you need me, Maya." Maya nodded, already more relaxed than she had been. "Okay, thanks, Dad." Michael walked away, glancing back once to see Victoria and Maya deep in conversation. Their heads bent together, like they'd known each other for years instead of minutes. He found Christina waiting by the car. "How's it going?" she asked. "Better than I hoped," Michael said. "Victoria's perfect with her. Patient, warm. I'm not pushing too hard." "Good," Christina said, relieved. "Maya was so nervous this morning she couldn't eat breakfast." They waited together, watching from a distance as Maya and Victoria talked and occasionally laughed. After an hour, the girls stood and walked together around the park, still talking animatedly. Finally, they headed back toward where Michael and Christina waited. Maya's face was flushed with happiness, and Victoria had her arm around Maya's shoulders in a casual, sisterly way. "Dad, can Victoria come over for dinner?" Maya asked, her eyes bright with hope. "Mom's making pasta, and there's plenty." Michael looked at Victoria, who nodded enthusiastically. "I'd love to, if that's okay with everyone." "It's more than okay," Christina said. "We'd love to have you." They all went back to Christina's apartment, seat where Maya showed Victoria her room, her books, the journal she kept. Victoria admired everything, asking questions, showing genuine interest in Maya's life. At dinner, watching Maya laugh at Victoria's stories and seeing Victoria look at Maya with obvious affection, Michael felt something settle in his chest. His daughters were becoming sisters. His family was expanding, growing, becoming more complete. After dinner, as Victoria was getting ready to leave, she hugged Maya tightly. "Can I come back next weekend? I want to keep getting to know you." "Really?" Maya asked, surprised. "You want to come back?" "Are you kidding?" Victoria said. "Maya, you're my sister. Of course I want to come back. In fact, I want to come back as often as you'll let me." Maya's eyes filled with tears. "I'd really like that." "Good," Victoria said. "And then it's settled. Same time next Saturday?" After Victoria left, Maya turned to Michael with a huge smile. The biggest, most genuine smile he had seen from her yet. "Dad, she's amazing," Maya said. "She's so nice and funny, and she didn't treat me like I was broken or weird or anything. She just treated me like a sister." "Because you are her sister," Michael said. "I told you she would love you." "Can I meet Marcus next?" Maya asked. "Maybe in 2 weeks? I need time to process this first, but I want to meet him too. And Jeffrey. I want to meet all of them." "We'll set it up," Michael promised. "Whatever timeline works for you." That night, after Christina and Maya had gone to bed, Michael sat in his hotel room reading a text from Victoria. "Dad, she's wonderful. I can't believe I went 15 years without knowing I had another sister. She's funny and smart and so brave. I know she's been through a lot. But Dad, she's going to be okay. I'm going to make sure of it. I love her already." Michael replied, "Thank you for being exactly what Maya needed today. You made her feel accepted and wanted. That's the greatest gift you could have given her." "She is accepted and wanted," Victoria wrote back. "She's family. That's what matters." Michael called Maya to say goodnight, as had become their routine. "Today was perfect," Maya said as soon as she answered. "Victoria is the best sister ever. Well, tied with Jasmine. They're both the best." "I'm glad today went well," Michael said. "I'm proud of you for being brave enough to meet her." "I'm proud of me too," Maya said, and Michael could hear the smile in her voice. "Dad? I think maybe I'm starting to believe it." "Believe what, sweetheart?" "That I have a family," Maya said softly. "A real family who loves me. I'm starting to believe that I belong somewhere." Michael felt his eyes fill with tears. "You do belong, Maya. You belong with us. You always have. We just had to find you." "I'm glad you found me," Maya whispered. "I'm really glad, Dad." "Me too, baby girl," Michael said. "Me too." After they hung up, Michael sat in his hotel room thinking about how far they had all come in just 6 weeks. From Jasmine's tearful confession to Maya's suicide crisis to today's successful meeting between sisters, it had been a journey of healing, of building trust, of creating family bonds that should have existed all along. There was still work to do. Maya still struggled with anxiety and depression. The media attention hadn't completely died down. Michael's wife was still processing everything and working through her hurt about being kept in the dark. Marcus and Jeffrey still needed to meet Maya. The family dynamics were complex and would require ongoing navigation. But today had proven something important. Healing was possible. Connection was possible. Family could be built, even when it started with secrets and pain and years of separation. Michael pulled out his journal. He had started keeping one after seeing how much it helped Maya, and began to write. "Today, my daughter Maya met her sister Victoria. It was beautiful and awkward and perfect and messy all at once. Maya was terrified but brave. Victoria was patient and loving, and they found each other in the way sisters do, through laughter and shared interests and the simple act of showing up for each other. I'm learning that being a father isn't about being perfect or having all the answers. It's about showing up consistently, loving unconditionally, and creating space for your children to be exactly who they are. Maya is teaching me this lesson in ways my other children never had to, because with them, I had time to learn gradually. With Maya, everything is compressed, urgent, intense. There's no room for pretending or hiding or being anything other than real. And maybe that's the gift in all of this pain. The gift of forced authenticity, of having to be vulnerable, of learning that love doesn't require perfection, and it just requires presence. Michael closed his journal and looked at the photo on his phone. The one of him and Maya from that first meeting in the hotel. They both looked uncertain in the photo, hopeful but scared, taking a leap of faith together. Now, 6 weeks later, that uncertainty had transformed into something solid. Not perfect. Nothing about their situation was perfect. But real, honest, strong enough to build on. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. There would be setbacks and struggles and moments of doubt. But tonight, Michael let himself feel something he hadn't felt in weeks. Pure, uncomplicated hope. His daughter was healing. His family was growing. And love, complicated, messy, beautiful love, was proving to be stronger than any obstacle in its path. 3 months passed. 3 months of slow, steady progress punctuated by occasional setbacks. Maya met Marcus and Jeffrey separately, building relationships with each of her brothers in turn. Marcus bonded with her over books and music. Jeffrey connected with her over their shared struggles with anxiety. Each meeting went better than the last, and Maya slowly began to believe that her siblings genuinely wanted her in their lives. The foundation, meanwhile, was thriving. With Michael's financial backing and strategic guidance, Jasmine had expanded the team to 12 counselors. They were now helping over 200 teenagers at any given time. The mobile app was in development, and they had partnerships with 50 schools across the country. "We're making a real difference," Jasmine told Michael during one of their weekly planning meetings. "Last month alone, we prevented 4 suicide attempts. 4 kids who are alive because they had somewhere to turn." "That's incredible," Michael said. "But Jasmine, we can't stop here. We need to think bigger." "How much bigger?" Jasmine asked. "National, maybe even international eventually," Michael said. "Mental health crisis among teenagers is a global problem. What if we could scale this to help thousands of kids? Tens of thousands?" Jasmine's eyes lit up with excitement, but then clouded with concern. "Dad, that would require going public with our story. We'd need to show people why this matters so much to us, why you're investing so heavily in it. And that means talking about me, about Maya, about everything we've been keeping private." "I know," Michael said, "which is why we need to talk to Maya about it. See how she feels. She gets to decide if she's ready for that level of exposure." That evening, Michael brought up the idea during his nightly call with Maya. She had been having a good day. She'd aced a test at school and had eaten lunch with some new friends she was making. "Maya, I want to ask you about something," Michael began carefully. "No pressure, no expectations. I just want to get your thoughts." "Okay," Maya said, immediately sounding nervous. "What is it?" "Jasmine wants to expand the foundation significantly," Michael explained. "Help thousands more kids instead of just hundreds. But to do that, we'd need funding from donors and support from the public. Which means we'd probably need to share our family's story. Why this cause matters so much to us." There was silence on the other end. Michael waited, giving Maya time to process. "Oh, you mean tell everyone about me?" Maya finally asked. "About my suicide attempt and my mental health stuff?" "Only if you're comfortable with it," Michael said quickly. "Maya, this is completely your choice. If you say no, we'll find another way. Your privacy and well-being come first, always." "But if I say no, fewer kids get help," Maya said quietly. "Right? If we don't expand the foundation, there are kids out there who might not survive because they didn't have access to counseling." "That's true," Michael admitted. "But Maya, you can't sacrifice your mental health to help others. You have to put your own oxygen mask on first, as they say." Maya was quiet for a long time. "Can I think about it?" "Of course," Michael said. "Take all the time you need. And Maya? Whatever you decide, and I'm proud of you for even considering it." Over the next week, Maya wrestled with the decision. She talked to her therapist about it extensively. She discussed it with Christina, with Jasmine, with her siblings. Everyone told her the same thing. It was her choice, and whatever she decided would be supported. Finally, she called Michael with her answer. "I want to do it," she said, her voice shaky but determined. "I want to share my story. But Dad, I have conditions." "Tell me," Michael said. "First, I want to be involved in how the story is told," Maya said. "I don't want it to be all tragedy and sadness. I want people to know about the struggle, yes, but also about the healing, about how I'm getting better, about hope." "Absolutely," Michael agreed. "What else?" "Second, I want to speak for myself," Maya continued. "I'll not have you or Jasmine speak for me. If we're sharing my story, I want it to be in my own words." Michael felt pride surge through him. His daughter wanted to take control of her narrative. "I think that's incredibly brave. What's the third condition?" I want to wait until I've been stable for 6 months, Maya said. Right now, I've been stable for 3 months. But I want to make sure I can handle the pressure before we do this. My therapist agrees that's smart. That makes perfect sense, Michael said. So 3 months from now, if you're still feeling good, we move forward with a public campaign. 3 months from now, Maya confirmed. That gives me time to prepare mentally. And Dad, I want Mom to be part of it too. She's been sober for over 2 years now. Her recovery story is just as important as mine. Have you talked to Christina about this? Michael asked. Not yet, Maya admitted. I wanted to make sure you were okay with it first. I know it's your foundation, and your money, and your reputation. Maya, it's your story, Michael corrected gently. And your mother's story. I'm just the person providing resources. If you both want to share your journey publicly, I support that completely. That weekend, Maya, Christina, Michael, and Jasmine sat down together to discuss what going public would look like. Christina was nervous, but willing. If sharing what we went through can help other families, Christina said, then I'm in. I'm not proud of my addiction or the ways I failed Maya, but I'm proud of my recovery. I'm proud of the mother I'm becoming. You should be proud, Michael said sincerely. Christina, you fought your way back from a dark place. That takes incredible strength. They began planning the campaign carefully. They decided to do one major interview, a respected journalist known for handling sensitive stories with care. They would share their story honestly but hopefully, focusing on healing rather than just trauma. We're not trying to exploit our pain, Jasmine explained to the journalist during preliminary meetings. We're trying to show other families that recovery is possible. That mental health struggles don't mean someone is broken or weak. That asking for help is brave, not shameful. The journalist understood. She spent weeks with the family, conducting gentle interviews, observing their interactions, understanding the full scope of their journey. She interviewed Maya's therapist, with Maya's permission, spoke with the counselors at the foundation, and talked to some of the teenagers who had been helped by the program, all anonymously. As the interview date approached, Maya's anxiety increased. She was second-guessing her decision. What if people judge me? She asked Michael during one of their breakfasts. What if they say I'm attention-seeking or making a big deal out of nothing? Some people might say that, Michael acknowledged. But Maya, for every person who judges, there will be 10 others who feel less alone because of your bravery. There will be kids who see your story and realize they can get help. And there will be parents who finally understand what their children are going through. But what if I can't handle the attention? Maya pressed. What if it triggers a relapse? Then we have a plan in place, Michael said. Your therapist is on standby. I'm here. Your mom is here. Jasmine, your siblings. You have an entire support system. And Maya, if at any point it becomes too much, we pull back. We protect you first. Always. The interview was scheduled for a Sunday afternoon in a comfortable studio. The journalist, Rebecca Chen, had agreed to let Maya have breaks whenever she needed them and to stop entirely if things became too overwhelming. Michael sat in the waiting room while Maya, Christina, and Jasmine did the interview. He had offered to be there, but Maya had said she needed to do this part on her own. You've been holding my hand through everything else, she had told him. I need to prove to myself I can do this. So Michael waited, anxious and proud in equal measure, while his daughter shared the story of her pain and healing with the world. After 2 hours, they emerged. Maya looked exhausted, but also lighter somehow, like telling her truth had released a weight she'd been carrying. How did it go? Michael asked, standing immediately. It was hard, Maya admitted. I cried a lot. But Dad, it also felt good to own my story instead of being ashamed of it, to say out loud all the things I've been hiding. Rebecca Chen approached them. Maya was incredibly brave, she told Michael. Her story is powerful. When this airs, it's going to change lives. When does it air? Michael asked. 2 weeks, Rebecca said. That gives Maya time to prepare. And Michael, I'd like to interview you too, about your journey as a father discovering his daughter, about learning that even Michael Jordan's children struggle with mental health, about vulnerability and letting go of the image of perfection. Michael looked at Maya, who nodded encouragingly. Dad, you should do it. Your part of the story matters too. So Michael did his own interview, talking honestly about his failures as a father, about missing the signs that Jasmine was struggling years ago, about the fear and love he felt when he learned about Maya. I built my entire career on being invincible, Michael told Rebecca, on never showing weakness, never admitting struggle. And that image, that myth of perfection, it hurt my children. It made them feel like they couldn't be vulnerable with me. I couldn't admit when they needed help. What would you say to other parents watching this? Rebecca asked. Michael looked directly at the camera. I'd say let your children see you struggle. Let them see you make mistakes and ask for help. Show them that being human, being imperfect, is not only okay, it's necessary. Because when you pretend to be perfect, you teach your children that anything less than perfection is failure. And that's a terrible burden to carry. 2 weeks later, the special aired on national television. Finding Maya, a family's journey through mental health crisis, was watched by millions of people. Social media exploded with responses. Some were cruel, as Michael had predicted. There were comments about Christina being irresponsible, about Maya being weak, or about Michael being a terrible father for not knowing his daughter existed. But for every cruel comment, there were dozens of supportive ones. Parents thanking them for being honest. Teenagers sharing their own struggles. Mental health advocates praising the family for using their platform to destigmatize mental illness. The Foundation's hotline was flooded with calls. In the first week after the special aired, they received over 1,000 requests for help. Jasmine had to hire 10 more counselors immediately to handle the demand. We can't help everyone who's calling, Jasmine told Michael, overwhelmed. We don't have enough resources. Then we get more resources, Michael said. He reached out to other celebrities, to corporations, to anyone who might support the cause. Within a month, they had raised $10 million for the foundation. We can expand to all 50 states, Jasmine said, amazed by the response. We can help tens of thousands of kids. But Michael was more concerned about how Maya was handling the attention. She had returned to school after the special aired, and while most reactions had been positive, there were still difficult moments. Some kids at school are treating me like I'm fragile now, Maya told him during one of their calls. Like I might break at any moment. I hate being seen as the mental health girl. You're not the mental health girl, Michael said. You're Maya, a 15-year-old who likes reading and writing, who's learning to play guitar, who makes terrible jokes and has a beautiful smile. The mental health stuff is part of your story. Oh, but it's not all of who you are. I know, Maya said, but sometimes it feels like it's all anyone sees now. Give it time, Michael advised. Right now it's fresh, and people are processing, but eventually they'll move on to the next thing, and you'll just be Maya again. I hope you're right, Maya said. A month after the special aired, something unexpected happened. Maya received a letter forwarded through the foundation. It was from a 15-year-old girl in California named Sophie. Dear Maya, I saw your interview. I've been struggling with depression and anxiety for 2 years, but I've been too scared to tell my parents. I thought they would think I was weak or attention-seeking. But watching you be so brave about your struggles made me brave too. I showed them the interview and told them I needed help. They cried, but they listened. I'm starting therapy next week. Thank you for saving my life by sharing yours. Sophie. Maya showed the letter to Michael with tears in her eyes. Dad, she got help because of me, because I was brave enough to share my story. You saved her life, Michael said, his own voice thick with emotion. Maya, do you understand how incredible that is? Over the next few months, more letters arrived, dozens, then hundreds of them. Teenagers sharing how the interview had helped them, parents thanking the family for opening their eyes, people from all walks of life expressing gratitude for the honesty and hope the special had provided. Maya kept every single letter in a special box in her room. On days when she struggled, when the anxiety felt overwhelming, or the depression tried to pull her down, and she would read through the letters and remember that her pain had purpose. My suffering wasn't meaningless, she told her therapist. It hurt, and I wouldn't wish it on anyone, but it gave me empathy. It gave me a story that could help others, and that makes it matter. 6 months after the interview aired, the foundation had expanded to help 5,000 teenagers simultaneously. They had counselors in every state, a functioning mobile app that provided 24/7 crisis support, and partnerships with schools across the country. Michael and Jasmine stood in the foundation's new headquarters, a real office with staff and resources and the capacity to save countless lives. We did it, Jasmine said, looking around in wonder. We actually did it. You did it, Michael corrected. This was your vision, your passion, and I just provided support. No, Jasmine said firmly. We did this together. You, me, Maya, Christina, all of us. We turned our family's pain into something that's helping thousands of people. Michael pulled his daughter into a hug. I'm so proud of you, of the work you're doing, of the lives you're saving. I'm proud of us, Jasmine said. 6 months ago, we were just a family with secrets and pain and complicated dynamics. Now we're a family that's making a real difference. That evening, Michael had dinner with Maya, Christina, and all of his children. A full family gathering that had become a monthly tradition. As he looked around the table at his expanded family, all talking and laughing together, Michael marveled at how far they'd come. Maya was thriving. She still had hard days, but they were outnumbered by good days now. She had friends at school, was getting excellent grades, and was even thinking about becoming a therapist someday to help other kids like her. Christina was 2.5 years sober, working full-time, and rebuilding her relationship with her daughter. She and Michael had developed a respectful co-parenting relationship, putting Maya's needs first, always. Jasmine's foundation was changing lives daily. She had found her calling, and it showed in everything she did. And Michael's other children had embraced Maya completely. There were still adjustments and occasional awkward moments, but they were truly siblings now, teasing each other, supporting each other, being there for each other. After dinner, Maya pulled Michael aside. Dad, can I tell you something? Always, Michael said. A year ago, I wanted to die, Maya said quietly. I couldn't imagine a future where I was happy or loved or okay. I thought my life was meaningless and that everyone would be better off without me. She looked up at him with clear eyes. But now, I'm glad I survived. I'm glad that night in my dorm room didn't end the way I planned. Because this Having a dad who loves me, siblings who accept me, a purpose that matters. This is worth living for. Michael pulled her into a tight hug, tears streaming down his face. I'm so glad you survived too, sweetheart. So incredibly glad. Me too, Dad, Maya whispered. Me too. 1 year after Michael first learned about Maya's existence, the entire family gathered at Michael's house in Chicago for a celebration. Not a birthday or holiday, just a celebration of being together, of surviving, of becoming the family they were meant to be. And Maya had traveled from St. Louis with Christina. It was Maya's first time at her father's home, and she walked through it with wide eyes, taking in the trophies, the photos, the evidence of a life she was now part of. This is surreal, Maya said, stopping in front of a wall of family photos. Michael's other children were there at various ages, graduations, holidays, candid moments. And now, in recent months, photos of Maya had been added. Her first dinner with the family, her and Victoria laughing together, her and Michael at one of her school events. You belong here, Michael said, coming to stand beside her. These photos tell the story of my family, and you're part of that story now. I know, Maya said, touching one of the photos gently. It's just, a year ago, I was alone, and now I have all of this. All of you. Sometimes I still can't believe it's real. Victoria bounded over, linking her arm through Maya's. Come on, we're taking more photos today. In 5 years, this wall is going to be covered with pictures of us together. Maya let herself be pulled away, laughing. Michael watched them go, his heart full. Jasmine appeared at his side. Hard to believe it's been a year, isn't it? Sometimes it feels like Maya's always been here, Michael said. Other times, I remember that morning you called and told me you needed to talk, and I can't believe how much has changed since then. Everything's changed, Jasmine agreed. But Dad, I need to tell you something. Something I've been waiting to say until the time was right. What is it? Michael asked, concerned by her serious tone. I forgive you, Jasmine said simply. See, for not seeing that I was struggling when I was younger. For creating an environment where I felt like I couldn't be vulnerable. For all the ways you weren't perfect as a father. Michael felt his throat tighten. Jasmine. Let me finish, she said gently. I forgive you because I understand now that you were doing the best you could with what you knew. And more importantly, I've watched you grow and change this past year. The way you've shown up for Maya, patient, vulnerable, honest, that's the father I needed too. And even though I didn't get that version of you when I was young, I'm getting it now. And that matters. Michael pulled her into a hug. Thank you. That means more than you know. I know, Jasmine said. And Dad, thank you for listening that day. For believing me. And for showing up for Maya even when it was hard and complicated. You saved her life. We all saved each other, Michael said. The doorbell rang, and Michael opened it to find his wife standing there. They had been working on their relationship through counseling, slowly rebuilding trust. She had met Maya twice now, brief meetings that had gone better than expected. Hi, she said, offering a tentative smile. Is it okay that I came? I know this is a family thing, and I didn't want to intrude. Your family too, Michael said, taking her hand. Come in. She stepped inside, and Michael led her to the living room where everyone had gathered. Maya saw her and stiffened slightly. But then Victoria whispered something in her ear, and Maya relaxed. Everyone, Michael said, getting their attention. I want to say something while we're all here together. The room quieted, all eyes turning to him. A year ago, my life changed in ways I never expected. Michael began, "I learned I had a daughter I never knew about. I learned that my children had been suffering in silence. I learned that the image of perfection I had spent my life building had hurt the people I loved most." He looked around the room at each of his children, at Christina, at his wife. "This year has been the hardest of my life. Harder than any championship season, any business deal, anything I've ever done. Because this year, I had to face my failures as a father. I had to admit that I didn't have all the answers. I had to learn to be vulnerable and ask for help." Maya's eyes were glistening with tears, but she was smiling. "But this year has also been the best year of my life," Michael continued, "because I found my daughter Maya. Because I learned what it means to truly be present for my children. Because I discovered that love doesn't require perfection. It just requires showing up day after day, even when it's messy and hard." He walked over to Maya and took her hands. "Maya, a year ago, you thought your life was meaningless. You thought no one would miss you if you were gone. But sweetheart, you were so wrong. Your life has meaning. Your story matters. And I miss you every single day we're apart." Maya threw her arms around Michael's neck, crying openly. "I love you, Dad. Thank you for not giving up on me." "Never," Michael whispered. "I'm never giving up on you." The room erupted in a group hug, everyone piling in. Michael's other children, Jasmine, and even Christina. They were a blended, complicated, imperfect family. But they were real, and they were together. Later that evening, after dinner and cake and too much laughter, Maya found Michael alone on the back patio. He was looking out at the Chicago skyline, lost in thought. "Dad?" Maya said, joining him. "Can I tell you something?" "Always," Michael said, putting his arm around her shoulders as she leaned against him. "I've been thinking about my future," Maya said, "about what I want to do with my life." "And?" Michael prompted. "I want to be a therapist," Maya said. "Specifically, I want to work with teenagers dealing with mental health crises. I want to do what Jasmine does, help kids who feel like there's no way out." Michael felt pride surge through him. "That's a beautiful goal, Maya. You'd be an incredible therapist." "You think so?" Maya asked uncertainly. "Even though I'm still dealing with my own mental health stuff?" "Especially because of that," Michael said. "Maya, having lived experience with mental illness doesn't make you less qualified to help others. It makes you more qualified. You understand what those kids are going through in a way someone who's never struggled couldn't." "That's what Jasmine says too," Maya said. "She says the best counselors at the foundation are the ones who've been where their clients are. They have empathy and understanding that comes from personal experience." "She's right," Michael said. "So what's your plan? What do you need to get there?" "Well, I need to finish high school first," Maya said, laughing, "which means 3 more years. Then college for psychology. I'm then graduate school for my counseling degree. It's a long road." "The best roads usually are," Michael said. "But Maya, I'll be here for every step of that journey, supporting you, encouraging you, helping you achieve your dreams." "I know you will," Maya said softly. "That's the crazy part, Dad. I actually believe that now. A year ago, I didn't believe anyone would stick around. But now, I know you're not going anywhere." They stood together in comfortable silence for a moment. Then Maya said, "Can I ask you something?" "Anything," Michael said. "Do you ever regret it?" Maya asked. "Finding out about me. Sometimes I think about how much simpler your life would be if you didn't know I existed. No complicated family dynamics, no media attention, no teenage daughter with mental health issues to worry about." Michael turned to face her, I taking both her hands. "Maya, look at me." She met his eyes. "I have never, not for one single second, regretted learning about you," Michael said intensely. "Yes, this year has been complicated. Yes, it's been challenging. But Maya, you are not a burden. You are a gift. Finding you, getting to know you, being your father, it's been the greatest privilege of my life." "Really?" Maya whispered. "Really," Michael confirmed. "Maya, you've made me a better person, a better father to all my children, a better husband, a better man. You've taught me about vulnerability and courage, and what real strength looks like. How could I ever regret that?" Maya hugged him tightly. "Thank you for saying that. I needed to hear it." "I'll say it as many times as you need to hear it," Michael promised. They went back inside to rejoin the family, and the evening continued with games and stories and the comfortable chaos of a large family gathering. At one point, Michael looked around the room and caught Christina's eye. She smiled at him, a smile of gratitude and forgiveness and shared understanding. They had made mistakes, both of them, but they had also created something beautiful together. Maya. And now they were co-parenting her, both of them showing up, both of them committed to her well-being. As the evening wound down and people started to leave, Maya pulled out a folded piece of paper from her pocket. "Dad, I wrote you something. It's not a letter this time. It's more like a poem. Or maybe just thoughts. I don't know. But I wanted you to have it." Michael took the paper carefully. "Can I read it now?" "If you want," Maya said, suddenly shy. "It's kind of personal, though. Or maybe wait until later?" "I'll wait," Michael said, putting it in his pocket. "Thank you for sharing your writing with me." After everyone had left and the house was quiet, Michael sat in his office and unfolded Maya's paper. His hands trembled slightly as he began to read. "To the father I never knew I needed. A year ago, I didn't know you existed. Not as my father, not as the person who would save my life. I was drowning in darkness, convinced I was meant to drown, that no one would throw me a lifeline, because I didn't deserve saving. Then you appeared, not in the way I'd imagined fathers appear, not perfectly, not easily, but you appeared nonetheless, with letters full of truth, with patience when I pushed you away, with love when I couldn't love myself. You showed me that fathers can cry, that champions can be afraid, that the strongest people are the ones who admit when they're weak. You taught me that I don't have to be perfect to be worthy of love, that struggling doesn't make me broken, that asking for help is brave. A year ago, I wanted to die today. I want to live. Not just survive, but truly live. Because you showed me I'm not alone. You gave me a family I never knew. I had brothers and sisters who accept me, a mother in Christina who's finding her way back, and a father who sees me, really sees me. Not the perfect daughter, not the damaged girl, just me. And somehow, that's enough. Thank you for finding me. Thank you for staying. Thank you for showing me that even broken things can heal. When they're loved enough, I love you, Dad, your daughter, Maya." Michael read the poem 3 times, tears streaming down his face. His daughter, his beautiful, brave, healing daughter, had given him a gift more precious than any trophy or award. She had given him her trust, her love, her belief that he would keep showing up. And he would. Every single day for the rest of his life, he would show up for Maya, for Jasmine, for all his children. Not as the perfect, invincible champion the world expected, but as a real father, flawed, vulnerable, learning as he went. He pulled out his phone and texted Maya. "Just read your poem. I'm crying. It's beautiful. And you're beautiful." Thank you for giving me a chance to be your dad. I love you more than words can say." A few minutes later, Maya replied, "I love you too, Dad. See you next weekend? Same breakfast place?" "Wouldn't miss it for the world," Michael typed back. "Sleep well, sweetheart." "Good night, Dad. Sweet dreams." Michael saved the poem in a frame on his desk, right next to the photo of him and Maya from their first meeting. Two pieces of evidence that miracles could happen, that lost things could be found, that families could be built from the fragments of pain and secrets and second chances. He thought about everything that had happened in the past year. The shock of Jasmine's confession, the terror of Maya's suicide attempt, the joy of hearing her call him Dad for the first time, the hard work of building trust, the expansion of the foundation, the healing, slow, imperfect, but real. That had happened for everyone involved. It hadn't been easy. There had been setbacks and struggles, moments of doubt and fear. There would be more challenges ahead. Maya was still healing, still learning to trust, still working through trauma that couldn't be erased overnight. But they were in it together now, not as strangers connected by biology, but as father and daughter connected by choice, by showing up, by being vulnerable, by loving each other through the messy, complicated, beautiful process of becoming a family. Michael turned off the lights in his office and headed to bed. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and new opportunities to show up for his children. But tonight, he let himself feel what he had been too afraid to feel for so long. Hope. Not the shallow hope of things being perfect or easy, but the deep, a sustaining hope that came from knowing that love, real, honest, unconditional love, could heal even the deepest wounds. His daughter Maya was alive. She was healing. She had a future. And he got to be part of that future, day by day, moment by moment, building a relationship that would last the rest of their lives. It wasn't the story anyone would have chosen to write, but it was their story. And Michael wouldn't change a single word of it. Because in the end, the greatest championship he would ever win wasn't on a basketball court. It was this: being the father his daughter needed him to be, being present, being vulnerable, being real, being enough. We hope Maya and Michael's story touched your heart today. Let us know in the comments where you're watching from. We love hearing from you all around the world. If this story moved you, please hit that like button and subscribe to our channel. By subscribing, you're helping us spread kindness and hope to more people who need to hear these powerful stories. And don't go anywhere yet. Click on the video appearing on your screen right now for another incredible true story that will inspire you. Thank you for watching, and remember, everyone has a story worth telling.